In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons, dispelling them back into the void. The world was saved, not by a warrior, but by a musician, a scientist, a man with a flute. Remember, in this universe of wonder and mystery, sometimes the most unlikely heroes make the biggest impact. Keep your mind open, your heart brave, and who knows, you might just find the ether.
All right, lads and ladettes, hello and welcome. We're going to be getting into episode 109 of Flat Earth Fridays after we watch Proud's intro. Take it away, Proud.
Proud Flurf, be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline.
Flat Earth Fridays. Sacred is, here's the thing, Sacred. Is it Sacred himself, or, to be fair, that was Sacred's entire deal, that he wanted to be kind of like the radio host type of personality. I hate you too, and I think you can agree with me on this. He does have the voice for it, and I wanted to make sure that the audience is aware. This is coming from me. I say he does have the voice for it. He really, really does. I'm not bullshitting here, guys. He does have the voice for it. He does. He has the fucking voice for it.
A few inches later.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. Everyone gather around. We're going to talk about some Flat Earth proofs. Oh, man.
No, save this guy. Proud's trying to cook this guy right now.
Bro, we can get this plus.
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to them,
sir.
The legends.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think X is low-key pretty lit.
Did he let you know that I sent him co-host Rex Rhetoric?
Hey, Flurf, were you
Hold on, Red, did he
Answer my question, please.
did he let
I think this might be last week's episode, lads. Yeah, my bad. 1 second. I don't know where the other video is. Nope, it's not there either. We're just going to join the space.
Upon hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. The fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth, and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama? Your son is woke, I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to arrive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Since a blitz right up the middle. Falsified the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
And Cyborg will be.
Away from making history. 8, 7, you can hear the crowd's excitement. 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off!
It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the It's fact that the earth is flat. It's fact that the earth is flat. It's fact that the earth. NASA allows us get to it around 1962ish. They tried to get through it the very first time. Mushroom clouds filled the sky. The Soviet Union and US got denied. The other side of the firmament, they couldn't access it. About that time, they invented NASA ships that couldn't pierce through the sky. Operation Fishbowl, go on and imagine it. And I ain't acting stupid when I say that space is fake. That this ain't no adding to it. See, the Masons made the Matrix maze and used religion to take away your faith. Hey, I guess I was just saved by grace, woke and not just a daily eighth of the face. And for a second, I ain't know if I should do this song, but then I thought, ain't no one could prove me wrong, cause it's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. They want you to believe that it's your eyes. The moon is 200,000 miles away. Nice try, they ask. Why would they lie? Say 50 million plus a day seems kinda high. Besides, we are the apple of his eye. Take away the dome and we're not. Are you surprised? And if so, why? Think about it, man. Really a big bang? Then evolution? How could we be stardust? That's as nuts as Isaac Newton. All the research that I've been doing, you could even do if you're blind and stupid. Get a book on tape or YouTube and view it. It all makes sense. They don't want you to see the truth or to believe the truth, cause they believe you don't even need the truth. It's all made up. The elite, they're all in a club, and it's all gonna get worse. They signed it in blood, but in Yah's name holds faith and trust. So I'm just chilling, trying to tell y'all what's up. Repent. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that
the earth is flat. It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. NASA is the devil in disguise. I repeat, no shuttle has ever pierced through the sky. You decide. Look at any launch, how they fly sideways, never straight up. Yeah, that will work if the globe wasn't made up. NASA every day gets paid chunks of money for what? Some kids don't even get to eat lunch. Disgusting. Some people don't even get to eat nothing. And we're trusting this buildings ain't crumbling as we hurl through space doing 60,000 and something. Nothing you say will change my mind. We've been lied to. If you don't want to believe me, that's fine too. But please understand I've listed reasons why I choose to call you blind. If you refuse to just open your eyes, you fools. And I ain't trying to leave on bad terms, but it's clear you're still brainwashed if you think the earth turns. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth is flat.
Here to splash some flat water in your face with my boy, the one and only PC. We're here to tell you, do your own experiment. Stop believing everything we tell you. And the red pill is real. Free your mind, Neo. It's back that the earth is flat.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nursing it a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceived, elimination leaves, taken by the beast, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego, sorry, spun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off. To y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door. Should've read George. Food supply absorbed. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than veteran. Don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel it in the ethers. Coming through the speakers. You're talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To who do they drown? And I wonder what sounded to the perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate and I swear to fake and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving and stocking. And the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked.
This is Flat Earth Friday. We are currently in Energy Saver. You are looking at the space and you realize that Cyborg is not here. It's because we are finishing our updates. Please remain patient while we commence our show. Welcome. Shout out to the level heads. Shout out to the level heads. I see the gang in here. Y'all deep. Y'all was chilling. Y'all was chilling waiting for us. What's up? What's up? So as you heard, main Cyborg is still updating. But that's okay. We can get the games rolling. Shout out to Alan and Beartastic. I see Shane in the house. Ban, TM, Ken, Lily Hanna, welcome, welcome. Xavier. I see Chris. I see Ron Boston. He runs circles around the Globers. You guys get it? Circles? Globers? Yeah. Stone, The Secret, Bill. I see Justin. I see Crash Can. Inversion. Rye 79. Welcome. Non-Rev. Zion Lion. Flat Earth Friend. Hey guys. Tammy Lou in the building. Antonio. Mr. X. Rusty Griggs. I am. Matt, Eric, Keon. Barbara, Dan, Sam, Chris, Flat Lads, AI Flooring, Brian Cash, Globe Skeptic, Chris, Trap, Amphibious, Rupert King, Coffee. Oh, hold on, Coffee. Cause I was supposed to. I might have to press you on behalf of the Cyborg. You might actually like me pressing you better than the Cyborg. But yeah, we was wondering who you be bullying on Twitter. Why you decided to change your name to Fe Bully after you came over here? Take that to Clubhouse, man. Come correct. Welcome, welcome. Nominal, Eric, JJJ Bear, Womp, Centric. I got my coffee. Y'all got y'all snacks, paraphernalia, and whatnot. Drinks and whatnot. Today we're gonna get into some sciences. I definitely want y'all to come up to y'all piece. I'm gonna let some of the guys up here too before the main Cyborg finishes his updates. But yeah, no, we're gonna get into some science. We're gonna do a recap of Battle of the Beams. Ether Cause had a wonderful presentation. What we missed, that was like flat Earth related in the week. I know that Boeing is still stuck. Boeing, the astronaut, I'm using air quotes, y'all. The Boeing astronauts are still stuck in space, but I'm not sure what other flat Earth events or space-related science events that's happened. Yeah, I gotta let us know. Alan, can you hear me from the closet?
Yep.
Cool.
To be clear, Proud is in the closet, guys. It's not me. It's her. It's not me. I'm not in the closet. I'm outside of the closet. She's in a closet. It's not me. Just want to clear that up real quick for the boys.
Facts. I hope it's not echoing in here, guys. It's great acoustics. It's just fun in here. Shane is mocking me. Just know that I know that Shane is mocking me from way over here. But you gotta love the closet. Oh, maybe you don't. Yikes. Anyway. I'm gonna have to get my notes. Because I know there was some other science-related-ish event that happened that I meant to mock earlier. Hey, Ken. Oh, I'm not sure when Keegan. I think he did it. I think McKeegan made that video of you guys like after the fact.
Oh, dude. Speaking of McKeegan, real quick. Sorry to cut you off. Shout out to the Modern Day Debate Discord community. I heard some people in there trying to refract some beams. If anyone from that community would like to come up and take that position live in front of an audience, that would be fantastic. You are more than welcome to come here, and you will have every accommodation made for you.
Facts.
The trap has been cunningly set.
The trap has been set. The trap.
Oh, I think we got our first troll of the night. Womp. Please add some science to your trolling. That's all I gotta say. We'll get back to you in a second. Welcome. I want to make sure Ken can hear. Hey, Stone. Oh, Ken might still be at his dinner.
Yo, hey.
Anyway, yeah, we did see the spiral of modern day debate. Alan was filling us in about the chat utterly losing their minds about Battle of the Beams.
So first it was diffraction, then it's refraction, then it's refraction plus Dave's right, even though all the corrections that were made still prove that it doesn't work on a globe, and it's definitely now solidified as refraction, because how else could it possibly have worked? Little do they know, we've got all the refraction numbers available, so please come take that route live. I fully welcome it.
I'm gonna go with not a chance for 500 Alex, and maybe 200 of comment section warriors. I definitely want you to get into it, so everyone can, get a little bit of what it was about from the beginning. Ooh, I didn't post those clips yet. I'm still debating on if I'm gonna post those clips.
Oh yeah, I was looking for the weekly intro vid, and it was I mistakenly clicked last week's, and it was just Reds complimenting Sacred, trying to ask him out on a date or something. And then I realized, oh, that was last week, but I did let it play out a little bit. Then I got tired of hearing Reds talk, so closed it. But
I'm still waiting for Head Cyborg. I'm gonna let Head Cyborg post it, and then
nice.
That way we can chat first before we start the science breakdown.
Awesome. Yeah, I heard there was some crazy weather conditions out there that's help substantiate the globe. So come on down. Like the price is right or whatever.
I heard looking at the sky proves the ground. What space was that? You guys were yelling at somebody. I think Shinku was in that space. And he was like trying to gaslight you guys to be like, oh, I'm smarter than I appear. Some shit. He was like, I'm smarter than I've led on to believe. I think Sheepdog was there. Somebody they were arguing with. It was the funniest thing. And then they asked him a blank question and he was like, I have no idea. They were like, so maybe you're not pretending to be smarter?
I mean, I don't know. The sign of a smart man is to admit when you don't know, right? Maybe that dude's a genius.
You know, a lot of people who went to elementary school, they feel like they have a firm grasp on what we talk about. Like, who wouldn't, you know?
Oh, the dude that said he went to kindergarten?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
in his bio. That's in his bio. So anybody in there with that in their bio? I went to kindergarten. Yeah, that's that guy.
Respect.
We like an honest, delusional one.
That song was fucking terrible, by the way. Do you unironically listen to that?
Hey, I do got something serious to say though. Sorry, Womp. About music. I am just came in contact with a guy named Andrew Young. He's a PhD, like nuclear. He's got a lot of titles, put it that way, and he does music instrumentals alchemically with the solfeggios and all the good stuff and the whales and the real dope shit, right? So I had really got inspired by one of his tracks right away. And
was that you? Was that your song?
And sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm not talking to you. I'll talk to you in a second, though. Dang, my throat. Sorry. I'm a little hoarse. But anyway, I wrote a verse rather passionately about abortion, and anybody that wants to add to that or take my lyrics and do something with them, I would love it if we could impact. If a woman is thinking about having an abortion and she's on the fence and she don't have the money or something, or like, I would love to just be like that inspiration through a song or something that would inspire her to make the right choice, right? So if anybody would like those lyrics, I'll send them. And but anyway, that's all I wanted to say, just before everybody got busy with
the right choices.
I appreciate the shameless plug. I don't know what the right choice is for you, but hopefully whoever you send that to, request that, has that same opinion. But, that's nice, I think. Somebody was saying something about the music. I don't know which song you didn't like. I can play more of them because we got the best Flat Earth playlist. I'll probably repost that playlist for sure.
It was the very last one you played.
You're a hater.
Was the subject matter like surrounding Flat Earth? Is that what the song was about?
I mean, I think the last one I played was a Witsit
I couldn't
song.
understand a word, so.
Okay, so how do you not like something you didn't understand? Is that why you didn't like
Because it sounded like shit. That's why.
Okay, so biased with no substantiation. Yeah, I'll post it for
Did you
this.
just tell me I have no substantiation for a subjective opinion on music? What?
Hey man, you like it? I love it. I like multiple different like Flat Earth songs. It's a whole bunch of them that actually are really good. But that's Witsit songs. Like you could just hate it because you hate Witsit, to be honest with you. But hey, that's your opinion. I'm gonna give it to you.
That was Witsit? Is that what you're telling me? That was Witsit?
You're like glitching. I don't know if it's a.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that womp dude, and it was like a blessing from God, and then I decided that I had to fix it, and now here I am. So
that's because you have me blocked, pussy.
No, it would say that you're blocked. The new UI tells you it's like warning: someone who's blocked has entered a space and is speaking. It's really like flamboyant about it, to be honest. And I don't even know you to have you blocked, but I'm sure I'm sure that you're a twat and worthy to be blocked, but I haven't actually blocked.
So
nothing you say can hurt literally anybody. You know what you look like, dude, and so do I.
Why do you look like that with a little girl profile picture? Why do you have a little girl profile picture?
Yo, Womp, before you created this new account today, what's your old account that you lost?
I've had this account for a little while.
Yeah, but good 20 minutes, I guess.
No,
Yeah,
you can
sure.
go look at it. You can go look at it. But
Well, we're gonna take time to look at your account. You can be sure of that for sure, buddy. Yeah, right. So yeah, why don't you be honest? Why don't you come up with a little bit of honesty there, guy? What was your account that you lost? Because you obviously just created this one today.
I still have my other account.
Yeah,
and,
what's that? Who's that? You gonna be honest?
What does it matter? It's
Are you gonna be honest about who you
anti-theist-
are or not?
He actually does sound
anti-theist
familiar.
with a Z
It's a
instead of
what?
an S. I don't give a shit. What, you think I care about fucking Twitter? Dude?
Say that again.
What?
What was your account? I missed
That's
that.
the guy that was in here last time.
I
wasn't
just said
Who,
it.
like,
I
spiraled
just
out.
told you. Just told you.
I hope that's your daughter on your profile picture, bro. That's
I don't.
a little weird.
I think it's weird either way.
Yeah, I'm weird. That's it. You got it.
Hey, when you did that nervous giggle, was that where you snuck in the globe proof? I think I missed it. Could you try it again though?
Dude, there's no point. You guys do not have honest conversations.
Solid argument. I really respect it.
So
You came in
me.
trolling the last time. I think this is the guy that came in trying to be nice and pretend like he actually cared about us, and then started spiraling like 3 minutes in.
I don't know how you maintain that when you
I
realize
definitely
that
don't
you're
remember
outmatched on every aspect of it. So you have to slyly do the Homer Simpson, like recede into the bushes and then try to save face like I was never there. You know what I mean? So whenever you're ready, bro.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
Like a reason for
whatever
being
makes
here.
you feel better. I
Like
guess.
you might have something to
Right.
say regarding what you think to be true about Earth, perhaps. I mean, that's the whole point of this space right here, right? The
you don't
reason
think
for
that
being
maybe
here. Would you have one?
No, I really don't have a reason to be here. I couldn't give less of a shit. But Shane, you're fucking ugly and you're a loser.
Thanks, buddy.
Time to take his mic.
We
Thanks for
both
stopping
know
by,
the only
buddy.
reason
Later.
you cling.
Our fan club, it gets bigger every day.
Dude, right? That dude should be the president. What did I say like 20 minutes ago about love and hate, though, right?
I bet it'll come silence. Silence will come when you guys start breaking down the sciences. Hey Teller, welcome. Hey RG,
Silence will come when
welcome.
you kick me.
Hey Galactic, that's what you stoop to? You want to be kicked? That's like all you have to bring to a space?
I don't give a shit, dude. I don't give a shit. I can't.
Okay.
This is all comical to me.
Welcome, Galactic.
Well, he
as
sounds
well.
like a serial killer, to be real. Like,
Yeah, literally.
Grant his wish.
Woo-wee. Woo-wee.
He's not even our biggest fan though.
Hey, isn't this the fag from a few weeks ago that said he's very articulate but couldn't keep up with anybody was speaking on?
Somebody definitely did.
You gotta love one of those
wonder
people.
why he's so nervous.
Dude, one of those people who says you're articulate but then mispronounces the word into like, I'm very articulate or whatever.
Very articulate.
Oh, dude, sick burn, man. You got me.
No. The
Talking
intellectual
about-
inferiority is evidence from the facts that you don't actually say anything, dude. You just sit there and launch little personal attacks and try to make it like a emotional gotcha and try to get like the
because this is
laughter
a
in
personal
there.
and emotional thing. This is a personal emotional. We both know why
sure.
you cling so desperately on to the whole flat Earth thing. We both know why.
Ooh, is
You
there an
don't have a
argument
life. You
hidden in
don't
there?
have any
Enlighten
friends.
me.
You're ugly.
Teach me
You're
something
fat.
new.
You're a loser. You don't have a good job. Your family
I'm
probably
literally
is ashamed
AI.
of you.
So
There's
are you
nothing
still
else
in
better
high
to
Yeah, this
school?
dude
do.
came in
I'm
here to
literally
You don't have
AI.
any
protect hard
hobbies.
body.
You sit on Twitter all goddamn day.
Like you are
It's
right now.
just like I'm gonna sit here and laugh at you.
Dude, that's the
You
best
sound
globe
like
evidence
such a hurt
that I've
person.
ever
Like
heard.
9 o'clock on a Friday night. He could be anywhere else, but he's trolling us right now.
Are you still in
I'm
high
leaving
school,
in 30
dude?
minutes, but this came up on my
Oh,
feed.
now
Are
he
you in
has
the,
somewhere to be
are
in
you
30
still
minutes,
in the
guys.
11th grade? Is that the problem here?
I thought he was waiting to
Nope.
get kicked. Cute.
Just can't seem to pass that exam, hey guy.
Oh,
He's so thorough with his
that hurts
argument,
so
too.
bad. You got me, man.
He's so thorough. Oh my
Fuck.
goodness, I'm so impressed, y'all. Like this guy is so awesome. Like I just want to talk great about him. Like his compliments about everybody is just so well addressed.
Oh,
like
you
he,
removed
like he
my
knows all of us.
Shane that I
Like
put in this
like he's
fucking
got us all
jumbotron.
pegged.
Why'd you do that?
He just knows everybody so well. But anyway, what was his name again? Does he have a name? Womp womp, like womp womp womp. Was that
Yeah,
it?
he's irrelevant.
Okay.
That's exactly
He has
it.
no
He couldn't
rebuttal
figure out
or
how to spell
science or
it 3
nothing.
times.
Was that RG? That was RG. I just let up dog.
Hey, so I was talking with the guy in a space earlier. Peter, I guess the guy, everybody knows him well. It's the first time I really got to talk with him. And the guy you mentioned, Proud, you mentioned his name. He's a Glober, I think. But they were having a real hard time with accepting the observation of like a very tall whale in an ocean. And
Okay, that's obscene.
yeah, man, that's a little too far.
I think Proud Flurf is the person hosting the space he was speaking of yesterday.
So I was trying to get him to understand about trying to do the observation in reverse, like instead of being so far away and watching everything kind of compress, and it gets real wonky at the bottom first because of the densest part of the atmosphere, right? And so I think I got through to him a little bit about just imagine being right up on the whale and it's everything being in focus, and he looks straight forward or down and sees the bottom, looks straight up and sees the top. That's how big it would be right when you're right up on it. And just like every 1,000, 2,000 feet, just take a picture, and then over that progression of 10 miles or so, instead of asking for another in-depth, it was just the same questions basically and the same rebuttal. Of course, I was trying to get him to understand it in reverse, and I think he kind of understood it a little bit there, but he wants to know if he's here right now. I think he was going to ask something like, why does it get so wonky and wobbly at the bottom in the ocean? And I hope I answered it right by saying, you lose the information because the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker as it compresses. That's why it looks so much different at the bottom first and the top. I mean, is that kind of right? I'm trying to get my arguments right, with these kind of things.
Shane has a good post with all that broken down. Resolution, atmospheric effects.
I figured I had it right. He was saying that since Shane wasn't there, that because he was saying that he didn't understand how Shane broke it down. And I'm pretty sure, with learning from you guys, I'm pretty sure I had it right. But I don't know. It seems like we're Globers that clutch on to one subject for so long. It's like they want you to finally agree with them. Like they'll pressure you so much that you're wrong. That so I was like, okay, well, just go do your own experiment then, instead of looking at other people's and not being in agreement. Like maybe if you do it yourself.
Are you saying flat earthers don't do that?
I don't even know who that was. Well,
That's good old Wompy again.
Me.
oh, okay. Yeah, Womp. If you really want to know, like honestly,
No,
yes,
he clearly
it's
has made
very,
it clear that he does
very-
not really want to know. He's just here to
Right.
talk with you, but you can keep addressing him.
No, I do. I really want to know. I really want to know.
Trust me, he's here. He's obsessed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
so-
I'm really obsessed.
So you want to know how information is lost at the bottom, at the distance part of an object that's really tall. Like the bottom will look a lot more squished down and
That
wiggly.
wasn't my question. That wasn't my
Instead
question.
of-
I'm asking you.
instead
I'm
of-
asking you if you think that flat earthers don't stick to one topic and try to force it on people and make them agree with them. Are
No,
you
what
saying
we
that flat
do
earthers don't
is
do that?
we
and that's
do
only
a
a globe thing.
bunch of research and collaborating with each other first to come to a agreeable solution, and that works with all kind of variables taken out, and it satisfies the argument. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure we have it down, but we don't force it on anyone. We'll explain it to you, and if you ask 20 times and you're still not happy, then yeah, maybe it's time to move on to another subject. You know?
I'll agree with you, Want. I definitely think there are some flat earthers who have a specific topic that they like to stick to, and then they just like kind of only touch on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, some people are a lot smarter in areas. I agree for sure.
Shane and his graticule.
Undefeated so far, you mean?
So I was just about to say, you have a reputation.
I just mean that he's a specialist on the graticule.
I did notice a lot of anti-graticule arguments do occur either in my absence, right after my absence, or during my absence, and none occur in my presence. And I've noticed that trend with a couple of subjects. And with a couple
most
of
people.
them didn't even know what the word graticule was until you introduced it to them. Shane.
To be fair, nobody did, right? But that's why I kept saying it and saying it. And of course, over at Ether Cause, dude, we make it a joke and we say it so much so it's funny. And then people, what inadvertently ended up happening is people would say stuff that didn't even know the meaning and found it funny anyway, because we were like, oh, the geoid requires a perpendicular relationship to the gravitational potential that's down. And they were like, haha, wait, what? You know, but it was still funny to them. So that's how it started. But we meant to get people to start to look into it. Like, hey, that's a funny thing you just said. You should go look into what those words mean, right? Go look into geoid, why it's a shape that requires that relationship with gravity, why it's always requiring a tangent to a sphere that's down, right? Why it's always under, why a plumb bob can't be level. That was the intent of the joke. Not always effective, but I think somebody learned those words because of us, right?
I did, yeah.
I did. Hell yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't
yeah.
know what graticule meant. I thought it was a meme, and then I learned about it. From
Did you wake
honestly,
up
when
on
I
the
started
wrong
saying
side
it,
of the
and then,
graticule this morning?
cosmography I started saying a lot, not realizing that the Wikipedia entry on the flat earth thing or whatever, or like the Wikipedia entry when you start talking about shit also mentions it. I was like, no shit. Definitely thought I came up with it. Didn't know I'd been overtly like ignoring it the whole time, subconsciously like a peon or whatever, you know? Like programming is bad.
Yeah, just wait. We're gonna bring Sky Dome back. It's coming back.
Yeah, how all right, so what was the date on that?
1949.
So all right, so as early as 1949, people have been talking about the azimuthal grid of vision in different nomenclature, and we've just rebranded it with modern times, but we should go back to Sky Dome. OG, the original Sky Dome, that's what it's called.
Are you talking about your Sky Dome of Vision?
Sky Dome of Vision, homie.
Hey, quick question for you, Shane. What shape does it make if you take a telescope and look straight horizontal with it, right? And then you flip that bad boy 180 degrees and look in the opposite direction at the horizon. What shape does that make?
Like a half something, a half sphere, maybe a hemisphere.
Like a hemi sky dome, you said?
A hemi half sky dome.
It's a hemidome. Nice.
A
So guys,
hemidome,
we see an
yeah.
azimuthal hemidome, and if anyone would like to challenge that, we accept all challengers. There's actually forgot, big announcement tonight from Shane and I. We have an open debate challenge, or for different topics and stuff. So you can go to. Actually, I'll post it here in a second. I'll post mine. But we have a statement of philosophy, and then we have our debate subjects. And anyone that wants to challenge, just let us know where you would like to have the venue on Jaren's show for debatism, or we could do it live on Twitter, where Sacred will be the moderator. And if you would like to have a moderator of your choosing to come and support you or whatever to make it balanced out, you're welcome to have a Twitter moderator. But if it's on YouTube and whatnot, we'll use Jaren's platform.
Yeah, if you don't know about the Hemadome, don't even talk to me.
Honestly, we'll debate about the Hemadome if you really want. I'll add it to my topic. Open challenge to people on the Hemadome concept.
Before I drop you for Jonathan, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I guess. So I'm gonna preface this by saying that, or rather presuming that you guys are correct, right? Let's say the Earth is flat and modern science is wrong, et cetera, et cetera. I know that y'all's positions on this differ sometimes. Are you under the impression that scientists are just wrong and unaware of it, or deliberately lying? And why? And why the hell do you think that they believe that? What's their motivation?
The ether is excluded as the glue for everything, and they use different mathematics. They had to rewrite physics to make relativity work. There you go.
He's asking a slightly more general question about full indictment of the entire demographic of physicists, right? And the answer would be a little column A and a little column B. It's really a question of where they are in their career and how intelligent each one is. How long it takes them to figure out that what they're doing is a fucking joke. How well situated they are financially, and how readily they can risk their position in speaking out. And we all know what happens to those who do, just like it happens in the aviation field and so many other professional fields.
And if they're Jewish, right?
Yeah, whatever. Come on. Stay real, stay to the topic. Let's focus it here. He asked one specific question. I'm just trying to meet his level of need so we can move on, okay? So that would be the round one answer to your question, Wam.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they're purposely trying to lie. Like, the ones who don't get the right checks, they definitely believe what they're teaching. They definitely believe the studies that they're
right. I'm more
spreading.
so speaking about, because I presume that you guys are under the impression that whether it be the government or the quote unquote deep state or whatever you attribute this to, you believe that there's some sort of original lie that's propagated for a purpose. And that's where my qualm is. I'm a little confused as to what
I think your analysis your analysis is a little bit on the glib side, that it's not just one lie. It is a massive, intricate web of lies, which is pantopical, the pandiscipline. I've even got one of the people you describe in my family, my immediate family. My sister is a cytogeneticist and has been confronted once or twice in her professional career about just what she actually realizes about her situation and may not have said, and is she working under pretense, etc. And it's amazing watching the emotional desperation come out in her responses. It's all too telling. So, again, you can't be so glib and assume that this is just one lie we're trying to protect here. There are endless numbers.
Can I reframe this?
Let me
Because
ask
this
you
is not, you're sort of misunderstanding.
Just real quick. You have
okay.
siblings or kids or anything like that? Younger siblings or anything like that?
No.
No, there's okay.
Only
So
child.
so just think of it this way: like when your parents lied to you about Santa Claus, like did they make the conscious decision to just lie about Santa Claus, or did they also lie about the Easter Bunny and monsters under your bed and fairy tales and stuff like that? Like it's not just one lie to deceive you right there in that moment. It's like a gradual thing of ways that they had to steer history to get a certain outcome, if that makes better sense.
Yeah,
Fairy,
that's
Ichabod
that.
Crane,
That doesn't. I don't
everybody.
think that's really comparable. And what exactly is the certain outcome that you suppose that? Because here, I'm going to reframe this. You guys believe that we pump billions of dollars into NASA every year, and you guys believe that everything that they're doing is a lie. That they're faking. Everything in space. There's nothing in space. There's a firmament, et cetera, et cetera. Why? What do you think that their goal is there? Because it's not
Money
comparable
laundering.
to fairy tales and the Tooth Fairy, because that's not that's not exactly that. Those two things wouldn't have even remotely the same goal in mind. I mean, to
Okay, let me answer your question.
appeal to children's imagination
Let me
versus
answer your question. And the answer is
Go ahead.
there is untold numbers of people, quote at the top, who don't give a shit about you or me or anybody else or any other plebe, and all they want is what they have. They want to take everything that we have and leave us out of the equation of the life cycle of Earth. I refer to many of them as the death merchants. These are people who would subdue you for their own personal benefit.
Okay, who exactly are you speaking about, and what does that really have? Like, how does lying about space?
Okay, incredulity.
coincide
That
with
was the sound that made
whatsoever?
as it went right past his headstone. In case you were,
No,
everyone was
no, it
just-
has nothing to do with going right past my head. That has
Okay.
nothing to do with anything.
Come on, buddy,
You just
slow it down.
argued in favor
Slow
of
it
the
down.
existence of some sort of deep state with evil lizard
Calm.
people. Well, you didn't say lizard
Grab
people.
your
I'm
inner
not gonna be-
calmness.
But
embrace
we're-
the Zen.
Ooh,
Become your own galactic
Oh my
center.
God.
Whatever it fucking takes. Can you shut up for a sec, Mr. Incredulity? Because it's not getting you anywhere. Okay? It's really
you just insulted me and then expected
because
me to
you
sit there
just
because
you
you're
keep asking the
either
question with no
misunderstanding
intent
the
for
question
hearing
or
about
you're
an answer.
answering dishonestly. It doesn't make any sense. What you're saying.
Dishonestly? What the hell are you talking about? I'm
Because
just talking about
I
what I
said
know.
either you're misunderstanding or you're being dishonest because you don't really have an answer.
Yes, that's what we call
Part of
incredulity.
this quote unquote deep state, what would be their motivation to lie about space and to pump all this money into NASA? What do you mean they just want what they have? What do you mean they'll fuck you over?
to launder money.
What does
Right.
lying about
So
flat Earth have
sad.
to do with fucking us over? I
How
don't
many
get
times are you
that.
gonna ask it?
What would change?
Are you done asking it?
Well, because I'm
Are
trying
you
to
done asking it?
you
Give
like
you a hint.
it from a number
I
of
understand your
angles.
question. Well, I understood your
Starts with
question
an A,
5
bro.
minutes ago. You're
Starts with
done
an A.
asking it. You got to be done in order to hear an answer, guy. Now you busy up another orifice on your
Right,
head
but
other
you
than your
just
mouth.
talked
Okay.
through everything I said, so you
Because you've been
didn't hear a
talking the
damn
same question for 5 straight minutes. I don't need to hear it again. I understand the question. You just need to let me
Evidently
answer
not, because you gave me an irrelevant answer.
it.
Bro, relax. Bro, relax.
Wow. I think it's time to take his mic because incredulity has no value in this.
I just want to make
There's no
sure
value
that
in
we
this
answer
forum.
his questions to the
Thank
best
you.
of.
Thank you.
Bro, I'm trying to let you get your questions answered to the best of our abilities, bro. Nobody's saying we know everything, but like you're asking the why would they lie? Who's the deep state type questions? Like, come on, yo. Like, we can give you answers. You're just gonna have to either accept them or don't. Like, this was fun. Welcome Taylor. Welcome Ken. I want to let Ken jump in, then Taylor go ahead, and then I want to hear from Dog. And yeah, I want to keep it rolling. It's 9:30, so after we let everybody chat, maybe we could unlock the Battle of the Beams. Oh, I'm gonna have to check on Head Cyborg.
Yeah, we got to see how the head cyborg's doing with the upgrades. Heard Elon's got a new chip coming in. Sacred's gonna have some new processing power available to him.
I was just gonna make a quick comment that like there's a coping process, right? And so we cannot get mad at people for like lashing out in a way.
That's a really nice take. I'm
He
gonna
was
try and
here.
apply that.
He was here, I think it was last week. And he kind of did the same thing. He came in like he was all cool and all friendly. He even complimented us, and then like somebody said something, and he just he just spiraled out like in that same voice, that same tone, and it was just like, okay, bro,
It's like the
Literally
mask
just
slipped
cool.
for a second. That's the real him. He's like a real demon. He like hates you. That's why he spends so much time and makes so many accounts and stalks us all around the internet.
I
Like
think
he,
the
he
real
acted
you.
like I knew who he was, but honestly, I have no idea.
No, he knows exactly who we are. That's why he thinks like we remember talking to him. But no, those type of people, guys, you gotta remember, those type of people, they can't help themselves. Like the anger, the hate, the frustration, the passion has to come out in some form, way or another. Like that just shows that they want to be here. Like keep telling them that they're obsessed and that they want to have the conversation, because they do. The sooner they accept it, the sooner the rage starts to fall away.
Like what Taylor said, you wouldn't be mad at somebody who has Stockholm syndrome, right? There's a clear issue going on, and you got to be sympathetic to that and empathetic to it.
We were on Speaker's Corner last night, and that was a sweet old guy that called and was talking with Jaron. He was saying that he scored movies for a living, and like some really high end movies. He didn't really name any, but he was warning Jaron about, that they were going to get teleported into like a set. That's what they were going to do, and you could teleport 12 people at a time if they're close enough together, like in a plane. And the only way to get out is to walk backwards. So practice walking backwards until you run into the wall of the studio that you're transported to, because you won't be able to tell you're in the studio. There's going to be fake suns and moons. I believed him until I realized at the end, like, there was something seriously off. Like, but man, he had me drawn into it. I thought I was like in a movie score. I'm like, man, this is so interesting. But yeah, as well.
What's up, TM, Ken, Jonathan? How are you guys tonight?
What's up, bros? Chilling.
What up?
Go ahead, Ken. You were next, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but womp 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 took a walk. So I hate that. Why would they lie? And I understand. That's true for people to say. It's. I'm not saying you're wrong for asking it. I just think it's the wrong question, right?
Well, the answer is for
why-
tens of millions of dollars per day, I would lie too.
Exactly. So you look at anything. They lied about the Gulf of Tonkin. Why? To get us into the Vietnam War. Why? Because it's a big cash cow. The American public's paying for the war, and they're dropping lots of bombs and doing all kinds. It's big money for big industries, and even into the modern era. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. That weren't there. Everything about that war was a lie. The whole idea was to get into that war. And we spent billions upon billions upon billions of dollars fighting that war for years and years. And, they lied to you about everything. Muammar Gaddafi, he's this big terrorist guy. He was actually one of the best people in the world at the time, looking out for Africa and, actually doing really good things for Africa. And, but what was his crime? That he was a terrorist? No. It was because he was going to go with the gold-backed dinar over the petrodollar. Well, we can't have that. The powers that be use the petrodollar to make their fortunes while they're, ripping off other countries. So we had to kill him. And so why would they lie? Well, money, greed, power. They're not going to give it up. But why do I have to have a motive? I don't need to know someone's motive to know that they're lying. If you know they're lying, they're lying. Just it bothered me, but he's gone anyway.
I personally love that question. I love explaining it. I'll explain it forever. It just makes so much sense. There's so many reasons why they would deceive us, perpetuate a lie, like create a narrative. There's so many ways that they have already. It just makes no sense to be so against it. Like, I get it. The mass population seems like a lot, but like, if not us,
Why
then who?
you open my mic?
Yeah, that's a
I
good
do not have
question.
the power to open your mic, Clyde. If you are on a PC, then
I sent you a
probably
message.
can't mute.
Yeah, I sent you a message. Yes, for just how you how you feel that and what you will do. Yes,
Oh my
I
god.
sent to you.
This is gonna be terrible. I have a premonition.
If you,
I second
can I
that.
can I
Go
speak?
ahead. Yeah, go
Can I,
ahead. Try again.
can I speak? Yeah,
Can I
I can
vote
speak.
no? Can I vote no for anyone? Is anyone gonna? All right, cool.
My friend, can I speak?
You might have to type it to me, Clyde, but you can try.
Yeah. So can I speak because this guy always cut me.
Who?
So can I speak?
Send it,
Yeah,
big
take your
dog.
time, man.
Okay. Okay. My name is Thomas. I'm not Clyde Barrow. My name is Thomas. Okay. I sent a message to the Pride woman, and I said this exactly. Yeah, exactly. Huh? But it was experience. Yes. Hey, don't cut me. I want to finish what I said. So I said, oh, I don't remember, but I say like, okay, if you don't give it to me, the blah blah blah. I'm French. I'm sorry. I hack you. It's very provocation. Yes. And you know what? This guy or this girl, give it to me. The blah blah blah. I can speak to you. First, for the shut up.
Just let him talk.
Shut up, my friend, please. For the philosophical,
So I'm looking at your DM now. It's a little incoherent, but you said there's a language barrier.
philosophical.
If I can't
It was a
speak
code.
you, I'll be
No,
hacked.
it was a code. It was a joke.
So was that a threat, Clive? Or are
Hey,
you trying to walk that back now?
philosophically, it was.
I don't like that.
What did he say in the DM?
Something about a hack. He actually just came up here and said it. I thought it was he was saying he'll be back if he can't speak. But I just saw it. He came up here and said that he said he'll hack me if he can't speak. So I'm just gonna like let him sit in the gulag and think about what he's done.
Okay, so can I speak?
Yeah, I could have told you from the first 2 words that he was useless and just not had no intent. But you guys like to learn hard lessons, and it's cool. I like SWAT.
Hard head make a soft. Hey Taylor.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. I was just gonna ask that guy that was talking about everybody being deceived. Like, does he think that they've always been honest about everything? I mean, many people say the election was stolen. Well, that nobody spoke out really, and the people that did speak out got completely silenced. And like think about many other things. Like I don't know if he believes the COVID vaccine was legit or not, but think about that was a worldwide deception in some people's eyes. Like many things, like these wars, these history books. I personally, I believe in the Bible, and I think the giants are legit, and I think that they've been hiding that for a long time, and that takes a worldwide effort to, come together and agree that just never happened and to never talk about it. So there's many examples that you can give to help these people understand that, like, the government's not always honest, and they all work together because, it's like the same groups that own everything, and there's like I don't know, there you can look into many things about the banking system and just how they silence everybody. So there's a lot of things there to look into if somebody thinks that they're always honest.
I think they make it this like massive thing, this massive scale thing. But there was a guy in one of the Discord servers talking about how he was giving out vaccines, and if there was a child, they need parental consent. And his higher ups told him like, oh yeah, for those children, we're not going to need parental consent. You can just give them vaccines. And he wouldn't do it because he didn't want to be like held liable. but there's plenty of people who just do it. I mean, the government sprayed people with DDT. You can look up videos on YouTube about this happy, joyous thing of spraying kids in a swimming pool or kids on their front lawn with DDT. Were they in on the poisoning? No,
Well,
they
like-
probably weren't.
But it's more about that staircase of disbelief thing, right? Like the main thing that separates us from the Globers isn't actually the shape. I say it all the time. It's that one side of us knows that like a specific group of people have seized control of like the education system, manufacturing, media control, broadcasting, you know, and military industrial complex, and are wielding it against the benefit of the many to the financial benefit of the very select few. And one of us, and one side of us thinks that's a whole bunch of bullshit, right? So once you go through that path, like you're more willing to accept the next step. Like once you understand JFK didn't die from a magic bullet from one lone nut who had all the interest against the massive industrial complex.
Yeah, P. Meckler, you would have been brought up like me, brought up on just cricket and football or soccer, in your case. Well, yeah, there's never any baseball or there's a bit of basketball, but
Soccer?
Yeah,
What the fuck is soccer? Is that something you suck on?
soccer. There's soccer. So there's football, which is from Australia. There's soccer, rugby, and gridiron. Yeah, so it's soccer.
Bro, are you from Australia?
Yep.
Now, have you heard this one before? If you have, stop me. Right? I know 3 interesting facts about koala bears.
Mm.
Yeah. Number 1, I can't remember one. Probably not a bear or something. Number 2, if a koala bear scratches you, you could get chlamydia. And number 3, your wife won't believe you.
Probably not.
I don't know, honey. I think I was at the bush there one day and the fucking koala bear scratched me. Got chlamydia. But you were sitting there too, fucking screwing them hookers, you bastard. Yeah.
Mm.
It's a good one, Dad.
That's a good
Right,
one, mate.
where were we? Number 3, your wife won't believe you.
I think cricket's a bit dodgy, you know.
Do you know what you tell me you're laughing so hard? Because I think you tried out your wife and she didn't fucking believe you.
What if she just did? It's like, oh yeah, of course, honey. Yeah, happens all the time.
Yeah, I love you, honey. I love you. Yeah. Sorry, what
And she
were you gonna
stabbed
say?
you in the middle of the night.
Well, with a frying pan.
I used to have a Japanese girlfriend. She used to bring around beer and chips and watch sport. Yeah, she was fucking crazy. Oh, there's something wrong with this chick. It was great, but I was just like, what's the catch?
What was the clue? Yeah, what was the clue? When she tried to stab you to death with a frying pan?
I don't know. No, it's. But yeah, every chick I've met just like hated football, you know? It's a real pain in the ass.
Daz, to be honest with you, I can't sleep at night until I know who threw what ball through what apparatus.
Same here. But soccer, they should change it, right? So they should make the ball oval shaped, right? And the goals like take the bar out from the post and then raise the post up higher, and then you've got a game. And you let you use hands is the other thing, and then soccer will just be a really good game. Because at the moment it's just not enough goals.
You're talking about fucking, what do they call that? Gaelic.
Yeah, Gaelic.
Or American football. Australian football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, same with Gaelic. They need to make the ball oval shaped. But it's still pretty cool as it is. I like Gaelic football.
You know, I was listening to you, right? And I thought you were explaining a whole new sport until I realized you were actually explaining fucking Australian football.
Yeah, I was just saying that how you improve soccer is to make it more like Australian football. Or football.
Yeah, I suppose.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Imagine the American footballers had to bounce the ball every time they ran more than 5 steps.
Oh, brilliant. That's a good move.
Let's slow them down a bit.
You can bounce it and hit it with a baseball.
Yeah.
And then try and
So
throw
that's
it.
Aussie football. You run full pace, but you got to bounce the ball every 5 or 6 steps.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
This is an oval shaped ball too. It's not a round ball.
We combine the 3 sports into fucking one.
What about speed golf? They should have golf at night, right? And it's fast. You've got 3 seconds to tee off, and have like flames on the balls and stuff. Have the really big hole too. You just make it fast.
I should say that everywhere except for Victoria, we refer to AFL as silly ball or silly buggers.
Which one?
Silly ball or silly buggers.
Silly buggers, yeah. Aerial ping pong. But I think AFL seems to be the hardest. I mean, I don't think it's corrupted as much as other sports, put it that way.
Yeah, but I suppose at the same time our worldview is corrupted. And we don't need sport. Or do we?
Yeah, I mean, like I used to really love cricket, right? But after these clowns, Shane Warne, Mark Waugh, Ricky Ponting, who's the other one? There's just a few.
I know Shane Warne.
Yeah, Shane Warne, Mark Waugh, and all these jokers. Oh yeah, of course, the ball tampering guy. Probably Ricky Ponting and all these other jokers who are just into gambling and stuff and betting and influencing the game. There's another South African dude, Hansi Cronje.
Oh, Hansi Cronje.
He died. Remember, he died in the helicopter crash, but he was busted as being dodgy.
Yeah.
And I knew it. I was just watching him go, this dude's throwing the game.
Yeah.
And it was like, I was like, what's going on?
Same thing happens in snooker.
Yeah, Pakistan were the worst at throwing games.
That's my trigger word.
Yeah, stuff like snooker's easy. Well, the Hustler. It's a game
everywhere.
of hustle, wasn't
it? Tennis, snooker.
complex from the CIA who actually killed him. And then you go to like, oh, maybe 2 planes didn't take down 3 towers, and they, to the best benefit of the government, which launched the next war. It actually had the pre-written Patriot Act from what's called Joe Biden. Okay, well then maybe COVID isn't specifically a plague meant to kill mankind. It can't come out of a lab with monkeys, right? Maybe, and then you got to keep stacking them, and that's how then Kaduli ends up with us knowing a whole bunch of shit that they don't, right?
Yeah, and I
That's
actually read
almost-
this paper. I read this paper the other day about, who is a flat earther. And the paper did a study in a university. I think it was in, I can't remember what country it was in, but I can try to find after I finish taking a shower, sorry. Okay, so basically what the study said was that it's not the lack of intelligence that makes people like flat earthers. It's the distrust in authorities that does. And it said in the study at this university in a different country that like basically 20 to 30% of the students there were skeptical about the shape of the earth. So just the conclusion of the study wasn't really that there were a lack of intelligence that believed in this, but a lack of trust in the authorities.
Well said. Once the facade drops, that's a huge part of it.
For me, I think it's a mixture of my low IQ and distrust in authority.
Well, that's
combination of both.
I put a couple of posts up, I think, of me answering that question of why the lie, right? And like, but it breaks down once you go through it. It's like, oh, well, no globe, no rotation, no motion, no orbit, no gravity, no heliocentrism, back to geocentrism, back to God, no Big Bang, no like Darwinism, no evolution, no missing link, right to intelligent design, right to that unique or human, divine, and intelligent at the center of everything. God's a creator. Oh my God, God's real. That's it, right? That's why it's important, because all those dominoes fall right away.
Yeah, I don't agree with thinking you have to be some type of Einstein intelligence to like understand this stuff. I think that's the stigma that they put on you to make you feel like to sway you from not looking into it.
Yeah, that's the weight of the state and the majority consensus to tell you that you're too dumb to understand why all the smart people say that it works.
Did somebody say Einstein?
You're no Einstein, dude. I see it in culture all the time. It's so funny.
It's just funny you should mention that, and the timing where I have actually just posted on my own Twitter timeline the link to the video I just produced on Einstein. It's a quick couple of thoughts about Einstein. It's about 7.5 minutes long.
Nice.
You can find it on BitChute. You can find a nice high-res version of it on my very own channel on Telegram. But I strongly recommend y'all watch that. It's a brainful. And it lays it down. It tells you exactly what relativity is not. And I won't let the cat any farther out of the bag than that. Enjoy, crowd. Just right-click me out here, load me up, and it's the most recent post. Can't miss it. A couple thoughts about Einstein. Enjoy.
As a proud space camper, I endorse this message.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I raised my hand because I wanted to give my 2 cents on why some people might be attracted to the flat Earth movement, and I heard a lot of things said that I agree with, and yeah, I can see why someone who hasn't really looked into it a whole lot, either one way or another, would see what a bunch of clowns our politicians are, and just, oh my gosh, everybody all the way up to the top, just the incompetence, just the silliness and the nefarious, it's just disgusting. I mean, the whole scene, and it makes you not so proud to be a part of it all. And so, but anyway, the Professor Daves out there, they're just such jerks. And I've always had a certain kind of disdain for scientists who say, we know. Well, we know that so many millions of years ago. Well, we know that this and that. And it's just, they're so smug, and they're so, yeah, I totally get it. And I don't accept what they say about millions of years. I don't accept what they say about the life and death of stars. I know what my Bible says, and that is that God created the stars. And I do believe stars may die and blow up, or supernova. I mean, anybody can buy a telescope and put long exposure on the sky and see some of these planetary nebula that have been documented to have grown from an actual observed explosion at some point in the past where there was once a star there. So like I believe certain things, but some things I don't. And I feel like, I don't have to just believe what you guys believe. And so to the extent that somebody has not looked into things regarding space is, to me, the extent to which they're open now to other forms of belief, just because of what a bunch of clowns these people in authority are. And so it's really unfortunate because, it is good to have a society where there's trust and we have a fabric that kind of holds us all together. But unfortunately, that fabric is just being lit on fire by the nutcases and frankly, satanic, just liars, God-hating liars that are destroying our institutions from the inside out. And so I'm of the feeling that the things that I investigated from a very early age, from having a dad that was an engineer and I was a wealth of just knowledge and a way to kind of satisfy my hunger for knowledge. I asked him all kinds of questions as a young kid, and then I wanted to sort of understand it myself. And so, to me, I think there's certain concepts where I'm too far gone in a certain sense. Like I don't want to say it because hold on.
Okay, I was
Bad form.
Protesting.
Bad form.
I was just gonna add on to that, like the institutions definitely do, obviously lie. And from a perspective of somebody who's, in the scientific field, like a lot of things are really to fit models. Like, I've mentioned with abiogenesis how there's no working theory, but they still teach it as fact. So I think, and I know that this applies to multiple things. And many things are like circular reasoning, like with the dating of rocks, right? So they'll like try to date the rock layer based on the fossils in there, but then they'll date the fossils based on the rock layer, and it's kind of going in a circle. And things like carbon dating, like they can carbon date like living snail shells to like 20 something thousand years. So it's like so inaccurate, but really at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's just a bit of model. And you can apply things to many models and they all work. So you just got to think about that. And I believe I got here by believing in the Bible. I think the Bible has a lot of evidence for it, and we're seeing that unravel. And then you start questioning some of the things in the Bible that are kind of like hot takes, and that's why I'm here, like questioning, like what else have they lied about? So yeah, a lot of things are to fit a model. But I was just gonna ask a question about Einstein, because that got brought up, and whenever he was like calculating like the speed of light, was he including the movement of the earth? Because I was thinking, like, based on the experiment of how long it took a photon to bounce off a mirror and come back, right? But like, if we were moving so quick in space, wouldn't they have to calculate the movement of the earth too? Because light can only go a certain speed based on its movement in all directions. So that was a question I kind of had that I started looking into a little bit. But yeah.
Well, that's what all those interferometric experiments 125 years ago were all about. And it's something the mainstream chose to turn on the blinders regarding and then move towards Mach and Einstein and the rest of the gang from there on out about relativity, in trying to devise mathematical ways to, quote, prove to you that the speed of light is being measured as isotropic, and it never was. That's the whole point of Michelson, Morley forward, everybody else after, all the way through Wang and Galev now. What they're doing is they're telling you that not only is light speed anisotropic, there is variability of that speed, and it is somewhat based on a sidereal influence. And all of these facts serve to utterly destroy the mainstream model of current understanding of physics, quote, again, which is why you won't see them embrace it. And they will tell you all kinds of other lies and misrepresent history in order to back up and reify what they're trying to assert.
So I'd like to add something to this part of the conversation real quick. And we're talking about Mickelson-Morley and the appearance of having no motion. I feel like if I understand stellar parallax correctly, that it's the stars that are relatively closer to us that are pretty consistent in their being positive and not negative parallax. I believe it would be the stars that are much farther and harder to detect their motion. Their back and forth motion is much smaller and starts to fade into ambiguity, and then that's where the errors arise. I could be wrong. That's something I'd like to look further into.
Are you leaning heavily on the negative side, but being like, nah, that's okay. We're gonna go with the 43% that's negative. We're gonna dismiss. Most of it's not. We're gonna go with that, and you're on board with that wholeheartedly, huh?
Well, do you understand my point though? And the point is, if you have a measuring
Yeah,
tool,
you're trying to justify it, right? So, like, but I was just clarifying that you're just trying to absorb that position right now, right?
do you understand what I'm saying though? It's if you have a measuring device that goes down to
I got
so
you.
many
So
tick marks. Yeah.
yeah, if anyway, parallax, it works with a geocentric stationary Earth, right? You just invert the triangle to the sky instead of having it be the baseline due to the orbit. It's completely equivalent. It doesn't offer you any explanatory power. That's why the actual good argument for heliocentrism would be stellar aberration, right? That at least has a ratio against the speed of light that's 30, that gives you 30 kilometers a second. And that leads into Airy's failure and Arago and all of that, which is the bit which then led to Mickelson-Morley, which puts us right back to square one, because that was the purpose of Airy's failure, to determine if the sky was moving or if we were moving.
I really want to understand that more. It's hard to find time to really dedicate and put my face in some literature and really get a grasp of what he was after, what ether drift is, or what how they conceived of it. Something about ether being embedded in matter or partially embedded.
We can go through like 10 questions at some point.
I was gonna say, I can give you a quick TLDR.
I don't know what TLDR means, but yeah, go ahead.
Just like a short summary. Okay, so the hypothesis was that the ether was stationary and the Earth was moving through it, and that for every arc second they would have to tilt their telescope by 15 degrees 6 months out of the year, and then tilt it back 6 months, or I'm sorry, tilt it back 15 degrees over the course of the rest of the half of the 6 months, so that they would, when you're moving towards the stars and away from them in the orbit, that was how they came up with it. And then each arc second was supposed to represent 1 kilometer of velocity to produce the effects that they measured. And when they filled the telescope with water, they found that they only had to make a correction angle of 0.8 arc seconds, which is fractions of fractions smaller than the 30 arc seconds that predicted. So that's where they didn't really know what to do with that. So because the Mickelson in the Mickelson-Morley paper of 1887 makes a comment on it at the beginning of it, where he says that the only solution to it, if you were into wave theory of light, that you would have to argue that there's, for some reason, a mobile ether inside of the telescope, and it's carrying the light in the opposite direction of motion, so that you wouldn't have to create you would have to facilitate that correction angle yourself, which is a ridiculous hypothesis and very ad hoc. And then on the other hand, if you were a corpuscle lad and you think light's a little baby particle, you would have to say that the light's accelerating when it hits the water, which is a violation of the conservation laws. We know that that's not a tenable position, and that's the only way that it would offset it. And that's why Mickelson was he leaves a little comment on it. So I definitely recommend read Aries' paper. It's a short read. I think it's only like 4 pages. And then right at the intro of MMX, he breaks down the situation at hand and why they're going to use this interferometer to settle the matter.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, even in that summary. I caught on to some of it based on a little bit that I have read. So, like I said, I know there were different theories on what the ether, on the nature of it, and there were experiments done before even Aries came along that proved or disproved some of those prior theories. Like, yeah, I'm very new to the whole history of this. So, like, I do intend on learning as I go, and so that we can have more productive conversations. But yeah, I just all I can go by is what I know, and what I know is that according to the standard model today is that there are stars that are close and there are stars that are far. And just like objects in the room that you're standing in, some objects are closer to you, some are farther. And if you kind of rock yourself in a certain motion, the objects closer to you will mimic that motion in reverse in your perspective. And then the objects farther away from you are doing that same motion, but it appears smaller to you because they're farther away, just like perspective. And so my understanding is that the stars are doing the same thing. So I'm really, really curious about, I'd love to dig into the actual raw data that, let's say, the most precise instrument to date, Gaia, what it actually says about the stars that are close by, the big bright stars we can see. And does it fit the pattern of objects in the room that mirror your motion in reverse, all kind of in unison? Some are bigger patterns, some are smaller for the dimmer stars. And if that's the case, I just honestly see that as very, very, very strong evidence for a 3-dimensional space in which there are stars very far away that exhibit this behavior just because of our motion around the sun, let's say. And that's just where I stand right now.
Yeah, well, definitely take a look at that Gaia info, because what Shane was elucidating to earlier, that there's negative parallax in it. So like you were saying, if you were doing this observation in your living room, right? If you started taking measurements of the displacement, based off of your direction of motion, and it was actually going in the opposite direction of your prediction, you would be like, your conclusion would have to be that your motion isn't the causal mechanism for it, right? Because that's, it could only be displaced in a certain direction if you were the cause of it. So what they actually found was, what was it, 47% of them or 43%, something like that, in the northern hemi had negative parallax, and also the same for the south. And then this is on the backbone, or the back of a bunch of history of negative parallax and how to deal with it. I can send you some stuff from the Dearborn Observatory from the 30s, I think it was, or the 40s. And it's basically, they were like, look guys, here's how we deal with negative parallax. Our boy, what's his name? The vacuum cleaner guy.
Dyson?
Dyson, yes, thank you, sir. Frank Dyson Watson, he was their mathematical fixer. He came up with a way to zero that out. And then if that fails and the displacement was too great, because here's the thing, sometimes the negative parallax is larger than the positive parallax, and they always round the negative parallax to be positive, or they just say no parallax. But they'll literally turn a larger, negative, right? So like they argue margin of error and all these kinds of things, but it's like the negative parallax exceeds what you even measure for the positive, and you still flip it. So that, like, there's no objectivity to it. And I think, when you look into that, it'll be pretty eye opening. I'll send you a DM of the resources.
Thank you. And yeah, send me the DM. I'll look at it. Definitely, if in the data there's a star or a number of stars out there that are well within the resolution of the instrument, that are just swinging back and forth in a nice big pattern, and it's straight up negative parallax. That'll be very, very, very interesting to me. I also want to know if the stars that are well outside of the ecliptic plane, if those stars are indeed going in circles and not back and forth.
Alan,
Because
stop.
that's what I would expect from the stars that are near the 90-degree angle away from the ecliptic. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be very interesting to me as well. But yeah, I'll land it there and let somebody else talk.
Hey guys, I got a quick question. Sorry, let me clear my throat. I just drank all my berry juice that I juiced earlier. Strawberries, blueberries.
Hey, when you're
blackberries.
done, would you mind dropping down so we can give PZO a mic?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Much appreciated.
Oh, you're welcome. This is just kind of a general question. It's kind of asking what he was asking, but let's pretend that, say, everything's a lot closer, a lot denser, a lot more what we would consider atmosphere, or the ether up high. Wouldn't it translate motion easier if it was more dense, and say those stars are doing circles, but they're closer together and they're on an axis of 23.4, and what ratio would we need it to be to work for what we see? I guess you would say, like, kind of how you mapped out the things, Shane, in that aspect of, like, how close would things need to be to get that drift and it gets stronger as you go up in elevation. It's more noticeable in the telescope, or you wouldn't have to tip it so much. Just things like that. Could you help me understand a little better? That way I can argue it better if, or talk to people more about it in public, and stuff. I'm trying to learn a little bit more. But thank you, man.
Yo, good evening. Reporting live from the Globey headquarters.
Hold on, King Louie. Give me a second. RG, that question was for Shane.
Just anybody really that can add to it and help newer people that come along that I would need to kind of have this info readily available, because I wouldn't know. I know we would still have to be making assumptions or just approximate kind of answers, but the closer we get, the more over time we can add to these new models and stuff. But yeah, that was kind of a long question, but yeah, appreciate it. I'm gonna step down.
RG, can you hear me?
God, is that you? I'm joking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you can hear me. So think of it like this, all right? Light travels at a certain speed. We will call it c, okay? Now, every fluid, every material that light travels through will slow it down by a certain amount. Now, air barely slows light down at all. It still travels like 99.9% of its speed in air. But something like water will slow down light quite a bit because water is very thick. So if you got a telescope, let's imagine that you are pointing your telescope straight up at a star, okay? Now, when you look at that star, you're not looking at an object, you're looking at the light that's traveling into your telescope, right? Tracking so far?
Oh yeah. I get this part. I'm just thinking more of like how much, like a ratio. How much more dense would it need to be to get the measurements we do get? Like,
Nobody
go ahead,
knows. There's no way to know, dog.
Okay.
So hold on a
Even
second.
like, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you're just looking through that telescope and that telescope has air in it, then that light's not really slowing down. It's still traveling like it does, okay? So but it still has a speed. It's super fast, but it's not instant. So it will take a certain amount of time for that light to go from the far end of your telescope all the way through it to reach your eyepiece. It'll be like a fraction of a second, but it'll take a little bit of time. Now, if I put water in that telescope, it will take a little bit longer than it did before for the light to go through the far end all the way through it and reach the eyepiece. So here's the idea. If Earth is moving through the universe at 1,000,000 miles an hour, 66,000 around the sun and 500,000 with the sun, and then the galaxy's traveling at 1,000,000 or whatever. If it's traveling through the universe at 1,000,000 miles an hour, then that means that during the time that the light is inside the telescope will move horizontally because it's riding on the back of the Earth through the universe. So that will cause you to have to tilt the telescope just a tiny, tiny hair to see the star. But if we put water in the telescope, then the light has slowed down. It will take an even longer amount of time. That means that's that much further that the telescope moves horizontally while it rides on the back of the Earth. So if you put water on the telescope, if the Earth is moving 1,000,000 miles an hour through space, then because of the water, you will have to tilt the telescope ahead of the star just a little bit so that you will still see it centered in your telescope. If the Earth is not moving, however, then the light will still come in at approximately the same angle. This is why they proposed Airy's failure as a test for proving the motion of the Earth and the amount that you would need to tilt, among other things. They had a prediction based on the proposed velocity. They knew the refractive index of water, and they thought the velocity the Earth was moving. And so by using these numbers, they used the velocity around the sun, but by using this number, they could plug it in and say, okay, this will be the time difference because of the water, and based on that time difference, this is how much more we would have to tilt it. And when they actually performed the test, it failed because they found they didn't have to actually tilt it. Does that make sense? Proving that because they didn't have to tilt it, it implied the Earth was not moving after all.
Yeah, you did a great job explaining it, bro. I didn't have the heart to stop you because, I know all this. I just I guess my question was phrased wrong, maybe. Thank you for explaining that, though. I appreciate it, buddy. You said Pizio. All right.
Yeah, piezo. Sorry if I didn't answer your question. I thought that you were.
No, you did. No. I knew about that part. I was just wondering, like, if we have like any kind of math that would, could we get the denseness of like the most upper layer of our atmosphere where I think it's things are in a superposition, like like locked, like just locked in place there, and they do their circles. And I didn't know if we could, they know their model, like this huge universe, but I think it's a lot smaller, more dense. And I was wondering if we had a better way to calculate or ratio the fluids and stuff that maybe we could tell better if we just approximately, like if the stars are turning at a certain speed or rate in this type of fluid, say it's like an eco fluid. Yeah, and that's like.
Yeah. So
Pizio, just stop.
Sorry. Try that again.
Yo, Pizio, you have to unmute real quick. Oh, your mic's messed up, bro. It's like belching a lot.
Can you hear me now? Is it any better now?
Perfect.
Okay. So what I was saying was about measurements and like knowing. All we have is the motion that we see. We can't go up there with like a spoon and like pour some out in a bowl and take it down put it in a scale and do stuff like that. That's kind of like actually our main position, is that it's nearly impossible. We don't know if it's truly impossible. We just know, to our current technical limitations that we have publicly available to us, it's not possible to know the dynamic constituents of what's up there. That's why everything is just based on observations of motion, based on light, angular size, and periodicity, and things like that. But there are still yet things that we can infer from that motion, and that's why Airy's failure was like a Newton's bucket type experiment, using the Earth as the bucket and the water and the telescope as the water in the bucket. We have interferometry that we can directly infer things about motion or the lack thereof, as well as the existence of a medium. But as far as actually elucidating the properties of whatever's up there, man, I'm sorry to tell you, I don't think that there's going to be a way to do that unless they already have some kind of system that can take us way up there and get us close, which I don't think there is. I think we're limited pretty strictly to the low Earth orbits, and maybe that's the way that God made the world on purpose. But yeah, that's my take.
I'm gonna let you guys chime in, but then I want to get to Liliana, and I want to let King jump in, and then we're gonna let the breakdown commence. Alan Ether Cause is gonna give their Battle of the Beams presentation.
You know what they say about beams that cross?
Can anyone hear me?
Yo, what's up, Lily?
That is what they say.
Oh yeah, let me set that joke up again real quick. You know what they say about crossing beams?
Did you hear the prank?
You're supposed to say, what do they say about crossing beams?
Well, what do they say about crossing beams?
I don't know. I didn't watch Ghostbusters.
That's a pretty gay setup. You could have went a different number of ways with that.
I know,
Yeah,
but I chose this one specifically.
We're working on
though.
it, guys.
Yeah, that one's pretty open ended. You had many options, yet you went with Ghostbusters.
It's the only reference of where they gave guidance on beam crossing.
That's not true.
Oh? Is there another major pop culture reference to the rules on crossing beams?
There is, but we can pass and go to the next thing.
Well, hold on. This is all right. Okay. Sidebar. All right. What's up, Lily?
Lily, do you know anything about beam crossing?
Let's get an objective third party into this.
It sounds gay.
Ken called it.
Sorry.
Honestly, I don't know. Okay.
How about some World
My
War
turn to speak?
II?
Not slander beams crossing. Nothing wrong with that. If your beams touch, hey, more power to you. I'm sorry, we keep interrupting Lily. Go ahead.
So, I don't know anything about
You are not Lily.
the touching of. Oh, Lily. I thought you said Louis. My bad, love.
Oh, that's pretty close though.
Yeah, he's right.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I lost sound for a bit, so I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Anyways, yeah, actually, I kind of wanted to go back to that guy who asked why would they lie, because that's a really great question, And honestly, like, I think most of my life I used to, like, I've always been aware that the big pharma is just all bunk and, you know, the politicians are all liars. I mean, I knew the basics, right? And so I always used to think that, oh, they're just doing it for the money, or maybe they just want power. But honestly, like, I think since becoming a flat earther and getting red pilled all around and all that, I have understood that there is way more evil than I even ever suspected before. Like, I think I was very naive into thinking in thinking that, you know, there's just some evil people and that was it. But I didn't realize the extent of the evil. And I think what I have understood in the last couple of years is that there's literal demons who want to upset everything beautiful that God has created. Like, that is their goal. And so they want to upset the plant world, you know, the animal world. They want to upset the human world. They want to lie as much as they can. I mean, they're bound. They just are like determined to just destroy as much beauty and balance and harmony as possible and just make this whole world just everything opposite of what God designed it to be, you know. And I feel that, you know, God designed this world and desired that there would be a lot of beauty and harmony and everything wonderful. So yeah, that was a very difficult red pill to swallow, because it made me realize, especially, you know, getting to find out about what they do with children and all the blood stuff and all that stuff. I knew nothing about that. And honestly, when I first found out, like, I spent, because it happened to me, like, I got red pilled on my own. You know, there was no one to talk to in my real life or anything. It was just basically I was dealing with stuff that I was reading and stuff like that. And I mean, I always take everything with a grain of salt, but I could kind of tell, like, some things probably are true, what they're saying. And I think for me, it was, you know, I spent a few days like thinking, am I going crazy to even entertain these possibilities or whatever? Because I just couldn't ever fathom that there would be, you know, this level of depravity and evil even possible in this world. And coming to terms with that, I think, has been one of the most difficult things that I had to go through in my head, of just understanding there is evil and there's, you know, there are demons. But then I think also what I understood after that was, you know, as deep as the depravity and the evil goes, then I understood, wow, there's actually probably way more good than I ever imagined also, you know, like both went up for me. Well, I mean, the evil, you know, was darker and deeper and went down, but I also realized, you know, there's a lot of good, more good than I ever suspected. And that is what has kept me sane. And honestly, you know, in the flat earth world, I have found a lot of really good souls, like genuinely good souls here, you know, and this is the community I've felt like I most resonated with, because I feel like there really are people here that mean well and that want to have that beauty that God intended for us and the harmony back in our lives, you know. So yeah, because when you realize that these people actually have the power to print money, well, money is not their motive. They can just print it. They can create money out of thin air. So money doesn't motivate them. So my whole life thinking money was what motivated the evil people turned out to be completely wrong. And now we realize power is not what motivates them either, because they actually are in power. They actually are in control. They're controlling everything. They're controlling education. They're controlling politics. They're controlling everything, you know. So then what else is left? And then you have to just realize that, oh my God, this is like absolute total demonic evil that just wants to, I think their goal is to destroy God, but they never can, because God is the one that even created them, you know. So the only thing sane that keeps me sane is what my mom used to tell me. She said, you know, if things get too difficult and you're too emotionally invested in any things or any ideas or whatever, just step back and think of yourself as an audience member who's watching a cosmic play, and just be detached from things in the sense of not getting that emotionally entangled in it, you know. I don't mean detached in the sense of like not to care. You have to always care, but you have to care with a certain level of feeling that, look, you know, God is in control and I don't have to worry that much. You know, we still have to do good. So yeah, so that was a huge wake up call for me, and it's difficult because I think most people like me won't understand that. You know, me 2-3 years ago would never have understood that such demonic evil could exist in the world, and that's what's behind everything wrong that you see, and why would they lie and all that, you know. So anyways, just that's just my 2 cents. And oh, and then I just want to do my quick ambassadorial little thing, which is please support our teachers, because they teach us so much. They put out amazing content. I mean, look at the amount of content that Stone and Shane and Alan and Witsit and all put out. So for anyone that's new or might listen to it later who's not aware of it, we have the 5 teachers. I'll post their links, their account names in the Purple Pill in a few minutes. But they are Shane, Alan, Stone, Witsit, and Toby. And they basically, they will do readings from books and papers. And there were so many scientists in the 19th and 20th century whose works have been suppressed because they were not in line with Einsteinian, you know, heliocentric stuff and whatnot. So they basically come with all the receipts and all the citations and all the papers, and they teach us. And I've really been enjoying attending their reading sessions and things like that. So please consider supporting them, because I think, you know, they are the future of. They're like the spearhead of the flat Earth movement. They give us, you know, a lot of legitimacy, and we can sound a little more intelligent if we start learning what they teach us and stuff. So yeah, please support the teachers, and I will post those names in the Purple Pill. Thank you.
Well said. Okay, now Louis, it's your turn. Then we're gonna get to Run Boston.
All right. Honestly, I just wanted to piggyback off of what Lilia was saying about, like the powers that be and whatnot. And like they just wanna like honestly, like the biggest goal is to like gather as much people to go to hell as possible. I know that sounds crazy, but that's just the overall goal and stuff like that, because you gotta understand that, you know, it's only two grand powers that be at the moment. It's either God or it's the devil overall and stuff like that, you know. And like like for those who get their power from God, they're not going to be greedy, selfish, miscellaneous, malice, none of that evil shit. The ones who get their powers from the devil, they're going to fuck up the economy, screw up people, make up all these lies, manipulations, and all this other stuff and whatnot. And the ultimate goal is to get a lot of people casted into hell with the devil as much as possible, because like the one thing that people don't realize is that the devil already know that he lost the fight. He know that he lost the battle. The thing is that like he's just running down the clock just to gather up as many souls as possible to suffer with him, stuff like that. You feel me? Because like if anybody was to ever like misunderstand and think that the devil is running hell, he not. He not the king of hell. He not the prince of hell. None of that shit. You feel me? God controls the heavens and the hells at the same time. You feel me? So like like the devil can't control a place where he's gonna suffer at. I'm gonna say that again. The devil cannot control a place where he's meant to suffer at. You feel me? Him and the 1/3 of the angels and the demons and stuff like that. So like it's all like like all of this stuff is just a ticking time bomb. You know, it's just a ticking time bomb, and like people gotta be aware of like the devil's tricks and stuff like that, and just get right with God as much as possible. Like, and they use these things to separate and confuse people when it comes to spiritual, religious, even with the whole flat earth versus the globe earth and shit like that. You feel me? All of that is just like confusion to fucking distract people into what we need to really focus on, and that's the ultimate love and serving God and stuff like that. You feel me? It just knowing that like Jesus is King and stuff like that, and for us to really like just understand about how to really like respect and treat each other on a grander scale instead of like all of this fighting and confusion, because it's really getting nobody nowhere. You feel me? The more we fight, the more we argue and stuff like that, it just breeds more chaos and more confusion. And the guys that's on top, they laugh it. You feel me? Because they know that the more confusion that you make around the people, the less understanding and the less communication is going to be, produced by stuff like that. That's the reason why, the world is getting more violent and stuff like people smoking other people for no real reason at all. It was just a high school shooting yesterday, and it went to like, and I bet you, like both of those incidents were caused over something that was petty, emotional, confusing, and stupid. I mean, and all of that is it's the work. It's the work of the devil. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, people also often say like hell is a separate place from earth. Some people believe that this is hell and that like when God came down, he took all the righteous people to heaven. There's a lot of interpretations about where hell actually
None.
is, but yeah, I totally agree. I don't think the devil is like in a worse position here on earth, roaming the streets, corrupting everybody. They also say like, he's handsome, he's not ugly. Like, it would just make sense that there are powers that be who are corrupting a larger mass. That they're targeting the children. They're trying to get you in the music. Like, facts. They need the souls.
Mm-hmm. And like people just need to like truly understand that. Like it's not about hating your fellow man because y'all got a disagreement and stuff like that. Like we're supposed to just like get over our disagreements, just focus on loving each other as a whole. That's what's truly important. Love is the ultimate answer. It's not a drug. It's not a this. It's not a that. It's none of that shit. If we love each other the proper way, the godly way, the agape way, then like a lot of this stuff is going like a lot of answers are going to get a lot of questions are going to get answered. Feel me? A lot of questions are going to get answered.
That's like putting century-long arguments to the side. That's like basically asking humanity to stop arguing about what made humanity. Like, I agree. I think some of the petty arguments we have, some of the disagreements we have as humans in general, is part of what they want from us to be separated. They want us to argue. They want us to be focused over here while they wave the shiny thing over here. It's like, but that's asking people to put their differences aside and truly like open up. I think that'll be our collective consciousness. Like, we all have to do something collectively as a whole in order to progress, quote unquote. And because we argue about little things, we'll never get there. That's what they want. Hear that, Globers? The faster you agree with Flat Earth, the faster we could get out of here. JJ, I'll let you go before we get started.
Wait, you said you wanted me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad because I'm going to listen to some of the Battle of the Beans. I know the sciences are about to get hot and heavy. It's a great breakdown. I like how polished they're getting on the reality of that situation. Yeah, I was gonna with Liliana and then King. I mean, they're ladling gravy, and they're just bringing what they feel about good versus evil, light versus dark, and that's kind of what I was gonna speak on too, because we had somebody come in earlier that was just slinging insults. I mean, I guess that's what he felt he was going to use his mic for, and I know a lot of people in here have differing beliefs about God and who is God or what is God. And, really it's going to boil down to what is good and what is evil, what is right, what is wrong. And I think a little bit of the reason why people trip out so hard that we're asking questions about the earth, because in their mind, they're like, no, that's been settled. That's science. Trust the science. That's one aspect of it. Another, they're in a camp where everything to them is material, and it's almost like we're talking about boogeymen and they think it's fairy tales. But I think every man and woman knows that there's darkness and there's light. And now whoever you tie to, light and dark, that's a journey for each man. But if I was to take it with what I think, just to share, I think that the angels were created before the seventh day was up, before creation was finished, maybe before creation even got started. They were there, and we know quite a few of them fell. I mean, if that's a story you want to believe in, but the way I look at it is, imagine being the king of the air, Satan, the devil, or just the dark forces, the prince of evil, however you want to see this dark person, stuck and trapped under the firmament and below heaven, but not yet able to go to his torment. Like, he saw how the stars were made. He understands this model, like whatever this system is that we're living in, how it functions, the ether. He's got all that down. Thousands of years of experience with the luminaries, and he just loves to see people arguing. I mean, I know it's crazy that so many people are waking up to flat Earth right now, but what I like most about it is it's not just the shape of the Earth. It's not just where do we live. Dropping the globe is great because that is just a fairy tale. There's nothing to substantiate it, only stories and math. And the things we've been talking about week after week about, like, what does it mean to truly be healthy? Like, and I'm talking physically for your cells and your body, but also mental health and spiritual well-being. Like, overall, totally, how do you become healthy? And I think that's why we come here every week, to meet, to hear people talk back and forth on what is the shape of the earth, or how does this work. It's fascinating to hear educated people sharing information and knowledge. And then what's super great is how many of us think different things about the things I've already said, yet we don't fight. Like, right now, there's not a troll with a mic, or they would have already interrupted me. You guys are gracious and kind, and you listen. And like I've said many weeks, I love each one of you like you're my actual brothers and sisters. And that's what's going to win. I mean, because that guy that came in the first, I mean, that's some childish stuff. It's silly. And hopefully, I honestly pray for that guy. Moop or Boop or whatever that name was. Because
it was Moop.
So anyway, because he's a very undeveloped person at this moment, if he can come into the space and just do that. And so I honestly hope that in 5 years, Homie is totally free from that, because I believe massive changes can happen to people who are lost. But anyway, yeah, I can't wait to hear some of the Battle of the Beams. Thank you for all the hard work each one of you are putting in, and just being alive and not being scared of the craziness out there, and waking up fresh every day, just to do it again, and keep pushing forward for light and friendship and connection. That's what they don't want us doing, is connecting, and we're doing it. So yeah, I love y'all. That's all I got tonight.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Appreciate that. I totally think the ones that are obsessed and angry like that, like I said, they can't help themselves. They just physically have to get it out some way or another to be around us. Anything will go. But everybody grab your snacks. relax and stretch and get comfortable.
Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get to class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro.
Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check.
Fucking science, bro. Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway.
Didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention?
Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What, you wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War, how it affected us then and now. Well, I've seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just... Bro, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Fucking science, bro!
Lab coat,
Okay.
check. Goggles,
Science!
check. Nodules, check.
Fucking science, bro.
Welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery.
Well, why are there no monkey fossils?
What, are you
anywhere?
kidding me?
I'm just saying.
You should have learned that way back in elementary.
Man, this nigga don't know what the fuck he's
What?
talking about.
I have a diploma. Do you have a diploma? Or we're learning disorder? My wife is a lawyer. We both have a daughter. She's doing fine with the things that we
Yeah,
taught
I'm
her.
just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from Electronica Boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression.
What the fuck did he just say?
Yeah, okay, smart ass. This is real knowledge. Save all the hippie shit for art class. It's really starting to bug me on this one. Gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one. Real little rusty on this one. I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? It's not in the fucking book. It's not up for discussion. Science. I fucking love science. I love science.
Lab coat, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check.
Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been a hell of them Stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it unfortunate. Yeah, me plus you plus her, that's four. Bring your worst and I'm gonna bring much more. Yeah, leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you didn't know, fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro.
Lab coat,
Moonshine.
goggles,
Moonshine.
nodules,
Moonshine.
Fucking
Moonshine.
How many fingers am I holding up? Come back competing if you bold enough. No Bobby Ray don't give no ounce of fuck. Your team is weak and beat your bouncer up.
Screwy lines await you all. Oh, God, I hate my life. Hey, you. Hey, stop making out. I know your mother, Susan. I'm gonna tell Susan about this.
This is Flat Earth Fridays, episode 109, Battle of the Beams. Let's go. Recently, Shane and Alan and those at Ether Cause did a presentation on these German fighter missile trajectory planes. He's gonna do a better job, I promise. And essentially, they pinpointed their direct target line of sight using radar from something stationary. And I'm gonna let Alan take it away, but
Well, did we want to thank our wonderful author first, who wrote the book, who was featured on the cover, who has taken an interest in the case and has reposted our video with a sarcastic tone, which I think we can overlook because what he said is true and valid.
oh, we're gonna clap it up for him and his contribution in Alan's comment section. We appreciate you, guy,
Dude,
lad
shout out to
guy.
our boy.
Here, I got my notes. We're gonna let them take off. I think they kind of want to get through their presentation, and then we could take questions for sure. But comment section is open. You guys can leave your comments if you have any. Take it away, guys.
Cool. I'll do a truncated version of it here. So, if you're able to tune into the stream, and you could watch this live and follow along, and if you're on your phone and whatnot, you should be able to come up with such an arrangement that you can stay in the Twitter space and watch the video in the background. While I'm talking for a little bit, I'm going to have a video playing that shows what these radars were doing. So in 1940 or 1939, actually, the Germans came up with a radar system that they were going to use to guide planes across the earth, to guide them and drop bombs using intersecting beams. So the first thing about this radar system is that it was developed in the 1930s using what's called a Lorenz beam. And what this beam does is it emits a signal of dots and dashes to the left and to the right of it. And where they intersect in the middle, it creates a coherent tone. So what they were doing was they were using this radar system to do what they call a blind landing at night. So it could land a plane in the dark. What you do is you're coming into the runway, you hear beep, 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 beep. You know you need to go to the left a little bit, and then you hear beep. You know you're good to go. If you start to hear beep, 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 then you went too far to the right. You needed to go back to the left a little bit. So it's pretty simple and straightforward. And what the Germans found is if they just projected that system out further, and instead of using it to land a plane, they could use it to guide a plane by using another beam at another location that intersects with it over the target. So they would use these two towers, and they would have one plane fly through the beam, and it would hear beep while it was en route. In the equisignal of the beam, they call it. And then when they heard a second pulse tone that's of a lower frequency, that meant that they were at their target. They were intersected over their target. Now, the important part to note is that these bombers flew at 19,000 feet. So we're going to be looking. So I'll give a brief history of the story that they tell, and then we'll get into the technical aspects of it. We'll get into the tech specs and all that. So here we have R.V. Jones, and he's the guy that was in charge of the investigation for the radar beams. He came across a bunch of circumstantial evidence that he used to make the argument that these beams, that this radar system actually existed, and that they should devote resources to investigating it and coming up with countermeasures. Now, to get authorization for this, he had to get the approval of Winston Churchill. And to get that approval, he had to convince his former professor, Frederick Lindemann, who was the scientific advisor for Churchill at the time. So our boy, Jones, gathers up his circumstantial evidence, which was gathered from actually a crazy amount of happenstance happened in favor of the British. So they intercepted a transmission from the Enigma cipher system, and they decoded it. And what it decoded was the locations of the two radar beams that were being developed and their target. So the target was over Derby, England, and the locations of the beams were Cleve in Germany and Stolberg Hill up in, I think it's near Denmark, or in the Denmark region, around the border or something like that. So once we know how far away they are, where they were located, where they were built, their heights, elevation, and all that, and we know the technical specs of the system, right? So the system starts out at 30 megahertz up to 33.1 megahertz. So it starts with a beam that's a length of 10 meters. And then after our boy R.V. Jones got authorization to do the investigation for these beams, they flew planes around with ham radios tuned to different frequencies. And what they found was they started hearing dots and dashes, and then they found the equisignal of it, that coherent tone, and they mapped out the width of that, and it was 400 to 500 yards over Spalding, Spalding, England. And Spalding is about 50 miles shy of Derby. And in addition to that, they found a beam over Beeston, which is about 50 miles to the east of Derby, and we have so we know what the divergence for that would be, since we know the exact distance and all that. But because we know the starting specs and what the width was when they were measured, we can deduce from that how much diffraction there was and all of that stuff. So as we get further into it, this is the radar system here. It's a horizontal radar propagation system. It doesn't tilt to the sky. It rotates on a 360 degree axis. They can spin this bad boy all around, but this part doesn't tilt to the sky at any angles. They can do some inward adjustments to adjust the beam width, but that's about it. It doesn't tilt to the sky. So at Stolberg, it was 143 feet above sea level. Cleve was 275. And then the beam towers were about 100 feet. So what we did was we made a uniform 656 feet just to give maximum benefit to the globe. And then we started plotting the distances from Cleve to Spalding and Stolberg to Beeston to Derby and Cleve to Spalding to Derby. So we have all those distances and where they were measured. And then from the specs, we can project out what the beam divergence would be over Derby, over any target, actually. The effective range of the system was 745 miles. So we could plot all of that out. I think I have it at the end here, and I'll go over the maximum beam width for their effective range of their system. But here we're going to look at the issue here, right? So we have a radar tower at Cleve that's at a height of 656 feet. It's emitting a signal horizontally, and it's going to hit Earth curvature at 31 miles. If it hits Earth curvature at 31 miles, then you draw a tangent from that, projecting out to the sky to where it would be over target. And with that angle, it's going to put it at 38,000 feet above Spalding. So imagine you're a bomber, right? And your plane only goes up to 25,000 feet, and you're doing bombing operations based off of 20,000 feet. And you need to be inside of a beam that has a maximum width at 270 some miles of 400 to 500 yards. But that beam is 38,000 feet above your flying altitude. Well, the Globers will say, and what was put forward by Dave McKeegan is that it's just a fraction, it just works out, but he didn't show any math as to why it would, or how that would possibly work. And the reason he didn't show it is because if you math that out, there's, to close that discrepancy, that the equisignal of that beam so that plane can fly in it needs to be extended to 18,000 feet. That's going to make the equisignal go from 400 to 500 yards at Spalding to 3.4 miles. That makes it completely unusable. It would not function at all if that were the case. So that can't be the answer. The second proposal was that there was, maybe some sky propagation was involved. And that's not even the case either, because again, this is a line of sight radar system that's creating a coherent beam that its maximum widths measured at 270 miles away from its starting area was only 400 to 500 yards. So if the only way that could be created, right, is if it if it tracks all the way back in a line of sight manner, right? And then we also have the flight or the training manuals, I guess you could say, for the pilots, and they were saying, don't fly in the beam on the way, intercept the beam when you get close to the shore. It's like, why, you couldn't intercept something that's not there, right? You couldn't do something, you couldn't follow the beam in there if it wasn't there. To start with, right? So the idea that this is like sky bouncing and all that would create skip zones. It would make it unusable. It would completely defeat the purpose of it. Because remember, the whole purpose is to have this intersection point of these two beams that creates that equisignal for them to target, or for them to use for targeting. All right, so we have the distances from Cleve to Derby. So to follow out their distance, right? There would be a 41,000 foot gap between the equisignal of the beam and the bomber flying at 19,000 feet, which would extend the equisignal to 7.8 miles, which makes it unusable. And then again, it gets even worse when you do Stolberg to Beeston. So this is the further distance of the two. This isn't the one that the plane flew through, but this is the other beam that had to intersect over Derby in order for this whole thing to come together and be something that's useful. So when you math out the divergence that they would have measured at Beeston, because I don't recall, but I don't think they gave the actual measurement. They just said where they picked it up at. But the divergence would be, what was it? It was like 600 something yards. I think it was 650. So that's not possible on a globe, right? Because you would have to add 92,000 feet to that, which would extend it to 17 miles. So I got an image here of how the radar system would work on a flat Earth, and this is in line with the projections of how they distributed the power using the antenna array. So what you can tell from this is that they targeted the signal strength, the bulk of it, to just go out horizontally, not aimed at the sky, not aimed at an angle, etc., just going out horizontally, and that creates with its natural divergence and all that puts it at 19,000 feet, and it works. It just quote unquote, like our boy from Apple used to say, peace be upon him. It just works. It's or whatever, right? So when we look at the chronology for the bombing attacks that started when they started using this system, the Germans started bombing in August of 1940. They had this radar system set up in June, and that was when the British came up with all this circumstantial evidence of its existence and started coming up with countermeasures, etc. So they first used this system in 1940 to try and hit Derby, and they missed, and the bombers kept dropping their bombs on the missed target because they saw the explosion and the fire and all that. So they were like, oh, that must be where the target is. Well, they all whiffed pretty hard on that one. But this system was used for an entire year, 360 days consecutively, except for November 2nd, 1941 and November 23rd, 1941, were the only two nights in over the course of 360 days where there was no bombings. Where at least not one, or every night there was at least one bombing, except for those two. So they used this system to carry out a series of attacks on other targets as well. And we know that based on the beam width and all that, is how useful it would be to have that kind of accuracy at night. Now the British tried to argue that, hey, we're us using stellar navigation and dropping bombs, like we're doing a great job, right? Well, there was a report called the Butt Report where they took what do they call it? Aerial photographs of their targets during the day that they were supposed to be hitting at night, and they were off by miles. It wasn't even close. So the Germans had the superior system here, especially when it came to night. Cell navigation for bombing was not a reliable way to do it. The only way that you could smash targets consistently and go after things, right, is if you have some sort of radar system that gives you about 700 yards of like, this is where the target's at, right? And this is exactly how it would function on a flat Earth. And I think that's about it. So there was throughout the history of it, there's a couple of different books mentioned. And shout out to our boy Tom Whipple, who published a book about the same subject, but they all kind of say the same things in regards to the portion of the story when it gets to how our boy RV Jones articulated how this would work on a globe, because they just kind of say, they're very vague about it. So he mentions in his book, The Secret War, RV Jones, he says, I was armed with Eckersley's computations, and I used that to make my scientific argument. And then when they get into the meeting and all that, it turns out that, it was a real, it was basically like the modern day debate Discord. It was just a bunch of people arguing over and over again about how it couldn't work on a globe, or, because of globe, the curvature would protect them, because they all knew that a very high frequency radio system had a lifespan of about, of a distance of about 50 miles at max. So they were super against it. And actually, a couple of years before the war, this exact system was proposed by the British, and they denied it based off of Earth curvature. They shot it down conceptually. There was no way that it would work. And what ended up turning the tides for Churchill was he asked Jones, he said, lay out all the circumstantial evidence for me. And our boy broke it down. He was like, look, we got the Enigma transmission. We got down pilots giving us some commentary on it through our, interrogations. We got recordings of them talking privately about it. Like, when they don't realize they're being recorded, and they're just, talking to other pilots, and they're bragging about the system. And what was the other thing? There was a couple other. Oh yeah. They found a down plane that had a radar system that was overtuned to be too sensitive. So there was a lot of circumstantial evidence that it existed, and that's what ultimately won the day, because the only person in the room that actually mattered was like, okay, go ahead and send it, man, find it, and if we find it, carry out all the necessary countermeasures, and if anyone deviates from this plan, tell them to come see me directly. So when you get into the Eckersley's papers, because they're not mentioned in any of the books or in the documentary, no one actually goes into any explicit detail. Was it sky propagation? Was it refraction? Did God change Coke to Pepsi? Who knows? So what they did, or I'm sorry, what we found was this paper is from Eckersley. He has two papers on this subject, and one of them isn't related to that at all. It's not related to a line of sight radar system. It's related to omnidirectional burst transmissions, just seeing how far they could reach things, right? And then the other paper was trying to explain how you could send propagation from England to America, and they were like, okay, well, it must be bouncing off the sky, hitting the ocean, bouncing back up, and this is the introduction to them explaining it through that mechanism. It has nothing to do with a coherent radar beam that depends on overlapping signals to create an equisignal that's dimensions are used for targeting over long distances. These aren't analogous. They explain nothing. They have no explanatory power in this section. And in fact, the one isn't even regarding very high frequencies. It's in a different frequency band. So at the crux of the issue here is if we put this radar system on Mount Everest at 30,000 feet, it still wouldn't work on a globe. It would hit Earth curvature at 212 miles, and the beam divergence, you would still be off by 38,000 feet. So you would extend your equisignal to 38,000 feet. Again, it would not work. Now, there was an additional claim added that there was the X-Garot system that it is claimed that the beam was so fine that they had to use a 5-figure log table to take into account for the fact that the Earth is curved, or not a perfect sphere, sorry, but it's slightly flattened at the poles. Well, all that is a radio deflection of the vertical. What they're saying there with that argument is that the beam was so accurate and fine, positioning-wise, they had to turn it to the left a little bit or turn it to the right a little bit, because when you get into geodetic surveying and how everything is mapped out and where they build things based off of that, the graticule, what they're going to, or what they did when they took the measurements, they compared them to the positions of the stars where they expected them to be. So you take a theodolite or telescope and you look up 90 degrees to your zenith, and if the star isn't where it's supposed to be, you have to come up with a reason as to why. And what they said was, oh, you know what? The gravitational potential here is so strong that this plug bob isn't being attracted to the center of the Earth. It's actually deviated a little bit due to that gravitational offset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tilt my theodolite a couple of arc seconds, and I'm going to hit that star in the center there, and then I'm going to record that angle of deviation from where it was originally before I tilted it, and the angle after. And we're going to call that the deflection of the vertical angle, and then we're going to make up a whole story about how you have to maintain a perpendicular relationship to the equigravitational potential of the geoid, and it isn't always uniform. And wherever we need to tilt our theodolites, that's what we'll use as our reference. So when they go to build cities and whatnot later, well, when they get real accurate with the positioning on where they're going to start, it might be, slightly off. So when they're talking about we have to do a 5-figure log table for all this, it's like, okay, cool. At least show the log table or something, right? But not even that. But anyway, just to fully address that, it's just a little, it's compounding deviations of deflection of the vertical, and it comes out to be, a fraction of a difference over
500ths of a degree.
Yeah, over 450 miles. So very cool. Actually, it wouldn't be that distance for this system, so I apologize. That'd be about 270 miles for the X-Garot. Right. And let's see. I think I pretty much covered all the necessary information. But let's see. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think the X-Garot was like the 200, right? Because Cleve on Kanikabon was 270. That was a Cleve to the one with an S. Cleve to Spalding was 270, where they measured the beam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what happens when you bet. As the wonderful author commented on our commentary, right? Because it was that's what happens when you bet the security of your country on the globular nature of the world. you get bombed to shit and everybody dies, right? That's what happens in the real world. Whenever you have to have real stakes with real decisions and real weapons and real things, it's always over a flat stationary dot rotating Earth, or shit doesn't work.
So, sorry, we're going to go over refraction real quick because there's been some debate going on in the modern day debate channel. So if refraction is put forward as the answer for this, but even though none of the people at the time who were in charge of a situation where lives matter even dared to use this argument because of how ridiculous it sounds, you would have to invoke a special refraction gradient for each radar, each beam system where it's at and where it's sending its signal, such that it compensates for this effect. Now, if you were to apply this to the Knickerbein system, you would have to introduce a refraction index of 0.794, which would extend the Earth radius to 19,000 miles. Just to explain the one that's, what was that? I think that was the 451 from Stolberg to Derby.
It's the good old super sphere, I think.
So yeah, that's preposterous. And then the Cleve one to Derby, right, would have to have a different one, but it would have to be such that it puts that beam at the necessary altitude to intersect with the other. It's ridiculous. Get out of here. Now, the other argument was ionospheric propagation bouncing, right? Well, in order for radio waves to reflect off something, they need to match that oscillating frequency, whatever they're reflecting off of. Otherwise, it's just going to go through it. So when they get to the heaviside layer, the ionosphere, and all these things, right? There's no material up there, right? It's pretty much there's less and less material as you go up. So what's up there that's oscillating at 30 megahertz? what would even facilitate that? And again, remember, there was a bunch of lads that had like the stake of the security of the country was on the line. Nobody even dared argue this because it's insane, right? They were all against it because they all know how this works and the implications. So when they leave it especially vague in the book and in the documentary, this is why. Because when you go to work it out, it's preposterous. And Pizio even found earlier, this a couple of years ago on Physics Stack Exchange, someone asked the same exact question and even used the maximum radar horizon for for globularity, and it only gives them 270 miles. It doesn't even fix it. So what this dude did is somebody replied to it and said, as pointed out by Hepper and John Custer, the frequencies operated of the system of significant bending of the radio waves will occur with the reflection of the ionosphere, making them over the horizon transmission easily. And then they locked the thread. Oh yeah, you just locked it, dog? Why is that? Because that doesn't explain anything.
Dude, if it's bouncing off the ionosphere, which is not a charge density enough to support that, or if it's refracting perfectly over the edge of a non-existent globe as per the definition of an arc in light, if either of those things are true, then the system is fucking useless, right? So if you're going to have an equidistant signal from a conical intersection of a beam that's launched but via line of sight, and you're going to say that actually all three parts of that beam to keep those equipotential ratios are actually either bouncing together or refracting together, you're retarded. If either one of those things you're saying, you're retarded.
Refracting in such a way to maintain usefulness for 358 days straight.
Yeah, so refraction is of all three of those cop-outs, refraction is the most laughable one. Simply because just using a like trig on a ball, the tower to the plane at 451 miles would be having to point down between 3 and 3.5 degrees. It's like 3.2. Let me look at the calculator. 3.26 degrees drop angle, and in order to refraction it, to be able to see it, of course, like you said, the refractive index would have to be 0.794, which, if you know anything about the K-value refractive indexes, they're anywhere between 0 and 1, the K-values, 0 being none and 1 being so much refraction that the radius becomes infinity. So literally, like, it would bend all the way around the universe at 1, which, impossible. It's not a real value. 0.794 is not a real value either. That's almost like, shooting light into like a mirror tube and wrapping it around to come back. But either way, refraction is laughable. And, the other problem with it is, like Alan said, it worked consistently under all conditions, all temperatures, all times of all seasons, all, months of the year, different weather patterns, different, winter and summer. Didn't have any problems with that, which there would be all kinds of different refractive index changes for that, which would completely change the geometry. And you have two different towers at two different distances. So they would have to have, two different refractive indexes to reach a target of the same height at two different distances away. And then those just perfectly align and automatically change their refractive indexes to be what they need to on that particular day in those particular conditions. It's so beyond a fantasy, it's ridiculous. And the other two, of course, skywave propagation, as Alan pointed out, doesn't work at all because the plane flies inside the beam from Germany to the target in England. They're continuously receiving a guide signal because remember, that beam starts out at about 10 meters wide. That's its wavelength. And by the time they reach there, it has spread out because it has a divergence angle. By the time it reaches Spalding, at 270 miles away, it has expanded from 10 meters to about 400 to 500 yards. So the entire time, that's a very, very, very narrow beam that this plane is flying in, blind, at night, with no navigation equipment other than the radio and perhaps, I don't even know if a basic compass works in a plane like that back then, but, they're just going to have, eyeball bearings and the radio signal. If you were to not have that signal flying far above cloud cover, you would easily be able to get off by 10 or 20 or 50 or 100 or 400 or 500 yards, as the number increases as you get further away. You would have to have the signal the whole time. And so pointing it at the sky to bounce it off the sky and then come back down at a distance way off in front of you and then bounce off the ground and bounce up to the sky again and then another distance off in front of you just simply would not work for a guidance system at all. Because once it came back down to the ground, you've got another 50 to 500 yard wide beam again. Oh, we got it for 500 yards again. Oh, there it's gone again. It bounced away. Okay, we'll see you again in however many miles from now. It wouldn't work. And it factually isn't how it worked. I mean, we're at this point, we're just doing thought experiments that don't even have a bearing in reality. Factually, the way it worked was line of sight because the planes flew inside the beams the entire time. So, refraction's dead. Sky waves are dead. The only thing they have left at that point is diffraction after the beam passes the horizon and has to bend around it. So the wave expands to fill in. Well, we know that didn't happen because we know exactly how much the wave expanded because we have measurements from the British of the beam. But even if we didn't, you could just use common sense and logic to realize it wouldn't make sense because as Alan showed in those charts, over Spalding, the beam would be 38,000 feet in the air if it was shot tangent to the horizon. So that's the very floor of its altitude. It would probably have been a little higher than that in reality. So that's an extra, 20,000 feet that the beam has to spread out. So, that's an extra 3.5 miles the beam has to spread out. And then from Spalding, it's like 7.5 miles, or sorry, from Stolberg, it's like 7.5 miles the beam would have to spread out. I'm here to tell you, they didn't make this radio beam system in order to be able to target their targets for within 7.5 miles. They didn't need an accuracy of plus or minus 7.5 miles. That's ridiculous. That would be completely useless. And then besides all that, we know it wasn't because, like I said, the British measured the beams 400 to 500 yards wide. So they knew the accuracy. So diffraction is also dead. I mean, it's
It's
0 for 3.
geometrically impossible, dude. Geometrically impossible for the globe. No matter how you slice it, no matter how many things we grant them, no matter how hard we play devil's advocate, no matter how many globers we bring up, including our resident Bull Knight radio frequency wave propagation enthusiast expert, right? There is no counter argument yet that makes sense, right? You can't bounce or diffract or refract a thing that is literally gauging an echo signal in the middle for life and death situations for bombs that has never been wrong, was consistent for that long. It wouldn't happen. All right. Imagine that it was a skip zone and you're about to drop a bomb and you're in the beam, you hear boop, boop, and then it goes away. And you're, do I drop? Do I keep going? Do I think that I'm in the signal? Did it just go away for it? Like, it's like, come on. That lives were lost. It was consistent. It was accurate. The evidence is that it worked, right? That's not how it worked. That's not how it could work. That's not what happened. Now that being said,
great job, Alan, on the prez. Is Proud got her hand up?
I think so.
Oh wow, you guys can see my hand.
What?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I was gonna let you guys continue. I wanted to ask Alan about well, basically, when they first presented this, they presented it to Globebusters, and that's what McKeegan made the video about. So I was wondering if that was even all the information before McKeegan jumped out the window and kind of made his post. I didn't think so.
No. So when I first went on Globebusters and presented that, I was off on a couple of things because of the distance measured and stuff, but we were like, figuring it out in real time. A lot of the stuff on the wiki is not accurate. The documentary, the way some of the stuff's framed, like, it's a little misleading. So when we went through and got all the proper stuff and adjusted it to the distances where it was measured, our position was still fully supported, and it didn't get any better for the globular.
Yeah, and shout out to McKeegan for you got to give it to him. Like he did his best to find anything he could to latch onto, right? Taking that original, because that was like what, day 2, day 3 into our dive into it, because we topically touched it when we were talking about it, and then Alan dived into it, and it was like, what was it, day or 2 or 3, Alan, where you made that presentation of after digging?
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, well, Alan said it was 330 miles, but actually, I admit that would be a problem for the globe. But that's not where they measured it. They actually measured it at 270 miles because it says right here in this book that they picked it up over Spalding. And by the time he made that presentation, we already knew that. Like, we already had incorporated that into the information, and Alan had already put that in his presentation, was getting ready to lay it out for everybody. But Alan, knowing that McKeegan doesn't always show all the facts, McKeegan laid that out as if Alan just didn't know what he was talking about. And in reality, the 270-mile number is just as bad for them, which that's what Alan incorporated into his presentation tonight on that one slide from
Keegan even said that himself as well. He said that the 270 would still be a problem, or he said, quote, possibly or whatever. But he even said that would be a problem. Like, yeah. So it's super important, right? We have all the beam specs. Everything's been made available, right? Keegan and his staff could figure out the globular explanation and show you guys how it would work, right? But nobody will ever do it, lads. It will not be done. Boy, Tom Whipple claimed earlier that he had seen some calculations and he cited some that were given in another reference. And when I went to go track that reference down, it's paid wall. It's not publicly accessible at all. You have to give them 8.7 pounds just to look and see if they have it, and then you get charged for every page you're copying and all this stuff. It's like, so that's not going to be tenable. So unless he's able to add some more information to it, like, there's no one is going to ever present how this works on a globe using ionospheric using the ionosphere or using refraction or diffraction or anything. They're just going to broadly say, oh, it just works because we know that it's a globe and radar system works. So if we merge those two ideas and say it confidently, then we know that it worked on a globe.
Nailed it. That's it.
Just like your friend Bull Knight was like, well, I believe it must have been ionospheric propagation. Like, why? Well, that it had to have been, because that's it. What would it would have needed to have been, right?
Logical conclusion. Yeah, I'm
right. He's like a priori reasoning, right? He knows in his mind that it's a ball, So if it is a ball, line of sight wouldn't work. So if line of sight wouldn't work, maybe diffraction. Oh, wait, we measured the beam width. Oh, well, diffraction's out. Well, all I have left is ionospheric propagation. So that's what it must have been. And so now he's just contradicting the historical record and the actual functional operational mechanisms of the device, of the technology itself. Like these pilots flew in the beam dog. You can watch the documentary. I mean, the dude gets up in an airplane and turns his receiver on. He's like, yep, you hear that? Beep. This is what the pilots heard as they were flying towards their targets. It's just like if you do ionospheric propagation, you draw a big triangle and the entire base of the triangle is just one giant skip zone, and it doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's really bad for them.
But hear me out. What if the skip zone lined up with just where they dropped the bombs 263 days in a row, like by chance?
On all the different targets, right? Because also, there is absolutely no mention at all whatsoever of any skywave, skipping, bouncing, anything like that in any of the German documentation. And if you just look at the pictures, as was in Alan's presentation, you can literally see it's just a tower that's facing out horizontally that rotates left to right on tracks. The vertical arms are fixed and cannot be adjusted. It does not have a vertical adjustment component. It is only horizontal. It just rotates left and right. They simply just point it with respect to a certain lat-long coordinate and let it fly. And then those papers that he mentioned, we found two of them. Alan actually found one that was behind a paywall, and then we had a generous donation to get that paper, so we got both of them.
Shout out to Ruhif.
Yeah, and so those two papers, Alan showed both of them, neither one of them show an explanation. And when you actually read the books published by R.V. Jones and the other historians and watch the documentary that they all made, they claim that the paper that he used was an unpublished paper. And it's like, I wonder why.
Dude, all that being said, any globularists want to come up and say some confident things really reassuringly, I'm sure we'll consider them seriously.
Yeah, actually, we would love to have those people up. If anyone does want to, lay down a suggestion as to how you believe this would have worked, shout out again to Modern Day Debate for being extremely arrogant and saying that, this was already covered years ago. They're just resurrecting an old argument and thinking that it's already disproven, blah, 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 and just using the magic refraction R word every time.
But we love math and empiricism and the words of stone. So if you have arguments, bring the math, okay, it was diffracted this much. This was the amount, right? Here's the projection, because that would be helpful.
Yeah. Let's talk specific figure. I would love to do that.
It's very easy to talk trash from afar and make boisterous claims that, you guys just simply want to have control over the conversation, so that's why you want to talk about it in a space. Nah, dog, we have 152 people, or however many it is, watching on Alan's stream. We have 101 physically in the space right now. Everybody's a witness to what's happening. No one's going to bully you or take away your ability to speak. If you want to talk about it, come talk about it. But we all know that that's not going to happen, because in reality, you're scared to do so because you don't actually have any answers.
They know how we get down. They know we open up all conversations. So shout out to the 6 other listeners that's still in here anonymously. Mics are open. Peter, if you want to come address any of the topics, you can. I don't know if Peter's still in here. Flurf, Enema Dirter, you're welcome to address the topic. We all know you won't.
That guy's been running so hard since Reds, it's not even funny.
Parkins or Jeffrey is up here as well. So shout out to the Globers and not the anti-flurfs in here. Jonathan, let me know if you're back in here.
Flurf Dirty, dude. Shout out to Sacred for that wonderful nickname.
That wonderful clip of Enema Herder.
I'm seeing 43. Oh, now it just updated. Now 44. I see 44 anonymous listeners in here. Maybe Twitter's bugging.
Bro, stop trusting Elon so much with your life. All that's really concerning. That you do that so much.
They swarming deep.
That's a way higher number than we
Dude,
usually have
numbers.
on the
Listen. Numbers on Twitter are sketchy from the beginning. So like viewers are just total viewers, cumulative, not concurrent live. Things that are happening aren't like recorded the way that you think they are
No,
mostly.
he's talking about in the space though. The anonymous
Yeah,
listeners.
but it's been that the whole time though. Like
Now it's 46.
Yeah. What do you mean? It was 4 and I went to 46.
I think that's what I was saying. I think Prouds is glitched because mine is like still updating. Now it's switching, but it was 43. Now it's 46. Now it's 45. Like I can see it.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the people in the room, right? They got names.
So Shane, what's the deal with this Graticule situation and this radar? Right. So you said they dialed in the coordinates with lat long. Where do I recognize lat long from? Is that from a globe or is that a coordinate system? Like what?
Lat
what's the deal
long
there?
thing, yeah. So like when you're taking angles to the stars, you're building lat long, right? Because latitude by itself would be elevation, the Polaris of the sun, or literally the inclination of rotation, right? That's how it works. And they say it's latitude dependent as everything in the sky goes. But yeah, the graticule being the skeletal construct and real life observation of the hemisphere that you view each and every day and everything that you see. And then the bottom reconstructed with math, with the presupposition that it continues beneath your feet in perpetuity when you can't see it, instead of being the identical circumference across and away across the earth to come back with the same predictive power, right? Kinematically identical, as we always say. So that would be the celestial sphere being built out of math of that perpetual bottom that doesn't exist, as opposed to the same circumference across from the sphere. And then that gets the globe, which gives you the exact 1-for-1 correlation of the geographic to the celestial, right? Geographic graticule to the celestial sphere as a 1-for-1 correlation for every point on the globe, right? And let's try it backwards. For every star in the sky, for every altitude and elevation of a star, and every time is a specific position on the graticule because they are literally identical, 1-for-1 links.
What you're telling me is that a flat Earth map, a globe map, Mercator projection, all these things are all the same, and they don't actually represent a ball, because if it did, it would have to have a radius of 3959, which would have blocked the German radar towers and prevented its usefulness. And the fact that they did use it favors which coordinate system was it again? What's it called? The azimuthal something? Was it? The planar projection? Can't
Well,
remember.
the azimuthal equidistant direction preserving projection of the Gleason's map.
Oh, yes, our boy Gleason. Yes. So if there's no curvature, then then it doesn't represent a globe projection. Now, why is it that the Glovers believe in the globe projection again, Shane? Why are they so enthusiastic about it? Could you dive into that a little bit? Because this is a huge point of contention here, right? Because there's some distortion in these maps, right? But the globe, ooh, no distortion. It somehow looks a little more appealing with those star locations you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they do match the star locations perfectly, right? So the general objections, or what keeps people grounded, I think, in globularity is like, hey, because we have a stereographic projection of a sphere onto a plane, right? That's like, oh, that's because, it's projecting the physical curved globe onto a map. And it's like, no, that's never been the case. If you look back through history, and the astrolabe was the first, the stereographic projection. It's a masterpiece, by the way. There's a whole seminar on it. You should definitely look into that. But that was the projection of the celestial sphere onto a flat plane. It was well known. That was the goal. That was the intent. That is for sure the product, right? It's elegant, beautiful, gorgeous, efficient, does 1,000 different things, right? So stereographic projection of the sphere onto the plane is the celestial sphere. The trick, the big switcheroo, I think I would call it, is that they made this 1-for-1 copy of the celestial sphere called the globe, right? They made a model by constructing the second half of what you see called the celestial sphere. It's a model, doesn't really exist. And then from that model, they made another model called the globe, another thing, doesn't really exist. But the shape of those two models are both a sphere. So when you have the conformal projections of, azimuthal or direction preserving, or the distance preserving, or kind of shape preserving, all those preserving factors are aspects of the stereographic projection of the sphere onto a plane for sure. It's just not the globe Earth onto the plane Earth. It's the celestial sphere onto the plane, as per the astrolabe and ancient cosmography.
I rest my case.
Wait. So Shane, what you're saying is that when they said that they had to use 5-figure log correction tables, you mean to tell me that the globe is actually not 100% accurate and there were actually correction tables that they had to use because the straight lines that they were drawing at the distances that they were drawing them would have had small deviations between the actual physical location that they were at in reality and the spherical projection that the maps were on?
Right? This is familiar with geodesic surveying, the deflections of the vertical. There's frequent connections hiding in those distances, right? Especially when there were longer distances. So, like, again, when lives are on the line and when shit matters and when stakes are real, once again, they have to act like it's a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. And the corrections that you have to make to pretend that it's still a sphere beyond a certain distance and that spherical excess has like an actual real-world meaning, or that, you know, you have to pretend that those things are real. So, because otherwise, you know, they don't account for them. They're not in any factors. They don't actually do anything, right? If they did, they'd be accounted for over and over again.
So when Alan was explaining the thing with the deflection of the vertical, where when they were making these updates on the maps, that they would go to locations to star zenith points as prescribed by the map that they had, and then they would put their telescope down. They'd have their little water leveling mechanism on it, and they would level it out perfectly vertical. And then they would look through it and assume that the star would be centered in the telescope, but it wasn't. So instead of assuming that their map that they had in their hand was off by a little bit, they instead assumed, no, our map must be 100% correct. What's actually happening is that water is not level here.
Yeah, isn't that funny? In fact, they started having to do that the same year they had to decide to comport to the spherical model and ellipsoid model. The American arc of the parallel is specifically known for it. But just to go over real quick what it is, like they have vertical deflection, also known as deflection of the plumb line, which is the astrogeodetic deflection. And if you think about it like on a number line in 3D space, or like on a positive and negative scale, it's like represents difference and angular difference from like the true curve of the plumb line, right? Because they're saying that they can't really curve it in the normal vector to the surface of whatever their reference ellipsoid thing is. And it seems to vary with what they say subterranean features, but no, what it really varies with is the further south it goes, and the further off is the gravitational potential. That's why it's a well-known thing in Australia, where they have this really well-known. There's like 30 papers written about the well-off geo-echo potential of Australia. That's why I had the surveying is notoriously tricky because of that. No deflection of the vertical doesn't affect satellites at the same level with the micron precision, but it definitely affects the ground plumb line when you're making satellite measurements. And then there's a north-south component to the vertical, which is just the difference between the astronomic latitude and the geodetic latitude, which is that process I said earlier about them combining the geographic reticule to the celestial sphere. It's done by this process actually on the back end by literally combining astronomic latitude and geodetic latitude. They do like north latitudes are positive, south are negative, and they do that number line to do the adjustment, and they do the same thing with the horizontal.
They did a lot of that adjusting in the mountains too, man. In the mountains, like when you were doing that survey.
What's up, Vicky?
What's going on, brother? I had one other comment, man. I was muted, and when they do, which, to touch on what you were saying a minute ago, like even the math doesn't even work from a sphere to a sphere. Like it's either the celestial sphere or a globe, one or the other. You can't have both. That's why they take it down to the center of a common plane in the center of their Earth, because that's the way the formulas work. They work from the center of a plane to a sphere.
Well, the way the angles work is you can either have like a flat plane with angles to the stars, which is inversely a sphere of infinite radius would be. Like if you have a sphere that has a radius that's so big it's infinite, it's also flat. So you have two different ways to represent a flat baseline with taking angles to stars. So if you're a celestial sphere fan, and by the way, there's a celestial sphere presentation coming up, not this week, but next week probably, that's going to go into how this is done and how the math behind it. But if you're a celestial sphere like fan, then you're a fan of crap. I forgot what I was going to say. So someone over me.
Yeah, if you remember, cut me off. But so McToon, I just watched a stream as much as I could stomach, where he's sitting there ragging the AE map like crazy. But I got him to admit on that Jaredism debate where he won't let us use in the challenge. He won't let us use the AE map, and it's like, which is it? So he wouldn't let us use that map. So then
the whole thing's a trap.
Yeah, so then Ruhip says, well, I'll give you 10,000, if you could do circles of equal altitude. So I go to the AE map generator, do circles of equal altitude, and then he says I'm using a globe. I'm like, bro, like he finally caught up with the argument, and he's like, oh, I see what Toon's saying. And
No.
we're using a globe. It's literally an AE map generator.
Ruhif has realized the Graticule argument, and he will employ it in good company. And when the screens are off, he'll be like, yeah, I understand. And then when it's like other Globers are around, he'll be like, yeah, and it's a stupid flat Earth map too. And I think that most Globers are going to employ the same tactic, even if they were to come to the realization that what we're saying is correct and leveling the playing field. They will choose to just not say that and pretend it's not real. Like they'll just continue to argue against the flat star. Because what fun is it to give up the straw man? We were beating the shit out of this straw man over here. Why would you take it away?
That's crazy. But it's like, pick one. So which is it? Is the AE map, is that the same as using a sphere? So they're telling me that I'm literally using a sphere if I use the AE map, and then say how pitiful it is and it doesn't work. Which is it?
Yes,
Take one and stick with it.
So we are using a sphere, right? Because it's a spherical coordinate system. Long lat is definitely a spherical coordinate system.
Right.
At the same time, as Gleason's map does, it straightens out great circle routes into like straight great meridians. You have the longitude line, which would be spherical and curved on a globe, straightens out on the Gleason's and measures the same degrees of longitude measuring outward. So the type and facet of the type of projection preserves certain things, loses other things. That's why it's the most abused tool to try and prove the globe. Like my argument is the best globe evidence is to aggressively strawman the flat Earth map or to misunderstand the sun. Beyond that, they got nothing.
Here's an interesting fact on that AE map generator. And the only two places, like if you actually, there's only one place. If you center your map right over the North Pole, that's the only way you only get one rotation as far as the latitudes. Anywhere else, I mean, especially over the equator, you get two equal rotations. But I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, so if you believe in the celestial sphere, if you like the celestial sphere, if you use that, then it's like the same as the globe. So that's what I'm saying with the AE map. The AE map is just a projection of the celestial sphere. It's like, oh, you mean that flattened out celestial sphere map? That's the one you want to beat up and pretend is the Earth? Like the whole thing about maps is that like the distances don't work, and it's like, well, on that map they definitely do. Like if I was to make a real world map with flat Earth proportions based on different angles to the stars to purport distances, perhaps they wouldn't. But you don't, like, you're looking at the same projection. You've taken the same coordinate system and you've given it a flattened out projection, which has the same inherent, advantages and disadvantages of conic projections or planar projections or whatever, azimuthal projections, direction preserving distance, whatever. But it's nothing to do with the shape of the ground beneath your feet. It's to do with the shape of the coordinate system. The coordinate system has to be a sphere. It comes from a sphere. It makes the sphere, right? Longitude and latitude is inherently spherical. There's no other way around that either. Every coordinate system is like every map has to project a coordinate system. Every coordinate system needs a datum to have anything to do with reality. The only datums anyone's allowed to use are geodesic datums, right? So WGS84, NAT83, things like that. So that's why all maps are going to project a sphere.
And they're all a little bit different too. So like if you use the GS84 and then convert to the more recent, like you'll have, I think, the Ohio River flowing uphill. And then so Zanuck will argue that, it does flow uphill in that area because the pressure is like ridiculous, man.
Dude, like pick your favorite ellipsoid model. Claude Gibson or ellipsoid, everyone line them up. We'll have a favorite model off. Everyone will pick their favorite model. It'd be great. If you read the American Arc of the Parallel, sometimes the measurements don't fit, and they're like, "Oh, midway, you know what we got to do? You realize the Earth's no. We're going to change our ellipsoid model so it more comports to these ones. Ooh, and these measurements that don't line up with 8 inches per musket, throw those out. Develop a threshold. If it doesn't match up with this new radius for the model that we just chose, we're going to throw the measurement out and adjust our threshold. No word of a lie. Does Proud ever hand up again?
Do any of the Globers on stage disagree that we're using a fixed coordinate system?
Oh, and we
What is a
mentioned
fixed?
oh,
What is a fixed coordinate system?
we mentioned debate topics earlier, but we kind of breezed right by it. We definitely have open debate topics. My personal topics for anyone to challenge me, right? Cosmography and maps. Maps project coordinate systems on the globe. Eclipses compatible with geocentric model. I'll take on anyone there. Earth curvature and optics. Definitely optics, not physical. Come at me. You know what I mean? Geodesic surveying. Surveyor uses planar measurements with ellipsoid corrections. If you don't disagree, come at me. And then gravity, electrostatics versus mass attracting mass. I think Alan has a different list.
I'll do cell nav and I'll do the horizon and I'll help you on gravity.
Nice. Brian's taking an open debate challenge too. Excellent.
Nice. Yeah, I got same for me. So let me read my list. Special relativity, general relativity, geocentric, Earth's motion, or the shape. So flat, round, we can go there. That's my list.
Between us, we'll cover many topics. So, taking on all challenges. I think. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, quantum field theory and quantum electrodynamics as well versus ether.
Nice.
Yeah, I like talking about ether.
When are you gonna debate?
Nope. Don't stop talking about it. Subject change.
Where are you calling from, bud?
I guess you heard it here, folks. We have public debates going around and a database to pick your poison.
I posted up in the nest. I think I put it in the nest. If not, I'll put it up there. Yeah, you can click on that link, and then my contact information is in there, and the possible debate. What would you call it? Like the format for it. So there's a couple different options we could go with. Actually, speaking of that, make sure to tune in Thursday to Jaren's channel from Jarenism. Shane and I are going to be debating Mordwand and his whoever his partner is on on relativity.
Some
versus,
fucking guy.
Yeah, on relativity versus ether. So check that out on Thursday. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Oh no.
Hey guys, the good news is that the other guy is me.
I was just about to say that. I was
Nice.
speaking with
That
that
is
more one guy
excellent
earlier.
news. You're right.
That's crazy.
When is class in session? Thursday?
Thursday.
All right.
I will take it that up until this point, it's been like half an hour. There have been no takers on the beam specifics challenge. So
Yeah, that is on the table for today. Peter, did you have anything?
It's been an open challenge for about 3 weeks now. So
Yeah, I've just watched Stone's video about Einstein, so you guys are toast in the debate on relativity because I've learned a lot from his video.
I can't wait, bro.
Can't wait.
Can you summarize it for us real quick?
It was basically music, lots of text, some special relativity equations, and no at the end.
Yo, Peter.
So you're going to
Profound.
completely ignore the fully quantified values I did for both formulae and the charts I provided, and you're just going to completely ignore significant figure
Don't
and how
take the
all
big
of it is unfalsifiable. You're just going to ignore all of that, and we're toast, eh, Peter?
Well, he seems like an excellent debater. I withdraw my challenge. I'm terrified.
Don't take the bait. He has an upcoming
The charts were really good.
So
the charts were really good.
Well, thanks.
My favorite part, let me just tell you that so you know that I actually watched it. My favorite part was that you got half of a thing right. You said if a guy traveled nearly at the speed of light for 31,000 light years, he would get there relatively quickly, like in a month. But then you said, which is true, that's length contraction for you, right there. And then you said,
no, that's
and
time dilation, Peter. You obviously
No.
weren't paying attention when you watched it.
No,
That was
not for
time
him.
dilation, not length
Well,
contraction.
you see, you don't know. For him, he has proper time, so his time doesn't slow down. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You correctly said he would get to his destination in like a month, let's say, depending on the speed. But then you said, and this was the best part, guys. Then you said, but during that time on Earth, for them, it seems like he's been traveling for 31,000 years, which is correct. And you said in that time they would have developed much better methods of transportation, so they would have gotten to his destination before him.
I'm glad you like
And
that.
that was just epic. That
What
was
if we
my
looked
favorite
out in the,
moment.
what if we looked through a telescope and seen like the Mirror Nebula? We look and we locate the Mirror Nebula. It's a big mirror. Would we look back and see ourselves or dinosaurs? Tell me that one.
You'd have to repeat that because I was still laughing. I was lost.
If there was like a nebula or something way out there that was a perfect reflection, like a mirror, would we? And we looked at it. Would we look back at ourselves? Would we see ourselves looking through the telescope, or would we see dinosaurs?
We would see our little sun as a dot and nothing else, just like everywhere else.
That's a good question. Hold on, let me think through it.
Wouldn't it matter which direction the mirror is? Because, like,
Well, he assumes pointing right at us.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a
Interesting
joke,
question.
dude.
Oh, it's not a
That's a
joke
real
because we see the universe 15 billion years ago, so way before the universe. So that works.
Dude, you gotta trust them atheists that can see back in time. They're notoriously
Yeah,
trustworthy.
CMB. That's
Everybody
what
in history
CMB
knows.
is.
Did you just say 15 billion years?
It's a paradox, though, man.
wait, so you guys think that's bullshit? You guys think if we were to take the if we were to take the telescope and look backwards, we wouldn't see like dinosaur us walking around?
Dude, seeing back with the time is
I'm
one
trying
of the
to
most
think through.
retarded things. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Peter. You go ahead. Explain it.
You
Yeah, at least Shane got the joke, man. But I think it's a paradox, even in your model. Like if you're trying to think it out, don't, dude. It's literally a paradox.
No, explain it. Tell me how it makes sense and you love it or whatever. Make that your stand.
Well,
No, I need to think through that one. I cannot answer it now.
while you're thinking, Peter, did you know that the only thing required, it doesn't take a lot, the only thing required to falsify relativity theory is to prove that either A, that light's propagation is, its speed is anisotropic, or B, that the value C, the velocity C, is not the universal speed limit. If you do either one of those two things, you blow relativity into a million pieces just automatically. And
There's an easier way.
It's a constant. It's not a limit.
There's an
The speed of
easier
light is
way.
supposed to be a constant, but it's not necessarily a limit.
Well, in Einstein's 1905 paper, he explicitly states that velocity is greater than c cannot exist.
That's not necessarily true.
That's a hard thing to
Superluminal observers are theoretically possible, but that doesn't. There's a simpler way to disprove all of this relativity business, and that is simply to say that Einstein was a Jew.
Well, you know, I could also go to my local hardware store.
Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
That's a much shorter video.
I could go to my local hardware store, Peter. I could get some coaxial cables, and I could stretch them out across a football field and take a modulated DC power source with a laser diode on it, or not a laser diode, sorry, with a current emitter on it, and a detector on the other end. And if I modulate that signal to a specific frequency band, I can make it shoot to the other end of that cable at 3 or more times the speed of light, bro.
Can you now? Can you send information that way?
I can send energy, which turns on the detector, yeah.
Can you send information? Can you encode the signal and receive it at speeds greater than light?
I can send electrical current, which electrically turns on the machine.
Yeah. Can you answer my question? You told me this. I accept it. Can you send information?
Yep. I can send.
You should patent this, man, because you're going to be the richest man on Earth.
No,
The signal is information.
Yeah, bro.
And
Describe
I'm bored
it.
of
Describe
Peter.
it right now.
Are there any other Globers?
Hey, Flat Earth Dave is here, guys. What are we doing here?
Yeah, let's
He's
not
a
talk to
Glober.
Peter. Let's drop Peter and let's bring Dave up. What's up, Dave? Everyone's gonna get hours of Peter's decimation later. It'll be fine. We'll
Yeah,
just-
looking forward
no
to
need-
that.
Real quick, I had
question.
a question for Peter on proper time.
Same.
That's the time in the moving frame, right? And that's the frame that experiences the time dilation and link contraction, yeah?
No, it doesn't. No frame experiences dilation. In the moving frame, I experience proper time and proper length.
Which is a function of your velocity squared over c?
No.
Then what's
Do you
coordinate
honestly
time?
believe? Do you honestly believe that if I were to travel at such high speeds, within my frame of reference, my dimensions would be different. Like my genitals would be shorter, and I would move like in molasses.
That's relativity.
Is that
theory.
how you imagine? That's how you imagine special relativity, yes?
That's not how I imagine it. That's how Einstein put it forward. Have you
Dude,
read his 1905
No, they
paper?
teach you this
Hey, one
first
second.
class
One
on special
second.
relativity.
1 second, bro.
The ruler shrinks, right?
1 second.
Yeah,
It doesn't shrink, Proud. Come
his
on.
junk shrink in the direction of the light is.
These guys are making errors that are like in the first 15 minutes of a first lecture on special relativity. This is clarifying.
Your junk shrinks the direction the light's propagating.
Stop.
Yeah, that's what you
Stop,
think.
Brian. Stop, Brian. You can read it right from the 1905 paper how he's defining it.
Okay,
the
read
time,
it.
The time in the moving frame and the distance are going to be contracted, and they use what's called coordinate time to establish the time that isn't dilated or contracted. So whatever you've been taught is completely backwards, dog. The whole purpose of
What he
that
means, hey, dog.
distinction. 1 second, dog. Don't talk over me. The whole purpose of it, of defining proper time in the moving frame, was to add ambiguity to the fact that there's an absolute time, right? So he's just like, oh, we'll call the absolute time, the stationary frame, coordinate time, and we'll call the moving frame proper time because that's the frame that's going to be experiencing link contraction and time dilation. So I don't like. Go ahead and break down whatever you were taught, please.
Okay, dog. So the way you're misunderstanding it is as follows. If you are watching someone traveling at a high speed in relation to you, and you're observing them, and you were to look at their clock will appear to run slower for you, and their junk, unfortunately to them, will appear shorter to you. When they are looking at their clock and their junk, from their frame of reference, everything is normal. That's special relativity. You looking at them, that equation that you like, the L equals L0 times Lorentz factor.
That's correct.
The one
He's got
you're
that right.
looking at,
Stop.
it tells you
That's
how
correct.
your okay, can I finish?
just let
Thank
him go, let him
you.
go.
Thank you. Can I? That equation tells you the length you are going to perceive
Are you
when looking at someone, and when he's looking back at you, guess what? And that's bad news to you, buddy. When he's looking at you, he sees your time going slower and your junk being shorter. So nobody wins as far as junk measurements go.
Are you aware of how Michelson-Morley is explained? They explain it through link contraction in our frame. That's why they say we can't measure it, because length is contracted and time is dilated. From the reference frame of the sun, you would see the full predicted fringe. They say you got it backwards. You got it backwards,
If you spend less time on flat GPT and more time reading lectures on physics about special relativity, you will understand this within the first 10 pages.
So you're going against the explanation of Michelson-Morley, and you're saying that there should be a fringe shift pattern. Like, why
are you changing the subject?
Well, go
We're
ahead and
talking
cite your
about
paper that you
length
read.
contraction and time dilation.
Yeah, listen. Because we're in the quote unquote moving frame, right? They explain that they couldn't measure it because it physically contracted and dilated.
Did they also write special relativity, Michelson and Morley?
No, that's what was.
Are they the authors? Okay,
buddy.
Was it before special relativity?
What? No. Well, listen.
Hence, it's Genesis.
Listen, this is what was put forward to answer it, dog. The moving frame, the proper time is the contracted frame, dog. You're so backwards in this. Listen, Peter, I know that I'm not. I know you've been to lectures and whatnot, but read the 1905 paper before this debate, please.
Dude,
otherwise you're going to get smoked.
In one diagram, you could see this.
Peter, can I ask you a question? So
Yes.
basically, you believe that time slows down relative to the observer. That's your stance.
In special relativity, both frames have the proper time and proper length. The question is, what do they observe in relation to one another? And because it is relativity, nobody's moving. You see, here's how I can explain this, Alan.
That's general relativity, dude.
Alan,
Stop, Brian.
in
don't do that.
relativity, special relativity, when, let's say, I'm moving and you're not moving, am I really moving?
Sorry, what was that? I was looking something up.
If there are two frames, right? Let's say you,
Yeah,
Alan,
if they're in
is
uniform
looking,
transitory motion, you wouldn't be able to tell if that was your question.
right. So that proves to you that I cannot be physically shrinking, because then you would also be physically shrinking. Because you're moving in relation to me and I'm moving in relation to you. So how can we be both shrinking?
Welcome
So
to
there is no selected, wait a second, there's no selected frame where time is slowing and where length is being reduced. There is no selected frame. That's the whole point. That's why it's called relativity. When you look from one frame at the other, you rotate space-time. This is easily shown in like a two-dimensional diagram for simplicity. Your coordinate system is rotated, and the spaces between space dimensions and time dimension are rotated. That's why you see my clock going slower, and you see my junk being shorter. Now, I have a few inches to spare, but when I look back at you, I see your clock going slower, and your junk is barely visible, because you are moving in relation to me.
No, you've completely misunderstood relativity. I see why this is hard for you. I look forward
It
to
is
the
called
debate.
relativity, bro.
I vote
It's
we let
called
him keep that
relativity.
understanding
Motion
and
is relative.
Listen,
Motion is relative.
just a heads up. I highly recommend you
Mhm.
look up coordinate time.
Stop
and
giving him
proper-
heads up, dude.
and
Let's just
no,
crush him. Come on.
I don't. I mean, dude, that's too easy. If he literally doesn't know, like that's gonna
No,
be.
he'll Mortal One will pick
Hey,
up this slack. He'll be
I
fine.
have an idea. Alan. We're gonna solve this sometime else. I'm gonna
Shane, you
talk
got
to
no chill,
Mordwin.
bro.
I'm gonna talk to Mordwin. I'm
Nah, I'm
gonna
done with
ask
Peter, dude.
you
I'm
guys to
delighted to
change
learn.
the subject to special relativity for Thursday, okay? Let's do special
no, it is,
relativity.
dude, because
General is too difficult. General relativity is too difficult.
I'm
Let's
delighted
do
to
special
learn.
first. I'll cook you on special, and then we're gonna shake hands, and we won't do another debate, okay?
I look
Let's do
forward
that.
to it. I look forward to it.
All right.
Thank you.
No, we should do.
I'm gonna
7 more
text him.
debates.
I'm gonna DM him right now. Special relativity, super simple, guys. It's gonna be good content for everybody. Okay.
Well, welcome to the ether side, bro. Welcome to the ether
Welcome.
side. The way you just described it, bro, I gotta welcome you.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Yeah. So, any other Globers, like I said before, or like let's exchange them for Flat Earth Dave. Objections?
Second.
No, I agree.
Really Dave to come up here.
So moved.
He's probably cuddling in bed right
Nice.
now.
Well, yeah, I second. Like, I also put pressure on Dave to come speak as well as get rid of like
No,
Dave.
I
If you
said
don't
don't
come
bully
speak,
him.
we're gonna be stuck with Peter for a longer time. Like you're actually inflicting Peter upon us the longer you.
Dude, he literally took away. Hey, he literally took away the only thing special about relativity. He literally just spoke it away in his own little mind.
Hey, me and Brian had an awful lot of Peter today too. So I'm just saying, Peter, it just is what it is, man. It's been a long day of Peter.
I wish you good luck in the battle, sir. I'll see you next.
Phrasing.
Oh, I must have missed Peter's beam refutation.
He had nothing.
For the first question Thursday, I'd say, what's special about special relativity?
That it only considers inertial frame of reference.
Which is?
It's all relative.
Which is no acceleration, buddy. No
Guys,
acceleration.
stop giving him ammo. You guys want him to hurt me? Come on.
That's what's special. That's why it's called special.
So we're
General
not
is called
accelerating,
general
right?
because it covers all the cases.
How do you believe that?
Stop strengthening my enemy, Brian.
Special doesn't mean good. It means reduced, limited. Understand it as limited theory of relativity, and then it's superseded by general
Look, he's so
theory
good
of
now,
relativity.
guys. That's your fault. You just learned a whole bunch. Let's keep that same energy and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I know. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, buddy. I know.
Just remember, Shane, that in the back of your mind, he is slowly coming to terms with adopting the ether. That's all you
He's
need.
not. What the back of his mind
I
sounds
already
like
have,
is this. Ready?
yesterday.
Hold on.
I
Back
adopted
of,
ether.
back of
Trust
Peter's
me.
mind. Orthogonal
The-
ether, orthogonal radical, orthogonal ether, ether radical, ether, orthogonal.
The
That's all that's happening.
cognitive diss, the cog diss, that one hurts. I'm telling you, that's the sore spot.
Well, hold on 1 second. Peter, this is not my debate. I just want to speak to you just for a moment. regardless of your take on special relativity and who's right between you and Alan and who has it backwards and who doesn't, you do realize and acknowledge that they put forward the official explanation for the Michelson-Morley experiment was that the apparatus arm physically contracted in order to offset the velocity that they expected, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that, and since they, the observers, the people doing the experiment, the people standing in the lab looking at the device, and as well as the device itself, are all in the same frame, they're just mounted to the ground on the Earth, that would mean that if the contraction happened, it would have happened in the observer frame, which is also the moving frame, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So that means the contraction happened in the moving frame.
Absolutely.
You just said the inertial frame, dude.
Yes, yes, because now I understood him. Can I now make a comment? I've been answering your questions honestly. Can I make a comment now?
Well, Brian kind of cut us. I had the last thing to say, and sure, absolutely you can. I just wanted to say, I'm glad you said that, because maybe you didn't realize it, but a moment ago when you were arguing with Alan, you were telling him that the contraction does not happen in the moving frame, that it only appears to happen in the frame of the person that's not moving relative to the moving frame observing it.
Yes. Thank you. Now, can I make a comment?
Yeah, sure.
And the reason why I was interrupting you was to prevent you from digging a deeper hole for yourself that you've already dug, and I explained that to him. You're describing the explanation that prior to Einstein's, including Lorentz's explanation, and it is what you described, but that is not what special relativity is. You guys just don't know it because you have it all mixed up. So you're quoting now their explanation of a physical shrinkage of the apparatus, which was dismissed, proven to be incorrect, and replaced by Einstein's special relativity. You just have your chronology in the wrong order and the different theories in the wrong sequence. So you're making fools of yourselves.
Oh, you know
right
what,
now.
Peter? You're probably right. Anyway, next thing. So Stone, were you saying something about a video you had made?
Actually, yeah, I was going to deal with the point he's trying to make about length contraction and saying, oh, it's contracting for the stationary observer, that when someone goes by. Well, let's follow that through, because this is part of the video, I guess, that Peter chose to ignore as well. In length contraction scenario, let's pretend for a second that we're on a geostationary Earth. Pretend just for a second. And while we're hanging out there on the surface of a geostationary Earth, somebody blows by us in close proximity doing 30,000 meters per second. And don't you know that's how fast they're trying to tell us the Earth is going around the sun? And as they're whipping by, length contraction formula tells us that if that thing going by us is supposed to be, according to them, 1,000 meters long precisely, from our perspective at the stationary side of things, it will be 1,000 meters long minus a 200th of a single millimeter for the entire 1,000 meters of length of this thing going by us at 30,000 meters per second. That is how much time, or actually rather how much length contraction you could expect to be able to hopefully somehow visually measure, because you're the stationary observer and you have no physical contact with the thing going by you at 30,000 meters per second. How could you possibly dream of measuring something, much less that precisely, as it goes by you 30,000 meters per second relative to where you happen to be? I mean, this is how totally ridiculously unfalsifiable length contraction and frankly time dilation both are. And that's why I made that video. So I guess, Peter, watch it a couple more times and you might understand the actual theme and purpose of the video itself, instead of just laughing at the cool time travel joke I put in the middle.
I remember that.
There's a little more substance there that you need to embrace.
Yeah, I remember that part.
You will understand how absolutely ludicrous your entire assumption about relativity and that it's a thing really is.
Can I ask you 2 questions and then answer your question that you snuck into your monologue? Is that okay?
No, I didn't ask you a question. I just said, hey,
Yeah, you did.
why don't you take the
You
time
can
to
say, how
quantify
can we
what you
measure
do?
these things?
You did say his name.
Go ahead, I guess. Go ahead, Dan.
Let me ask you 2 questions. The first question is, in the scenario you described just now and in your great video, if you were to look at the Earth from the frame of reference of the moving object, the one that's 1,000 meters long, would you also observe this minute contraction?
Yes, you would.
Okay.
That
Okay.
1,000-meter long object on Earth, as you blow
Yes.
by it at 30 meters per second, would appear to be contracted by
Yes.
a fraction of a single millimeter doing
Yes.
30,000
Good.
meters per second. Yeah. And
Thank you for-
the point is that the trend is very much like that for impossibly so much faster velocities than that
Yes.
before any hope of measurement or imagining of tangible length contraction could be expected to be measured,
Yes.
even if you could measure it. That is how unfalsifiable the entire concept is.
Oh,
and
we
that
will
is
get
why
there.
relativity is pure fantasy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for answering honestly, and you just debunked Alan accidentally, so thank you for that.
There's
Now-
no accident about it. It's just a question of what
okay.
is.
Hey, does Taylor have
I
her hand
appreciate
up? I
that.
thought she put her
I
hand up like
appreciate-
right when you were speaking. I don't
But
know
now I
if she
have a
had something to
second
say.
question. In your video, you didn't explain why that such a minute contraction is occurring. I think you have just explained it now, but would you mind
Why?
clarifying
It's
for the
formula
audience?
itself. The
Yeah, so the
formula
speed was
itself,
very
when you
slow.
take-
The speed was
Peter,
very
I'm
slow,
speaking.
right?
Peter,
Yeah.
I'm speaking.
I'm helping you.
Yeah, well, I don't need a lot of help. I don't know if you've noticed that. I'm pretty good at putting sentences together. And it's the formula itself which dictates that. You put real figure into it, and those are the quantities that
You told me that it has to have an end because it's flat, right? It can't just go on
No,
and on.
you've only got 6 choices. Yeah.
Okay, so if it goes on forever and ever because it's flat, right? Because we haven't found an end. Flat Earth, right?
Please wait.
I'm waiting.
Where's the edge of the universe? The ever expanding universe. Where's the edge of that?
The universe is infinite.
No, it's not.
So
Not
I
in
thought it was
your
expanding.
paradigm. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
expanding.
it is.
dude.
Expanding
So not
infinitely.
infinite then.
What's it expanding into?
So not infinite. If it's expanding, it already exists. It doesn't have to expand in
You're
other
telling
areas
me
of
that
space
you
to
can't
exist.
tell me something that's infinite can expand.
That backfired, huh, Fade?
I'm asking you a question.
And now you're backtracking.
I'm not backtracking. I'm answering your question. You all started laughing when I said that the infinite universe is
Well,
expanding.
because expansion, that means coming from a point, which means creation.
Right, but what
So
if there's
it
another
had
beyond
so
infinity?
in this instance, it had a beginning. Infinite doesn't have a beginning or an end. The expansion is getting to whatever infinite. It hasn't done it yet because it's expanding. You can't have creation with infinity. What are you talking about?
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Infinite in time and space.
You
Continually
can't have
exists.
creation without infinity.
You can't, dude.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Well, you explain to us how.
Huh?
Explain to us how.
Explain
Let's
to us
get
how
back-
creation can be
let's
caused
just-
by infinity.
Explain to us
let's
how
just-
we can. Oh my
Sorry,
God.
let's just put the infinite to one side and talk about the finite because that's where you really want to go, isn't it? So the finite
I
has
just
a
wanted to
limitation.
know
Stop.
what the explanation for the Earth being infinite was. I just wanted to know.
Fade, nobody said it was infinite. I said there could be outer lands. And I don't know because I can't go past the 60th south. Nobody can. So I don't know. If there's more lands, maybe there's a dome.
More
Maybe it
stuff
angles off
doesn't.
somewhere past the outer lands. Maybe the pressure gets lower over there. Maybe it domes off, angles off, way out somewhere. We don't know.
Well, wait, can you go back to what the 60th self is? You said we can't get past the 60th self. What is that?
It's the ice wall.
No, the 60th parallel south is the latitude line, more commonly known as the Antarctic Circle. This is still out in the water. It's just a latitude line, 60th parallel south. But beyond that is the continent of Antarctica. You can't freely traverse below the 60th parallel. You need to get permission to do so.
Permission from who?
From those who have, from your local government, whatever country you reside in, or any country that's a signatory to the Antarctic Treaty. In 1959, it was signed by about 12 countries. More so
You can
since.
go there though. Yeah, they did tours for it.
Is this news to you, Fade? They do tours.
Yeah, they do
Come on,
tours.
bro.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
they
people
put a boat up to a dock.
I mean,
Is this news to you that you can't just travel wherever you want, Fade?
no, it's not news. It's not news to me. No.
Just because I can go on a tour of a country and say go to 3 locations, like New York, Washington, and Florida, I can sail along the coast. Although I've been to America, I haven't explored the entirety of America. I've been on a tour and taken to locations and kept safe and brought back again. I haven't freely explored. You can't do this. Can't freely explore Antarctica, dude.
I mean, no, of course not, because you could die. That's why you don't.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So
Yeah, you could die you could die hiking in the desert, bro.
Yeah, but I know. But
in a
It's not
national
illegal.
park.
Well, you can jump out of the Felix Baumgartner. That you can jump from way up there. You can climb Mount
Yeah,
Everest.
that's a weak. It's just a weak. It's weak to say that.
I would say that climbing Mount
Now
Everest.
you're backpedaling.
I would say that
Baumgartner.
climbing Mount Everest with like a tour guide with you is different from going to Antarctica where it's like -Celsius all the time. Like I would say. It's different.
No, you're so sure of those temperatures, are you?
I mean, you're so sure that there's something beyond the ice wall.
What ice wall?
The rest of
Yeah, do they not? Yeah, dude. Just because there's more, just because there could be more stuff, you don't have to go to infinity. They sell ice wall climbing equipment at the Outfitters store.
You can fly over.
I didn't know that our Lord and Savior was Jon Snow.
How do you know that there's more stuff?
You know,
I don't
fuck all Jon Snow.
Someone said there could be. Yeah, Fade. Did that? Did your Game of Thrones zinger work better in rehearsal or what? Dude.
How do you know?
Well, I'm just saying from personal experience, I think the Earth is round because I've been to outer space before and I've seen it with my own eyes. So,
Right,
I mean,
Thank you for spiraling.
but it's whatever.
Yeah, thank you for lying.
Objective. It's
Hey, were you on mushrooms or LSD? What were you on when you
I don't
did
do
that?
drugs. I think they're heathenly.
He was anime.
He was on the manned mission to the moon. That's how he knows.
Probably
I
a
mean,
big fan of anime.
I just think that hey, if you want to think the Earth is flat, if that helps you get out of bed in the morning,
It's measured flat. I think we know it's measured. What the hell?
Yeah, I've got other things in my mind when I get out of bed.
like what?
None of your business.
Like fucking breakfast.
Like your mom, Fade.
That's a good one.
That was a good one. Okay, enjoyed that.
How to send your mom back home. Oh man. Hey, honestly, Faith, you have.
How do you not wake up and just like be boggled by the idea you're being lied to about the globe? Like, how do you not wake up and
I know. I agree with
The same
that.
reason
Being
I don't
lied to
wake up and
about the
cry
globe.
about not being able to write a letter to Santa Claus. I don't get bummed out that, you know what I'm saying? I left that in the past.
The only,
you're on Discord every
the only thing that I need is
day.
Saiyan, okay? So
There's
Haas.
got to be a good reason, right?
Hey Haas, he
Same
didn't even
absolute
he didn't even
fucking
hear
shit.
himself.
Yeah, because radio
Hey,
sucks nowadays.
Hey Haas, he didn't even catch himself. Jesse
Okay.
said, "Hey, Jesse didn't even catch himself. He actually said, and I agree with you. He said that you're being lied to about the globe." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I agree with that." He didn't. I don't think he understood what he said.
I said
right now.
that's what.
Yeah, that's how I responded. It's the same reason I don't cry about Santa anymore. It was a fairy tale of the past.
I think you guys are primary examples of how we need to better our public education system.
You just said it didn't matter, dude.
The Earth measures flat though.
and you're assuming that why would you assume that public school is what got me here?
Because public schools
Are you trying to
What
say
about
that they
private
have
schools?
private schools are good? What do you mean?
Fucking goofball.
Yeah, private schools teach the good shit now.
Are you trying
Yeah, I
to
can
say
learn
that,
about-
that they
I can
need to
learn about,
indoctrinate people better? Is that what you're saying? That people need to be brainwashed better because they're losing their grip on the brainwashing techniques? Is that what you mean by that?
It's actually the opposite.
So they can turn around and get brainwashed by you.
If you got a nice private school education, you would be more, more susceptible to
More
these-
indoctrinated? No, that's ridiculous. That's false.
Actually, I learned about a lot of stuff that I wouldn't be able to learn about in public schools through private schools.
That's interesting because there's a curriculum standard even for homeschooling.
But we don't have to follow that because
You're roboting, Jesse.
Somebody's echoing bad or roboting bad.
Yeah, that was Jesse. So, Fade, with your supreme public school education, what is your best evidence that we're living on a ball?
A water ball, to be
Enlighten us, morons.
A line about how we're living on a ball.
Of water.
Did I stutter? Yeah, just
Yeah. Well,
where in your public education
private. I'm not publicly.
that you've exalted, did they make it clear to you that you're living on a ball?
Okay, just through pictures.
Okay.
I've
So
seen
a
pictures
picture
of
show,
Earth.
a coloring book.
Yeah, and I've seen videos of people on the international.
So all of academia, so you've boiled down all of your academia to, they showed me a picture.
No, I watched YouTube videos.
In school?
Yeah, we watched videos of the dude that does the videos on the International Space Station.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
okay. And he actually goes how
they've truly preyed on your naivety, haven't they, Fade?
I don't think so.
Well, how would you know?
Well, because I don't think the Earth is round. I don't think the Earth is flat.
Okay, so
so you're saying it's a belief?
Yeah, I think.
Well, it is a belief. It is a belief.
Flat is a sign of unintelligence.
They showed him a picture.
It is a belief, and yeah, showed you a picture. I mean, have any of us ever been to, say, Romania? Right? Have any of us actually been to Romania? No. Does anyone believe that Romania doesn't exist?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a false equivalence.
No. But my point is that we all believe
All right, I gotta
Romania
go. My
does exist.
Ferrari.
Yeah, Fade, you went a long time ago. Now this guy's trying to listen. There's countries surrounding other countries, and no one's doubting that.
Okay, but my point is the only way.
Fade, you have to go, right?
Hang on.
Yeah, I have to
The
go
only
fix my
way that
Ferrari.
we know-
I'll be back.
Yeah. Usually people with Ferraris have other people fix them for you.
No,
so.
I know. It's like more of a self fix. Don't worry.
Here's my point.
All right.
3D print the part.
Catch y'all later, guys.
Yeah, good luck with your
Yeah.
Ferrari.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
The point I was trying to make is the only reason we know that Romania exists is because the government or the internet or TV or photos showed us that it exists, and we choose to believe that it does. But we don't know because we haven't been there.
Yeah, or you can buy a ticket and go.
Well, yeah, you can go because it exists. But you can only buy a ticket.
So can you buy a ticket? Can you buy a ticket to space?
What about Antarctica?
Well, I think.
Hold on, let's get to the bottom of this, because he wants to say that just traveling to some other place on the Earth is the same thing as going to outer space.
No, my point that I was trying to make is that people do believe in things that they haven't seen themselves but have been told from pictures in the internet.
Yeah, and you can go take a trip to Romania and substantiate that belief. No, it's real.
But you can also go to space. They do.
Can you? Can you now?
Yeah, there was just a commercial flight just recently to space, and they walked outside.
Well, the last guy told us he was.
But I mean,
in outer space. Tall tales and TV shows, then, right?
But hang on. So just as I made the analogy of you believe Romania exists because
they're not analogous. It's not analogous.
Hang on.
And for you to act like a trip to space is the same as a trip to it. Listen,
Hang
To
on.
act like a trip to
Ignore the
space.
trip to space for a second. I'm trying to say something
Well,
else
that's what
for a
we're
second.
talking about.
Yes, and I'm going to tie it in, but you just have to give me 20 seconds, please. Right? My point is that analogous to you believe Romania exists because of the internet and photos and stuff. You haven't been there. Well, none of us are. Do you also believe that the International Space Station
Oh my
exists?
lord, you guys are gullible. Listen, the other guy said he had a Ferrari. I've never had a Ferrari, but I know Ferraris exist. Does he have a Ferrari? I don't know. He'd have to invite me over to his garage, and he'd have to
No, but
show it to me.
the question I'm
But
asking is,
Ferraris,
do you believe the International Space
saying
Station
Ferraris
exists?
exist is the same thing as saying Romania exists. Saying tin can, listen, 20 seconds, mister. Saying tin can flying around water ball and outer space travels are the same thing as Ferraris in Romania? No.
Right. One of these is an extraordinary claim and the other isn't.
No, I'm asking, do you believe that the International Space Station exists? A simple yes or no.
No, there's no tin can in orbit around a ball Earth.
Okay.
If you pulled the threads on it, you can see when George Bush had to visit the facility in Houston, and the guy who was supposedly on the tin can was behind him in front of a blue screen with the grid and everything. So if you're still enamored by these TV shows that have been produced for the willing gullible, then maybe look into it a little further.
I'm asking, do you believe in satellites?
Oh my lord.
Well, global positioning systems.
Do you understand there is a difference here between the extraordinary claim of the ISS and what it does and its unverifiability versus Romania being in existence? Do you concede to that point?
Oh, no, not really, because
No, this is a common sense and honesty check, and you're failing the shit test.
No, I'm
No, that's
saying
his
that I
point he's trying to make.
I believe that both of them exist only because I've been shown on the internet. I haven't been to either. I haven't seen either with my own eyes. I just simply believe that they exist because that's what I've been led to believe.
Well, go check both of them out if they're of equal accessibility, and let us know if Romania exists, and let us know that space exists.
Well, no,
Something tells me you'll have a much easier time getting your Romania passport stamp.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's without question. And I'm not going to argue that point.
So stop acting like they're equal, bro.
I'm not saying that they're
You're
equal.
failing an honesty test here, and so we're going to think you're a troll now, right?
No, I'm not
Right,
trolling
because
you.
if you're not going to concede to this common sense point, then you're going to be identified as a troll.
What common sense point am I not conceding to? Well, I don't understand.
Hide behind the incredulity shield a bit further.
I'm not saying that the International Space Station existing and Romania existing are equal. I'm saying that fundamentally.
Yeah, you did. That is what you were saying.
Did. So now you're backtracking your line.
You've missed
You're
where I'm going.
backtracking.
No, I think you've missed the point I was trying to
So
make.
the level of evidence has to rise to the depth of the claim, right?
I think the point I was trying to make is that both of these things are things that people haven't seen but choose to believe in simply because of what they've seen on the internet, right?
Well, why don't we talk about verifiability? Why don't we talk about what is and isn't verifiable, right? I mean, you can, the common man can conceivably go to Romania and check it out.
Yep. Yes.
All right. Well, so can the common man conceivably go to the ISS and check it out?
No. But this is the point I was trying to make.
No, why are you butting right now? You should stop rebutting because you need to concede that the two are not analogous to one another.
No.
I mean, if you're going to waffle on this, I mean, you're basically useless to us.
No, I'm saying if seeing is believing, right? If seeing is believing, okay? Yes, you're right.
Verifiability. Claims should be verifiable. Is that an agreeable?
Well, it depends on what you define as verifiability. I mean, there are things that exist that are invisible.
I defined it for you. Hey, dipshit. I defined it for you by saying the common man can go to Romania and check it out, but the common man can't do that with the ISS.
I'm not insulting. I'm not raising my voice.
You're
I'm not
useless.
yelling.
He doesn't even have a brain.
He's really. Please don't talk anymore.
Yep, I've server muted you so you can go think about how dumb you're being and how much of a troll you're being in this chat. So enjoy. Now, does anybody want to have an honest conversation with us about the nature of Earth? Because the last guy would not concede to an honest point whatsoever. He kept waffling, and we caught him backpedaling too. Because first he said that they were analogous, and then he said that they weren't, and then he said they were analogous. I mean, why should we entertain this kind of waffling bullshit from people who lack critical thinking skills, or at least lack honesty?
Yeah, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar and he gone.
Oh, look at that. He is gone. Yep, he outlived his purpose. And I would agree. Good riddance. Fucking and the funny thing is he thinks he's clever bringing this up when this is literally the same bullshit that we hear from trolls every day. Like, oh, then have you ever been to China before? Well, then you just believe China exists. Like, get the fuck out of here. People read that, hey, flat earthers think Australia is fake, so I'm going to get them with this question, but I can't use Australia. That's going to be too obvious of a troll. Let me choose Romania. Yeah, nobody will ever think I'm a troll. It's just ridiculous.
I think what's happening, to be honest, is the more and more that that flat Earth is getting out there, and more people are hearing about it. So then more people are then jumping into it, like go search for it. Obviously, the algorithm, all hit pieces, all the algorithms showing the old, season 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 arguments up to, season 10 now, and it's like they're bringing in those arguments though, like because they're watching the videos, and then they come and they're like, oh, now I could debate it. Now I'm going to prove these guys wrong, but they don't realize, dude, we've been hearing those answers or those arguments for years, and they think they're saying something new. It's funny, man.
Yeah, it is funny. That is a hot take, and that's absolutely right. Good insight, APOC. I mean, yeah, they're being served up by the algorithm, and the algorithm is fucking them.
100%.
Yeah, he also comes in and he tries to ask us why would they lie. We throw some hypotheticals, some reasons maybe why they lie. Maybe they're hiding some land, and of course then he tries to pigeonhole us and say, oh, so it goes on infinitely forever, huh? Explain your pizza. It's so silly.
You know what? I've gone to the point where I don't even entertain the why would they lie. It's like, I don't think they're lying, guys. I think they're deluded. I think they're deceived. That doesn't make them liars. What now?
Yeah, they are. You guys know what I think?
What's up?
Like, you know how you said that it's the algorithm that's screwing them? That's true, but consider that the algorithm can't screw you if, well, your mind works.
That's true.
Like, imagine somebody coming up to me with poison and like, hey, yo, this is good for you, take some. And I'm like, okay, oh my God, they tricked me. Like, no, you gotta be, I realized when Flat Earth came about, the difference between me and them is I realized I didn't know as much as I thought I knew, and I was dumber than I thought I was. There are people running in the other direction.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the algorithm's revealing that they're bereft of critical thinking skills. 100%. If the algorithm told them Superman existed, they'd fucking believe.
Yeah, the thing about it is exactly like Elijah, what you're saying, very, very true. But it just seems like at this point, they have mastered how to reaffirm, what's that, like confirmation bias, like where what they have been told is what is from the beginning. Then they hear this, oh, that's not what it is. So then they go on the search, right? They dive into that, that journey of trying to find what was I lied to or not. And then all they run into was, no, you're right, they're wrong, there's a call there, don't look that way, just this is what's correct. And then that's when it comes down to the individual, like saying, okay, well, wait, some things aren't making sense, or some things are, or they know how to navigate around the algorithms, misinformation and disinformation, or hopefully they find their way here, and then they can hear the true arguments, not the old lame ones that were like, trying to throw people off the track.
Yeah.
Where the circular reasoning is just getting so tightly wound that they're just like in a fervor. They're just all psyched about it all over again. Roll out boats go over curve used to be dead. That's all anyone's talked about the last year.
Yeah, and that's because it came back with the algorithms. Like that's the story still again, and that's what I mean by that's why we're coming across all these people that are like, oh no, we have this new argument. No, dude, we've been through that already. We would that the Black Swan destroyed that, but we have all these new people that are searching for it. And I mean, go look right now. You're gonna see, that very same thing.
I mean, think about the final experiment that's not an experiment. Like, forget about the flat earthers for a while. Like, why would you, as a globe earther who knows it's a globe, forget about going. Why would you invest time in something that's so silly? Like, I'm not paying attention to the final experiment because I already know it's measured flat. It like doesn't exist in my world. Specifically because I already know the answer. So I'm not going to be excited about something that's like watching a movie that you seen the Lord of the Rings and now you're watching the origins. And what I mean by that is, like, we already know it's measured flat, but you guys think that we need to figure out how to get to whether or not it's flat. When it's already known, it's already done. The movie's over. Like y'all acting like Thanos wasn't gonna snap his finger. Like y'all still watching these movies about before. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they wouldn't have bring the consequence. It rolled them all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they know it's good enough to dupe the unsuspecting Mormons.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the entirety of it is like just a new psyop at this point. Like they're no. So they think it's this. Well, we're gonna prove that it's something else. But oddly enough, they're talking about the sky still. They're not talking about the ground. Like, wow. How about we prove something on the ground if they think that it's not measured flat? Show us different. And they can't. They're not going to.
And breathe. Strike a pose.
The other day, there was a guy talking about the core and asking them, okay, is it magnetic? Yes. Okay, so don't magnets lose their magnetism at certain heat? Oh, didn't know that. Had to go look it up. Then found the rebuttal to that. Oh, but it's moving though. Okay, how does that make any difference? How is that making it work then? It's still heat. It's just like it's like they read shit, they come across shit, and they can't use critical thinking. They can't realize the nonsense. And then you go, okay, so going down, 8 miles, and they were wrong all the way. They kept guessing what was, and they were wrong. And then they reached a point to where they couldn't go any further. But you want to believe they know what's 4,000 miles beyond the 8 miles that they went, just because simply they say, oh, we shot P waves and S waves? Just total bullshit, dude. The amount of, I guess Haas always says that the naivety, I think, because they're naive. I forgot how he says it. But man, it's crazy how lost they are.
Schooling killed critical thinking, and what they do is when they look into things like this, they accept the first nonsense answer presented to them.
Yeah. And that's what they roll with. And that's their defense. And then you chop it down, destroy it, and then all they do is reset and come back and say the same shit over again, like they never heard you say it the first time. And then demand proof and evidence of what you've already told them the day before. It's amazing.
Sometimes I think they're working for the government.
True. Hey, Coep, did you get that video, by the way? I tagged you like twice or something like that.
I did.
I know you're asking. Okay, cool.
I get the sense that a lot of them are just working for the weekend. That was for you, P-Mac. Everybody's working for the weekend.
I was actually in the kitchen making myself a sandwich, and I smiled at that. That was pretty good. Working for the cash machine.
Yeah, at this point, it's like there's data, it's measured that way. There's, the proof of when they dug down into the earth, their findings were all inaccurate. I mean, it's a long list when you really think about it of why somebody can finally come out of the lie, the great deception. But I don't think it's for everybody to come out of, though. I think some people are going to stay deceived regardless.
Yes, correct.
100%.
Yep. Unfortunately.
That's why, like, when we're over on X and like Alpha, when Miggy's like, we're, here, 24/7 when he's promoting the brand of it, he's like, we're, the tip of the spear, and I'm thinking about it, dude, there's guys here in 24/7 that X hasn't even seen yet or heard, and it's like the amount of the way certain people can articulate the arguments, or just the way they break it down, or the way they debate, like it's second to none, dude. And I think like, yeah, he makes a very good statement. Like there's a lot of people here from 24/7, a lot of good guys that could really shut down a Glober easily too, which makes sense why McToon and Craig and morons like that, they tell their audience over and over, oh, don't ever go there. Don't ever go see that room. Don't ever go to that Discord server. It's the worst of the worst. Because they know that's like, that's detrimental to their position. Because people will come here and hear the truth.
We are their kryptonite.
Yeah, and like if they come here, then they're going to potentially lose a subscriber because they're not going to subscribe to that bullshit no more. Like, nah, okay, wait, hold up. We have been getting lied to. And over there was just this echo chamber of keeping the, the sheep fed, as they lead them to the slaughter. But it's funny how he's staunch, like, don't go over there. That's a cesspool. Yeah, it's because it's like trying to, keep them from the truth.
All right, I'll fucking leave. Like, so Rich is doing the yeah, I can't even fucking speak. Ignorance, incredulity, something like that. Okay, what the fuck is it then, Rich? Everybody can go to Romania, but not everybody can go to space. Correct or incorrect statement? Do you know how we were talking about earlier that there's just some people you can't save? Points up.
Yeah.
He will stay here, even when the Earth is proven not to be a globe, and still argue the fact that it's a fucking globe. That's how fucking hardcore Mr. Rich Evans is, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, he's one of those guys. Just
what? I mean, they proved it. Bullshit. It's still a fucking globe. Motherfucker. Rich. We can walk forever, walking on the moon.
Like here's a really good example. Okay, there's a room in this server called God Isn't Real. I don't need to go there every single day and convince these people that you're wrong because God is right. Because I know God is right. I know there's a creator. So I don't need to go all the time in there every single day for hours, spend time with them, like chanting and fighting that God is real. But you have a glober. If they knew it was a globe, they wouldn't have to come here every single day and fight and chant. Oh, there's a globe. The globe is real. Trust me, guys. The globe is real. Like that's psycho.
Precisely. That's why you pointed out as a downward spiral and a mental disability. 100%. 100%. 100,000 million billion trillion quadrillion percent.
Imagine
I agree times 3.
Imagine for the past, freaking decade, you're going into that room, that specific room every single day. You know everybody, and every day you go in there. Okay, guys, hey, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, and you're like, God is real, guys. Every single day you go there.
Like imagine here too, like apply the same philosophy. Hey, the Earth is fucking, exactly. I know. It's incredible. I'm going to
Yeah.
make a point of wake up and go talk to these retard. Listen, boys, you're fucking retarded, right? Because there's obviously a globe, because fucking satellites, reflectors on the moon, and blah blah blah.
If
Yeah.
if a glober was truly a glober, they wouldn't come here. Because if they truly knew in their heart that it was real, they wouldn't even spend
Why?
a second in here. The same reason why I don't
What?
go spend a second in the God isn't real room.
Good point. That's a good point. Rich,
Well, the
you've been
name of
here a
that
while.
server. Oh, sorry, but the name of that server has proved me wrong. So it's a challenge. Because I went in there once, and then I put forth my argument, and when I pointed out to the main guy, who's one of the moderators, that he's using an appeal to consensus fallacy, he kicked me out.
I heard that. I watched him kick you out.
Yeah, that was the only time I went. Because I'm like, all right.
No,
Big
Rich. It's
blue ass.
because I know it's real. That's what you're not. It's crazy, bro. You can't even understand the simple logic of what I'm saying. When you know something's real, you're going to spend time arguing and debating with somebody that doesn't think it is what you know it to be, because that's a hill that you would die on, because you know that your position's correct. But if somebody's saying something opposing you, you wouldn't go fight with them every single day to convince them otherwise of something that you already know isn't. Like, I'm not gonna go if there was a Sasquatch room. I'm not gonna go every single day, guys. Like, dude, Sasquatch is fake, guys. There's no point in doing that. I don't think you even get it, Rich. I don't even know why I'm wasting my breath with you, to be honest.
Yeah, who cares? Like, if he gets it or not. But at this stage, I don't even care. I had hope for you, Rich, but you're here every day.
He's here every day trying to
Every fucking.
prove
Imagine
his falsehood.
you believe that Lee Harvey Oswald was not a lone shooter, and you sat every day trying to explain to people on a forum that believed that Lee Harvey was the only shooter. Harvey wasn't, and they don't believe you. But you still go in there every day, explaining about how there was possibly 3 shooters, and they still call you dumb. But you do it every day.
Terrible example.
I was actually bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
But we can track the logic at least. These people have no logic, but I track the logic 100%.
It was bad logic. You're right. Leave it out of whack. Okay, Rich. You be here tomorrow? See you tomorrow, same time, bro.
It went right over his head, I'm sure.
Probably. You like wake up in the morning and go, you know what I'm gonna do again? I'm gonna fucking argue with them flat earth bastards. I suppose you have to understand that people like Mawowski, even though he stands with Israel, who cares, right? Thinks we're glue sniffing weirdos. If he sat for a moment and listened to us or presented an argument as we give a rebuttal, you'd understand that we're not actually glue sniffing weirdos. We're just weirdos. What's the point? It was not a bad analogy. What was the last thing? What do you think? You know, see when they're looking at their pagers and they're going beep beep. What they see? Hello, Mossad calling. Ah, yes. Political.
What'd you say, VMAT?
You remember when they were looking at the pagers and you watched the video of the pagers blowing up? And what was the message they actually seen? Hello, Mossad calling. Was that too far out? Or?
Can someone translate for me, please?
I say it slowly. Did you hear about the exploding pagers?
Yes.
Do you think that when they looked at the pagers and it went beep beep, vibrate, and the message read, "Hello, Mossad calling."
I think that's inappropriate.
No.
No, it said get ready for a surprise.
You know, I never knew the pagers had three modes of alert, right? Ring, ring, vibrate, and boom. Oh, it's inappropriate.
Instead of do not boom, yeah, you can do that.
Hey, pager memes are the bomb, bro. I have more, but I can't. I probably get kicked.
It's
You like?
so inappropriate.
I like inappropriate. Appropriate is my middle name. How do you get best? How do you get 72 virgins, right? When your balls are blown off. And
Anyone do observations like moon, stars, and stuff like that?
Hey, look, Nolasky's going full retard. Planets circular, therefore we circular. Full blown retard. Like, can't say retard anymore. It's not appropriate.
My bad. I had my hands full. I had to jot down a note. But basically, I was just trying to say there are about 5 wandering stars or planets in the night sky. If people wanted to catch them, like Saturn and Neptune are right next to the moon. You can catch those. You can catch Mars and um, I think it's Jupiter right before sunset in the east. And if you wanted to.
I was born under a wandering star.
I also recommend the Sky Tonight app. Sky Tonight. You can basically just point your phone up, and if you're a person that does observations, you can identify the stars. No need for the almanac. Plus plus.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. What's up, guys? What doing? What doing?
Habibi, what you doing?
Doing, man.
I'm very good. How are you,
Nice,
brother?
nice. And thank you.
So a guy called you comes on and sings, I like that. Let me say like, page.
come out. And I have found consistently that when I take mainstream formulae and plug in, quote, real world figures, this is the insanity that comes out. Without exception, Peter. And if you review the rest of my videos, mostly the couple of thoughts ones in particular, you will find that exactly to be the case.
Thank you. So, in short words, the velocity that you quoted is very slow compared to the speed of light. That's why the contraction is small. Now, I'm going to answer your question. What kind of evidence for measurement of time dilation have you seen? I'm not saying if you accept them, but like, have you seen from mainstream science?
You have a choice not to answer. I just want you to know that we can all continue. It's up to you.
Same as link contraction.
I'm not really sure what he's asking me, but I can tell you where I'm not seeing the evidence, and that would be something like really obvious, like the ISS as a particular choice of vehicle, where you would want to set up a pair of atomic clocks, one left on the landing pad, or the launch pad rather, and one sent up to the ISS where it's allegedly moving around at 17,000. And yeah, you would hope that, again, if you check my time dilation figures at 30,000, after a year, you're only going to be finding around 158 milliseconds of actual dilation over an entire year's time. Now, I don't know how many people actually even own a clock that is that precise. And
you just named it. Atomic clocks are orders of magnitude.
It does not require that amount of actual correction over a year's time.
I mean, like my tone before Stone was I was angry at you for addressing Peter. I wasn't like, Peter gets to speak now. I was like, you did say his name, right? In the tone that I meant to, hey, everyone just stop so we can.
One last thing, dude. Once you contract the length, you've got to dilate the time. And then you've got to contract the mass. There's no getting around it.
Dude, is it because Sheepdog's not here? You gotta be that guy. One more thing.
Well, I'm sure, Stone, you've seen experiments performed on Earth without leaving the Earth, where time dilation is measured within a building using precise clocks. So like the ground floor of a building. Well, you should look into it, but that's not the point.
That is absolutely preposterous.
I'll give you one example
of figures I just gave you.
I'll give you one example of length contraction measurements, and you're correct. We have not measured length contraction by moving an object sufficiently fast to register its perceived shrinkage, so to speak. So you're correct about that. We're not capable of achieving such velocities for very massive objects like a ruler. However, you may have heard about muons, which are produced in the atmosphere due to collisions with cosmic particles.
Peter, come on. Look at the quantities I just gave you.
Those
I
particles
told you about
have
a
a lifetime
relation.
of
Peter,
2
please,
microseconds.
just stop it, man. Look at the dimensionals. Look at the dimensionals I just gave you in the scenario. We're talking about an object that is 1,000 meters long.
Yes, we are.
How long is a freaking muon? Do you know what I'm saying? What is the difference in length?
No, we don't measure their
how
length.
Do you
They don't have a
propose
length.
to measure any of that?
No,
it's
we don't.
ludicrous. You can't
We
even
don't.
you can't even prove what a muon
But you
actually
just
looks like, and that
interrupted
there
me.
is such a thing as a muon.
Sure.
I hadn't finished talking, Peter, and you've interrupted me 6 times.
Keep spiraling, brother. Let me know when you're
Spiraling. Good one.
Hey, to be fair, I was trying to have a polite conversation with you, Peter, and I'm not detracting from anything that they're saying. That they didn't tread on me or anything. It just kind of got lost in the sauce, so to speak. But the thing you were saying about, I mean, you're correct that was the Lorentz contraction mechanism that they purported for Michelson-Morley. But when Einstein co-opted it, just let me finish my thought. I just want to interject to get like a couple words from you. Are you going to say that the proposed explanation was that there's no ether, so the speed of light would remain constant? Was that the newer explanation for Michelson-Morley? Yay or nay?
Well, which one are you? I don't know the full history. Are you asking me about the final conclusion from Einstein?
Yeah. What was the conclusion as to why they didn't see an interference pattern? Just in short, because I'm still trying to continue the thing. I just wanted to get the answer, the update.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I'll jump all the way to the end. In around 1924, Einstein concluded that ether exists. It is non-changing through time. That's the end of my answer.
Oh, well, I meant, okay, 1905, please. I mean,
1905, I don't think Einstein was too ready to conclude on ether, and so I don't remember what he said. But he replaced the need for ether, but he didn't finish his theory. After he did, he concluded ether existed. It was just non-varying in time.
oh, okay. So, how
He
does
wrote a
that...
whole article about it.
Yeah, well, that's... The mainstream doesn't believe in the ether, and they say that Einstein deleted it. So, you know, you hold a very
it's
fringe
still there.
position. But
Yeah, but I love it. That's why I like to talk to you guys, because I don't care about the mainstream. I just bridge
is that little
relativity with ether cosmology. They're one now. They're unified.
Okay, well...
The grand unification theory on Twitter.
What is
just
the
happened.
reason that...
William made an emoji. Hold on.
What's the reason that the Michelson-Morley interferometer did not, according to them, did not register a fringe shift?
The final stated reason is that ether does not change over time.
How does that correspond? Okay, but wouldn't that imply then that interferometers just wouldn't work?
No, it wouldn't, because they do work.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you took an interferometer and set it into motion, it wouldn't produce a fringe if what you're saying is true.
They will.
So then why didn't the interferometer in motion of Michelson and Morley produce a fringe?
Because it assumed an ether that varies over time, that is dynamic in in only 3 dimensions.
Well, their predictions for what it would do doesn't change what it physically did, though.
Exactly. That's why their understanding of ether was wrong, and Einstein's final understanding of ether was right.
That's exactly the right answer. PZO, why don't you let us explain that to him later, right? And we'll have a good time anyway.
They don't want to get cooked more because their whole ether cosmology is based on this stuff.
I'm actually terrified that you're learning so much that I want to just put it aside so we can do other stuff. You know what I mean?
You've created a monster, huh?
You got it backwards, bro. It's because of this stuff is why we have the cosmology, bro. You literally got it backwards.
Hey, you got to at least throw him okay, Shane. No offense, but I agree with Alan. If he goes into this completely blind, it's almost better to kind of,
because you guys don't know Peter. That's okay, but I see what you're saying.
If you informal debates, you prepare like 3 topics or however many they give you, and both parties know about them beforehand exactly what they're going to talk about, so they both have equal opportunity to prepare a discussion about those things. So, I mean, it's not like there's nothing unfair about this, but I mean, Peter, are you prepared to talk about the Sagnac effect when you have this debate?
Oh no, I'm going to keep it all to length contraction and time dilation concepts in special relativity.
No, that's retarded.
You know that the Sagnac effect especially pertains to, right? I'm not going to go into it.
God, my God.
If this is where we're at with it, dude, just Thursday will be awesome. Everyone, be sure to tune in.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Please, you got to tell him to
stop trying to save him. He wants to jump off the cliff. He's gonna fucking kill himself. There's nothing that you can say that'll stop him, Pizio. Okay, stop trying to save his life, bro. He's gonna do it. Let him do it.
Peter, link the photo you want me to use for your flyer.
Okay, fair enough.
In the comment section. I make very fair flyers, Axe McToon.
I don't know. I'm gonna let Mordwin run this. It's his gig.
That's what I thought would happen in the first place. Let's just roll. It's fine.
Something tells me Mordwan don't even agree with half the shit you just said.
I did just rescue him. I said,
then it's going to be a hilarious debate.
Your partner is, you have to go check out the clip. Here's the YouTube. He's like, cool, I'll watch it. So you guys are going to have a chat and a pregame, and you're going to come back. You're going to make some real arguments. Hopefully we're going to have a good time. If not, it'll be fun either way. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Peter, how well does Mordwan know you? Time-wise.
Extremely well. Extremely well.
Time-wise. A long time?
How long? I don't know, a couple of months.
Okay, like the best buddies. Dude. I just met him on the internet like 3 weeks ago, but I know everything about him. His kids talk to my kids or whatever.
I just got to know you, Shane. I found a YouTube video of your pretty face in it.
Nice. And then you followed me here and decided to stutter about Graticule's orthographic ether angles, and then became my biggest fan, or what?
Yeah, that video is from 2 years ago. I think that's before you honed your craft and came up with the Graticule.
It's definitely
$1 million concept.
Against B-Ball, Arthur's Life. Yeah, that's like my third or fourth debate ever. That's right after McToon found me for my first video with 2 views, and after FTFE took 3 times with like 6 videos. But that was B-Ball, dude. You should ask him what specular reflections are and how sunsets work, because his theodolite got destroyed. That was me before I had the optics argument, right? I still smashed him anyway.
I like the way you preach. I like the way you speak in tongues.
I like the shirt that I wore for that debate. It says, "I'm not a conspiracy theorist. You're a fucking idiot." I thought that was the best shirt ever, dude. I wore that to every debate.
It looks good on you.
I'll take one.
It's very flattering.
I'm gonna need one of those too.
And then they're like, "Why does he have a grin on his face? Why is he always smirking?" It's like, well, it's part that, right? Part of the dumb shit that you guys believe. But
people smirk when they bullshit on live television.
Yeah, people also smirk when I have to recite the dumb shit that you believe better than the people who believe it. It's just a thing that happens. I can't help it.
Yeah, like that the apparatus physically shrinks due to its velocity.
Also,
Anyway.
it did measure a fringe, just so you know. The fact that they say it didn't is a lie.
Like a dog with a bone, dude.
You cannot have both, buddy.
You can have Wikipedia and have it be true too. It's all good. Is Aurelian's hand up? I saw an emoji. Brian Leakey said something. I think Brian said a thing.
Just
I
read the
never
paper,
knew.
dog. Just read the paper.
I never knew Peter was a no lab framer. But yeah, I do want to get to Brian. I want to get to Orwellian. I want to hear from the non-speakers, and then if anyone's
I
not
wanna hear
speaking,
from
you can
Dave.
drop down. We could rotate some mics.
Yeah, I would like to hear from Dave too.
He is curled up under the covers with us pressed against his ear.
If he's anything like JT, you can increase the FOMO in a squared over distance ratio that would actually get him out of bed from the force of the mass attracting mass, I heard.
No, don't bully him.
That checks out.
I've seen it done with JT a couple of times. The math is real. It's tangible.
Oh, look who you guys summoned. Hold on, guys.
There was a summoning? Who did we summon?
Yeah, who's here?
Flat Earth Dave?
Is that Orwellian pulling up in the Ethermobile?
Oh, Aurelian got to tell us what happened to the Ethermobile.
Oh, I don't even want to talk about it. It broke my heart. Fucking.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
so
bro.
blew up a drive shaft 5 minutes after I left the shop from dropping 1,700 to get that fixed. While I'm 1,300 miles away from the house, I get rear-ended in an insurance trap attempt, right? You know, where people will brake check somebody, you smoke them, and they're like, my neck, my back, my neck, and my back. So I saw it from a mile away, swerved to get out of the way, ended up catching a median, and the dude behind me was in a truck. He tried to do the same thing to avoid this broad, and he just caught like the ass end of my bumper, but it was a truck versus a fucking 5,500-pound car. And yeah, so that ended up happening. As soon as it happened, like this chick took off, right? Because desired result didn't happen. And so, yeah, it kind of fucked my day up, but I'm still on vacation and I'm not going to let it fuck with me. I don't know. Brian saw it. It didn't look too fucked up. It's pretty much cosmetic. A little bit of fucking dent in my exhaust pipe and shit. But the kid that hit me, so New Mexico is an at-fault state. Minnesota is a no-fault state. So if 2 people get into an accident, it's just exchange insurance and that's a wrap. Here they want you to call the cops, and whoever's last in line gets the citation on top of having to deal with an insurance. So
we worked it out amongst ourselves, and it's whatever. But yeah, that shit sucked. Otherwise, she still rips, man. I've been tearing through the mountains. Floated out to Arizona today. About a 3-hour rip there, 3-hour rip back. Linked up with Brian. We had a lot of technical difficulties with where we decided to meet up because it was just quittable for both of us. But yeah, all in all, it was pretty dope, and this trip's been good. But yeah, Lucy's okay. The Ethermobile's fine. Ash is a little banged up, but she still rips.
So I'm glad you're okay, man. I'm glad the Ethermobile survived as well.
Nice. It doesn't look too bad.
Hey, Proud, I'm going to restart my browser real quick if you want to take co-host so it doesn't glitch out, and then I'll be right back in a few.
Roger. Yeah, that's too bad.
All right, lads, just a second. Dude, this debate on Friday is going to be fire. Or Thursday.
Yeah, she might get some upgrades out of this whole thing. So at the end of the day, it's a car. Nobody got hurt, and at the end of the day, that's what's important to me. Me and the kid. I mean, his airbag went off, and he did get punched in the face by it, but he's okay. Everybody's fine. And you know, these material things can be replaced. People can't. So all in all, I'm glad we didn't get scammed. I didn't get scammed. I just got rear-ended, and this kid's okay. I'm okay. Everybody's keeping it moving.
That's good. I got hit with one of those airbags. Them things hurt.
Man, they come out fast too. They're expensive to replace.
You can replace that? I thought that what?
I think
Yeah, they can repack them. So me and that kid have been communicating, and his quote. So he's just got front bumper, like lower bumper damage. For those who are familiar with like what trucks are, not the bumper cover, the actual chrome part on the bottom folded in, and then the airbag replacement, like $6,700 for this kid. And his deductible is like $1,000. Mine's $750. Technically, I could fix what's wrong with Lucy for probably less than my deductible. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, this is my first accident. I'm 42. I've never been in an accident. Pretty good at avoiding those things, even though I drive the way that I drive. But yeah, he was shined up. He told me it hurt like hell. There's airbag smoke and shit coming out of his windows. I thought that it was like radiator smoke. Truck stall that helped push him out of traffic. It was fucking wild. I don't know. And it was hot. I'm in New Mexico. Fucking rush hour in Las Cruces. It was like 100 degrees. It was fucking retarded.
Whatever that shit is that comes out the airbag will burn your skin. So, fair warning to anyone else in the audience listening. And this is not financial advice, but I do not recommend, me personally, putting your airbag back in after it deploys. I'm sorry.
No, you gotta. I think you can replace it, and you should have a professional. I agree with Proud. Do not do it yourself. Highly suspect.
We're glad Orwellian's okay. Orwellian fan.
Just duct tape a couch cushion on your steering wheel. You'll be all right.
Yeah, he'd be fine. No, Proud. I appreciate that. And yeah, everybody was kind of, you know, the community again being what it is, man. I got a lot of, obviously I was busy, so I couldn't be really active on Twitter, but I just kind of threw it out there like, fuck, dude, this is my luck. And everybody was like, you okay? You know, what's up? So I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, everybody's good. And, you know, Lucy will live to fucking fight another day.
Or just wear some duckies until you get your airbag replaced. Just wear little duckies around your shoulders and your neck and stuff.
Well, mine didn't go off. That was the kid that hit me. Yeah, my airbag didn't go off. My car is completely functional. His shit was fucked up, which is crazy. I got hit by you know, a half-ton Texas edition Chevy Silverado in a car that weighs about as much as his truck, and he was more messed up than me. So, yeah.
Glad y'all are all right though, man. Damn.
Well, look at that. Dave, the man is up out of bed past his
Oh, I
bedtime
feel bad for the inverse
and ready
square
to
law
rock
coming into
some.
play.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Dave out there?
I tried to convince their bedtime.
Yeah, they try to do it to me, man. Let them get to you, Dave.
Dude, it's the best to try to do it to your friends. We try to do it all the time.
Well, yeah, that's what makes you stronger, man. That's how you build thick skin.
And because we're
Like,
so hard. Like, if you can do it to your friends, you can do it to anybody, right? We're like
To
the most
anybody.
resistant.
And you can resist all the abuse that you get thrown at you in the TL, and then they get hurt because they can't hurt you. It's hilarious. It's like, dude, I think it was Mr. Xavier kind of threw it out there today when we were, kicking in the space in Arizona. He's like, when you came to Truth and then came to Flat Earth, and you're used to getting like digital tomatoes thrown at you like you're in medieval times and in stocks and shit. Eventually, things just start to roll off you, and yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Like, you can try to throw stones, but yeah, they have no power here. So keep it moving.
Not only that, but when you're part of the crew and you know stuff, you may be called upon at any point for what Alan calls a pre-dunk, in which case you'll be put in front and center in the middle in order to explain something that maybe you may have explained once peripherally to him once before in some other setting. And at any time that happens, anyone in the crew can at any point be called up for a pre-dunk, and we may toss you the ball, and you may take a shot or drop it or whatever happens, right? It's part of the crew. It's if we like you, we're gonna probably give you a free dunk.
Could be an alley oop. You might bounce that shit off the rim.
I don't know what that word means, but what I said holds true.
I am here.
Nice. Thanks, Dave.
Rockin'.
We just missed you, man. It's not the same.
Blink
when we
twice
can't.
if you're being held hostage.
Not being held hostage. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear, Dave.
I'm here. I'm not snuggled in bed. I just don't have a lot to say yet.
Yeah.
Have you been Battle of the Beeman?
Just listening.
Dude, the beams.
I don't think you can hear me.
Can you hear Shane?
Globers amaze me.
I don't think you can.
It's just
That's a negative.
It's just fascinating how they can be so lost in their religion.
I almost feel sorry for the brain.
Can you hear anyone on stage, Dave?
Yeah, Dave, I think
No.
you're missing hearing
Just
some
you.
people. Shane and
Oh,
Orwellian
just
are
me?
talking here and there.
Am I talking over people?
No,
Everyone's
we're
talking
listening
to
to
you,
you,
that's
but
what's funny.
reflecting.
Oh, I
and you're
can't
not
hear
hearing
anybody.
response. Yeah.
Yeah, we figured that out.
Should I jump down and come back?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Yep.
just so
try.
everyone can say hi.
I'll try.
All right, Elon, knock it off, man.
More proof.
Talking to having his own soliloquy. We're all having our own personal conversations with him. He's addressing none of us.
Couldn't hear not a second of that shit. He's just like, okay, so
Gracefully
it's
talking
been
when we're not
silent for a
talking,
minute.
so he couldn't really tell.
That's why when he was like, I'm here, now it makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
What's
It
up,
was just you were just gracefully
What's up?
talking whenever we weren't. We all had our own personal conversations, but you had your own personal soliloquy going to like an aside to everyone that was unpleasantly not interrupting us. So it was the weirdest. It was the weirdest thing.
It was a conversation for the audience, not us.
Well, now that you can hear us, Dave, welcome.
Thanks, man.
We just missed you. I'm sorry that we socially shamed you to come up here, but I just
You didn't socially shame me. I'm here. Like if you see me and you want me to come up, just mention and I'll come on if I can.
Yeah, that's the social. Yeah, I mean, like definitely, we always want to speak to you.
So you were talking about the Globers and what's sad about the religion when you discovered that you couldn't hear anybody. So yeah, just gonna kind of throw that out there. That's where you were at.
Yeah, I just who was I listening to today? It was some guy on TikTok, and he's like, he just very methodical, and he's like walking. He just all of his points are so disingenuous, like the boats over the horizon. Why a boat disappears over the horizon? These guys can't figure out that besides the sky appearing to come down and the ground appearing to come up and the left and right appearing to come inwards, you have to understand that the back comes forward, right? When you're looking, if you're standing in front of the water, let's say you have 20 miles of water in front of you, right? The first quarter mile covers 95% of your visual space, and the rest 19 and 3/4 miles fit into that little 5%. So that's all compressed. So a quarter mile away, if you have a 3-foot wave, it could hide a cruise ship, because that cruise ship isn't going to get any farther in your visual field. It's just going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Just like if I was standing at the foot of a building and I held my finger out at arm's length, I can't block the building. But if I went 25 miles away, my finger can block the entire city. Just like that little wave can block the bottom half of a ship. And none of these guys will ever address that. Drives me nuts.
Right.
Remember
What
the night
about-
you? I remember the night you laid it out for Ruhif. It was so
I
simple.
was just gonna say that.
And
I
he-
remember
and
the
he-
Ruhifting of it.
and he just dipped.
Yeah. These guys, I mean, how many times have you heard McLooney Tunes say, "Go flat earther can't even describe a sunset or ship over the horizon." I mean, they do everything they accuse us of, and it's just like it's not worth talking to anti-flat earthers. It's just more worthwhile talking to. I mean, there is a purpose in talking to them. I get it, but it's just not my deal.
I finally have come around to what you said all those years ago before I even knew you, and you were like, "F those people, I don't want to talk to them." I was like, "No, I'm gonna go waste my time and bang my head against the wall," and you were like, "Have at it, buddy."
Occasionally,
they kind of remind me of. Hey, I just wanted to throw this out there because what Dave was saying, they behave like politicians, not globers in general, but the anti-flat earthers, the people that just won't address anything. Like they really do behave like fucking politicians. Like this is what I'm gonna do. I'm not saying it's a grip. Some of it is. Like Ozian was trying to get me of all people. I'm a fucking student, okay, to debate fucking McToon, and I'm like, A, I got that dipshit blocked, and B, it's not going to happen. You're wasting your time. But they do behave very politically, and it I don't know, it grates against me. I hate it.
Well, yeah, that's the open. Do we put an open debate challenge? We were like, dude, do we have to take McToon and FTFE? And I was like, I wager that they probably won't on the topics we put forth. But if they do, yeah, we do. We have to take them. But I made two memes. That's pretty funny. It's like the troll face with like the popsicle on a stick, but it's the globe, and it's like the dude saying, "I just have some genuine questions that no flat earther has ever answered." And it's like, yeah, they just say that and then say the same 7 things. And then the other one is just like the smarmy promise. I'm going to be in good faith. I promise. Trust me. And it's the dirtiest troll face, right? Always, all the time. That's most of the people.
You need to make one with McToon or FTF, or both of them standing on a podium saying we need common sense globe reform.
I do find that like the memes are pretty powerful. It makes them really angry, and also they're really bad at memes themselves. So like they get angry and then they try to meme, and then they like fall like fantastically on their face, and then you get to make fun of them for that too, and then that becomes a meme, and then it just like endlessly memes itself until they give up. It's wonderful.
Dude, they made memes out of me trying to cut me down. I was all like, you know what? That's pretty good. I'm keeping it.
Dude, we can't be mean. We just laugh, and if you make a good meme, we'll laugh with you.
I just hate that we're so used to hearing all flat earthers do is make memes, but then you have the select globers that make memes and troll, and then nobody says anything about them.
Dude, you
And
can
it's
say,
like, yo, just be honest. It's on both sides.
Did you see them? Though they were good, man. They're like, does water ban? I'm like, no.
Dude, you can say that, right? But like, how many good memes have you guys made? You want to do like a stack? You want to make a bar graph? You want to put it on like one side or the other? Because like I can count them on one hand. I've liked them all, every single one. It's 4 likes, right? So like when you say, but like you could say, oh, we just make memes. But making memes, first of all, is a talent, a skill, and a condensed form of communication perfected in the art of war, and pamphlets and communication monetized by media, put forth by marketing, perfected most of the stuff. So you can smirk at it, right? But we're damn good at it. So
Hey, Dave, I'm Brian Leakey, Flat Earth Test, and give me just a minute. I got a new argument to run by you, man. Give me just 1 minute. I think you'll like it.
Okay, cool.
I think General also had a question for Flat Earth Dave too. But
I had an experiment that I did, and yeah, but if Brian wants to go ahead, that's fine with me. I'm just sitting here around my bonfire.
Well, I can since it's fresh. So we always go back and forth with the air pressure and the containment and whatnot. And so I did a video a while back, where I just used temperature. I just a 70-foot PVC pipe. I capped it at each end with some real loose balloons, and put the last 8 foot in hot water on the other end of the 70-foot strip of PVC pipe. I put cold water, hot and cold on each end, and I was able to create a little pressure gradient. But they always use the pressure gradient and everything, and they try to act like because we tell them that equilibrium. We tell them that the gas would equal out. They act like it's not in equilibrium. Due to the temperature and whatever. It's I feel like whatever's out and around us is pretty much in equilibrium for the most part anyway, and that includes the gradient. And so I would say this. So they try and say the air would, I would say, tell them to imagine, let's say a 10-mile, or let's just say a 5-mile pipe, like a 1-foot diameter pipe that's just going straight up in the air. Okay, so we'll ask them what would happen if we put a cap on the end of it. It's not uncapped, and it's just a hollow 1-foot pipe sticking 5 miles in the air, and we put a cap on the end of it. We're still going to have a little gradient inside that PVC contained, right? Now ask them what would happen if we took that same pipe and put a vacuum like 10 to the negative 17 torr at the end of it instead of a cap. So them trying to use gravity and all this nonsense is crazy. So I've never heard that before. I thought maybe you might like it. You do a lot of podcasts and whatnot. So I figured I'd run that by you, Dave.
I'm sorry, but I didn't quite understand it. You have a PVC pipe vertical?
Yeah, vertical. Just it's a thought experiment. So 5 miles high, it's just a 5-mile pipe that's standing up straight. It's capped at the bottom, right, and it's uncapped at the top. So what we do, we put a cap on the top of it, and it's going to match ambient air pressure all around it from bottom to top. It's going to match ambient air pressure. So in other words, containing it, we get exactly what we got around us. Now, if we put a vacuum at the top of that thing, 10 to the negative 17 torr, instead of just capping it off, then all the air would be gone. So their gravity argument's out the door. You see where I'm coming from?
Right. So you're saying the air density would be heavier at the bottom and thinner at the top.
Yeah.
And why the top is open, then you put a cap on it, it's just going to remain like that. Then if you put a vacuum tube on it, put it to a low pressure system, it'll just suck all the air out.
Right, because they try to claim the gradient, and it's like we could do the same. I could just say walk outside. They're like, they always say when we ask them for evidence, they say walk outside. Well, we could do the same thing. If you want evidence for containment, hey, walk outside, bro. There's evidence for containment, and here's a thought experiment you could do.
Yeah, I like it.
I've got an experiment that I came up with. It wasn't even really an experiment, and a friend of mine and we went ice fishing. I live in Michigan, so we went ice fishing like 2 years ago, and we caught a bunch of bluegill. And he wanted to keep them because he's got an 80-gallon fish tank in his living room, or in his dining room, and he put these 12 bluegill in the 80-gallon fish tank, and above the 80-gallon fish tank, he's got like a 20 or 30-gallon fish tank with a bunch of little guppies and little things in there. So the 80-gallon fish tank had these bluegill in it, wild bluegill from a lake, and we're sitting around Joe's dining room table smoking down, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm always fucking thinking about so much, dude. so fucking much. And so I'm sitting there and I'm going, boy, I wonder how these fish would react if I took my Bic lighter up to the side of the fish tank. So I take I'm stoned as fuck, dude, right? I go up to the side of this fish tank and I flick my Bic lighter right up next to the glass. And I shit you not, all fucking 12 of those bluegill were like 1001 Space Odysseys, the monkeys with the fucking, obelisk. They're like, what the fuck is that? And then I immediately exposed the alpha bluegill out of the 12 of them. They were all drawn to the flame because, a fish ain't gonna know what to make out of a flame. They're underwater, dude. So the alpha bluegill is like shoving off the other bluegill. Like, no, I'm gonna learn of this first. I must know what this is. And wherever I moved the fucking lighter on the outside of the tank, they all kind of followed, but the alpha one was right there up by the glass. And the other ones kind of followed, but behind the alpha.
You became their god.
Dude, I totally mind fucked these fish, dude.
You told that one the earth's flat. Okay.
He has much knowledge.
Were they hungry?
Wait, it gets better, dude. It gets fucking better. So
I can only go one way.
So,
this gets better?
Yes, because
Wait, who's talking right now? Is that General?
Please hear me out, dude. I'm telling you, this is like real shit. And so, the alpha fish, bluegill, was like dominant in not letting the other ones up close to examine it. Wherever I moved it around in the tank, he followed, and the rest of them kind of did, but at a distance behind him, respectfully. So then I took it up to the smaller tank above the 80-gallon tank, and all the fucking guppies did the same fucking thing, dude. Whoa, they drawn to it. Like, dude, there was food being dropped in the top, and they didn't give a fuck about the food. They were fascinated by the flame. So fast forward a year, some of the, all but 2 bluegill died. Okay. My buddy Joe and I, we went to a local lake, and we were going to let them free.
Dude, you're making me miss Peter.
Dude, these 2 bluegill that we let free, and I'll tell you how this ties into flat Earth, because it does.
I can't wait.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm trying to be as concise as possible.
Let me guess. They started to sell Bic lighters to all their friends.
Evolution.
Dude, I got to hear the end of this. Like,
no, dude, I'm not a prideful person. I'm a very humble person, dude.
No, keep going. This is good. I like it.
It is, because the 80-gallon fish tank was about, 2.5 feet deep. Okay. So Joe and I, we go to the boat launch at Pine Lake, and we let the 2 bluegill out. One bluegill stayed within the shallows of the boat launch and would not go any deeper than what the fish tank was, that it was, acclimated to over the last year. The second bluegill fucking bolted right out into the deep. Like
Flat Earth bluegill.
So the reason that I mentioned that is because the world is flat. We live on a plane of existence. I believe we live on instead of like outer space looking up. That's what they want us to do. They want us to look up, look up, look up. Don't.
You're comparing that to that?
Don't think, laterally, because right now we live on an infinite plane of existence. Just like how they want us to believe that there's an infinite outer space. That's not true. There's an infinite plane of existence that we live on.
So the metaphor is we're in the aquarium, right?
Yes. And the reason why they want us to believe the deception, the lie, is because if it was known to be true that we're all stuck here, then they have no power over us. But they want us to be powerless in comparison to them.
Oh, like the first little fishy.
But exactly, in fact, once you see, because look, because when we are products of our environment. No, listen, seriously, and
It's a
Dave,
horrible
I'm
metaphor.
trying to speak to Dave directly because Dave, I've been following you for a long
Did
time.
you get all that, Dave? I'm listening.
Okay, so they tell us that we can only use like what 8 to 12% of our brain capacity. Well, we are products of our environment, so they need to take control of our environment. How else are 13 prime families going to have power over 7.5, 8.5 billion people?
Well,
They
I'm shooting for
they control
11.
the perception. They control the perception of our environment. Once we break through the understanding that what our true environment is and understand what our true environment is, then we are able to access the rest of the recesses and abilities of our fucking mind. Okay, the power that's behind the knowing is very, very true. So when we are held to this low frequency of, oh no, we live in a ball rotating through space. Yeah, okay, whatever. The fuck ever, dude. Get out of here with that shit. Why else was the military launching high altitude nukes? Project Dominic, Fishbowl. Why were they doing that? Okay, they were testing the height, so they knew how to not keep crashing shit into the firmament.
Just Rob Noxious.
This spiel was brought
that's
to you by Terrence McKenna.
That's a fair accusation, Brian.
So
that was an honest question.
I can completely and totally agree with that sentiment now that we got to the place where you got through your story, because absolutely, if they can control how we perceive the world that we exist within, they can limit our potential.
Exactly.
It was a long way of getting there, but it wasn't fruitless, man.
I'm on mushrooms, dude. I should have put that disclaimer.
I got you, but you could have stopped at the first little fishy, right? That would have been a nice analogy, and then the other little fishy, you could have just tied it in nice and neat right away. That's why I was frustrated.
But it wasn't an analogy. This is true shit that happened. That's why I had to.
Metaphor? You said you're on mushrooms. What's a simile, though?
Better way to put it. Not an analogy. It was an allegory.
Yeah, I mean, I like took mushrooms tonight, and I'm sitting around. I'm the last one sitting around my own bonfire, and I'm like I wasn't even come onto a space, and I saw like Flat Earth Dave in a space. I'm like, no fucking way, dude. There's no such thing as coincidences. I'm supposed to be here. I got to get on this space.
Yeah.
I need Dave to hear this, because seriously though, if they can control, we are products of our environment. They need to control our perception of our environment to hold control over the number of mass that we are.
How about
through that? They have no control over us because they're just as stuck here as the rest of us.
They control your perception of reality via the media and your perception of the popular opinion of the other people who are all the way through you, right? So they think they give you the opinion that you're in the minority and that no one cares. And really, there's 800,000 people out there just like you, raising a muck and trying to strike back. But they want you to think that you're alone, so they control your perception by not showing you that, showing you people what's projecting.
Yeah, so, and when I bought the Flat Earth, when I bought his app, when I bought Dave's app like 4 years ago, I try to tell people, I'm like, look, dude, you want to see this is Earth. Look at this. The fucking sun doesn't go higher than the Tropic of Cancer, doesn't go lower than the Tropic of Capricorn. Fucking, it's right there, dude. No bullshit. I'm like, dude, they have to reveal the truth in plain sight. It's how they break their karma. They have to.
It's a metaphysical law that they have to obey, those that deceive us. So you had me at mushrooms, and I'm sure Proud felt that. I do have plans to eat some mushrooms up here in the mountains.
No, it's
not
funny.
on the
He's on mushrooms tonight, and then said I have to come in here because Dave's here. But I ordered mushrooms tonight.
Dude, I got an IQ of 140. Look, I'm a 2-time high school pothead dropout. 2-time high school pothead dropout. I'm 40.4 years old. Okay, just turned 40.4 on August 30th. Now,
Wait, hold on, stop. You gave yourself a decimal format. Hold on. How the hell did you figure that out? Why are you carrying that around? Why? Never mind. You know what? We're withdrawn.
Wait, I didn't hear your question, sir.
He had 4/10 of a birthday cake.
No. Look, we, as we grow up in life, we're told that 40 is anything past 40 is over the hill. 40 is over the hill.
With a little nubby candle.
I did last year. Actually, my birthday was on a blue moon. August 30th last year was a blue moon. So the theme was blue moon birthday. Yeah. So everything was blue moon themed. And actually last year was Moon Pie's 100th anniversary.
If your birthday's on August 30th, bro, how are you 40.4 years old?
Well, if I can explain it without interruption, you'll understand it. And it might even get you free drinks at the casino because it worked for me. It makes perfect fucking sense, dude. And it's all part of the perception of our fucking reality. Okay, so
yeah, you're talking about when you was conceived.
We're running a rat race in life. Okay, life is a rat race. Okay, 40 is over the hill. Nobody says we have. When I turned 40, I was like, fuck this. Why would I go over that fucking hill? I'm at the middle way through life. Okay, most people don't live past 80. They're lucky if they do. And that's a matter of opinion. But when I got to 40, I said, you know what? Decimal points go with numbers. Why would I fucking go over that hill? I'm at 40. I'm on the top of the hill. I'm above the floodwaters. I got a beautiful view.
Definitely.
I'm gonna build a tiki hut. I'm gonna put a hammock up. I'm gonna grow a lemon tree. I'm gonna grow a fucking pot plant. I'm gonna have a nice garden. I'm gonna sit here on the front porch with my wife and my 2 dogs.
See the flat plane there. We tied it back. Beautiful.
And we're gonna enjoy.
This is Rob, right? This Rob.
Let him talk.
Yeah, dude. I
apologize, but it's a genuine question, bro. I apologize.
No, my name's Derek. Derek, named after Derek and the Dominoes. Okay. My name's Eli, middle name, named after Three Dog Night. Eli's coming.
Bro, do not dox yourself. Do not dox yourself.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not. I'm leaving the last name.
We're gonna give a fuck, buddy.
I'm glad you got to come. You got to speak your truth. Your mushroom high.
I'd like to finish the 40.4 if I could, please.
Yeah, definitely wrap it up, and then we're gonna open it up for more.
Okay, so 40 is the pinnacle middle point of everybody's life. Okay, life is a rat race. The only people that run downhill are people chasing after a fucking cheese wheel, and they never get the cheese wheel. They always end up ass over tea kettle before they even get there. And I'm going to stay here at the top of the hill because once you reach 40, every physical year is 1/10 of your age. So if you're 62, you're really 42.2. If you're 58, you're really 41.8. And by that comparison, by adding the decimal point theory to your age, you slow down your aging process because age is just a construct that the mind creates. And so if you don't do that, eventually while you're sitting there at the top of the hill above floodwaters, enjoying the fucking beautiful view and watching everybody run, eventually you might get someone to stop and go, hey, what's this? Hey, dude, it's a refreshment table. Have some lemonade. There's some fucking doobies rolled up. Pull up a hammock. Enjoy 40 point whatever comes next. And if you use a decimal point, you never even get to 50. You'd be like well over 100 by the time.
That's fascinating, dude.
Okay, so there, I'm done. I'll land my.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, we're there.
Let me give him a little insight here.
I'm gonna wrap it up. B. I'm a 2-time high school pothead dropout. Okay.
Shoot for 3.
I got an IQ of 104. I got an IQ of 147. I was born at 1:47 a.m. on August 30th. My first day in first grade, when I was beat by my fucking first grade teacher for daydreaming outside, looking outside.
Fantastic. I vote nobody addresses what he said and we say something else. What do you guys think?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks again, General. I want vibrating to chime in though, because I believe that you're only as old as you feel. You shouldn't have to you shouldn't have to decimal point your age, but I do believe you're only as old as you feel. You know, that's a mindset thing that society pushes onto you. But vibrating, go ahead, jump in, and then if anybody wants to tie it back to flat Earth, we can. I want to say hi to Image.
Do you guys know the life cycle of an eagle? When they hit
No.
40?
Oh, isn't it that they get their color or something?
They
No,
can.
it's like it when they hit 40, their beaks curl too low when they can't eat,
Yeah, they can.
or their claws. So they have two choices when they hit 40. They either just die, or they go through a 150, I think it's 150 day cycle of they have to rip out their own claws to grow them back, and they have to peck at rocks or something to break down their beak. So they have two choices: they either die or go through 150 day cycle of pain and agony, so they can have another 40 years to their life.
40.
So that's all I'm saying towards what he was just saying. That's all I gotta say.
Vibrate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say your backdrop is the Mockingbird media cover, the face cover, the eyeballs thing. Is that what it's related, or did you put it there for something else?
Say that again.
On your Twitter profile, right behind your backsplash or whatever. Do you know what that picture is, or did you use it for non-Mockingbird media related reasons?
No, it's a political thing.
Something like your header.
Never mind.
Purely a coincidence. I did not know eagles have to do all that to like live again. Yikes.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's pretty cool though.
You
That's
actually
all I'm saying towards what he was trying to say. Like I see he's on shrooms. He's on his.
Dude, that's got nothing to do with it, though. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm being taken as like a joke or something.
It kind of does. Another hill to get over.
Yeah, it is. I'm 41. I'm 41, and I see where he's trying to get from. Like you don't want to get old. You don't want to.
You didn't give me the decimal. I don't know how old that is.
I don't want to get old. It's like I'm realizing the fact of the matter is this life is what you make of it. Age is what you make of it. Time is what you. That's it.
I hate that they put age on it. Age is.
There's right now is
Just a
nighttime.
construct.
And then in a couple hours from now, it'll be almost daytime, and then it'll be daytime.
Is
And
that
a couple
'cause-
days later, it'll be almost nighttime, and guess what? It's nighttime.
The globular time zones, right? Yeah.
There's 4 times. Period. There's daytime, almost nighttime, almost daytime.
We almost had it, guys.
Yeah, but fuck time. Time isn't a thing.
It's just like when they tell you you have cancer and you don't, you die anyway, because your mind creates the world that you're in. So when they say, hey, you're 70 and this is what's going to happen when you're 70, all these things happen because you're programmed into it. So me, I just say I don't identify with chronological age, and I just live my life and everything is great. And I also realize that this world is even more wild than us awake people realize it is, on how our thoughts create our reality, on how have you guys heard the term retrocausality? This thing blows the Mandela effect away. Okay, they did an experiment. They got a group of people to pray for a group of people in the hospital. There was two
Yeah, I
groups of
heard
people.
that.
You heard this? Did you guys talk about it on here?
I think it was Duke University who did the what you're speaking of. Go ahead. I bet.
Yeah. So I had heard a long time ago, but then I just heard someone tell it recently. So there was two groups of people in the hospital that were all basically with the same illness, and they had this group pray for one of the groups. And then when they checked on the people, they didn't tell them that they were praying for them 10 years ago, because it was 10 years ago when they were in the hospital. But when they found that group of people, they were all doing better than the group that wasn't prayed for. So it's retrocausality. It's Mandela effect on steroids. And so if there's any truth to that, which there really appears to be, there's lots of evidence that you can literally retroactively change your past to change your future, to change your current situation. And that's the elite want to keep us separated, want to keep us, systemic racism, which doesn't exist. They want it to exist. So all these school shootings, all this nonsense that's going on, they want us afraid of each other. They want us lonely, because when you're lonely and afraid you're producing that energy that they want. They want that negative, loose energy. And so when we just say, nope, not buying it, I'm unplugging from the system, that's what they're afraid of. I mean, we can literally take this world back overnight if everyone just
We're going
stops
to, Dave.
feeding.
We're going to, Dave.
Yeah.
That's a little bit different than the experiment that I thought of, but that reminds me of the parking thing. Like I couldn't believe it, but I tried it anyway. I'm assuming everybody here has heard of or tried the parking spot thing. Like if you're pulling up to a grocery store, where you imagine a spot up front, on your way there. It's never failed me. I've done it probably about, I don't know, 6-7 times, but it never fails. And so there has to be some truth to what you just said, man. If that's true, anyway. But the one I heard was the yeast thing from I think it was Duke, and they did a bunch, like they did thousands and thousands of different subjects and controls and everything, and they steadily got a remarkable freaking percentage of the ones they prayed for. They did this study for a long time. I don't know exactly how long. They did it for a long time, and they did it with a lot of subjects. And every time, the ones they prayed for had a better success rate. That was
Yeah, that's what they're afraid of. They don't want us figuring that out. That's why they deny God. That's why they do everything the opposite of what the truth is. And they don't. Nature is where we really connect with God, and so they don't want us in nature. They want us in compact cities, and they're trying to get us to agree to have all our freedoms taken away when we have
thousands of different subjects and controls and everything, and they steadily got a remarkable freaking percentage of the ones they prayed for. They did this study for a long time. I don't know exactly how long. They did it for a long time, and they did it with a lot of subjects. And every time, the ones they prayed for had a better success rate. That was
Yeah, that's what they're afraid of. They don't want us figuring that out. That's why they deny God. That's why they do everything the opposite of what the truth is. And they don't. Nature is where we really connect with God, and so they don't want us in nature. They want us in compact cities, and they're trying to get us to agree to have all our freedoms taken away when we truly have the power. But everyone's afraid that they don't have the power.
Exactly. His power of spoken word is very true.
Power to Dave for an excellent response to make that, genuine and awesome. Man.
pretty neat. You sounded a little bit down when you came in. I was going to say, man, if you need cheering up later, Dave, after you leave here, go watch yesterday Austin and McToon's conversation. Oh my God, dude! You talking about hilarious?
Is
New
that on
perspective.
Austin's channel?
It's on. It's.
I'll send you a link, Dave.
No, I don't think it's on Austin's channel, but it's on New Perspective. Clipped a lot of it out. New Perspective channel,
That's,
and it's also on Rumble on Earth Awakenings. That's where they had the conversation.
I
It's
just
hilarious.
despise that guy. Do I need to watch it?
Jose McToon's not gonna cheer him up, bro. Honestly, if you
By
want.
the way, I'm. It's 1:00 in the morning here. I'm just quiet. That's all.
Nobody watches McToon for fun or for cheering, just for the record, in case anyone has other recommendations.
Right.
Yeah, Brian, I've never been like, oh man, I'm not feeling, good today. I'm gonna cheer up and tune into
Never not happened once. Never seen
There's
my
only
boy.
one person.
Well, hearing
only one.
McToon apologize, bro, just came as a shock to me. Like, I couldn't believe he literally apologized when Austin brought up an example of him lying. So he tried to come in on Austin, accusing him of being dishonest, and Austin just totally, with example, pulled and turned the table on him and had him apologize. Like, I couldn't even believe it. I was in shock.
Yeah, that's not surprising. He can only do that when they're not face to face, right? Obviously, you're gonna have to apologize when you see the man to his face, right?
Do you guys remember that planetarium that got the dude that got arrested at that planetarium several years back? Feds raided the planetarium, and the cover story was that he had kitty porn or some shit like that on his computer. You guys remember that? It's
I thought
over.
that was a sun observatory or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, like a big giant fucking telescope out west, like
That
Arizona.
sounds like a South Park episode.
Well,
down to the planet.
No, but you guys, like, seriously, you guys remember that? I can't recall the name of the actual place of the actual observatory.
Seriously though,
I think the guy got arrested because he took that fucking telescope and put it horizontal and could fucking see the skyline of Japan, and then he took a picture of it.
Get real.
Yeah, Rob. All right, Rob.
You're probably right.
Why do you keep calling me Rob?
Because you're not of high. What's up? You say you were. How's your mushroom trip going? You chilling? Once you.
Dude, mushrooms are not. Look, man. I'm a product of the 1900s. Okay, so
that's okay.
Like,
we're good.
We're gonna rotate mics here in a second.
let's let
so
Mix go,
All right, I'll
and
just
then,
drop
Alien.
down.
yeah, that'd be
I've said-
great. Thank you.
You guys can have my mic. I don't know how I got it.
No. You can stay.
No, absolutely not.
No, break.
I just want to say planetarium rhymes with sanitarium. I don't know if there's a connection there. Yeah.
Yo, Dave, if you're listening, can you send me a DM with your YouTube channel in it? I can never remember the link.
DM on Twitter. I have to figure out how to do that.
Oh no, sorry, different Dave. The Dave Airplane.
Different Dave.
Yeah, Airplane Dave.
You're just assuming he's listening. You're just talking to the ether. Dave will pick it up.
Dude, okay, Outer Ponders. What do you guys
Outer
think
Ponders,
about people from other
100%
lands? All right, he'll definitely get it now.
But also,
let's
yeah,
go.
Dave should DM people and be able to use DMs.
Let's go hands, and then we'll do open mics.
Hey,
and you
I'm
guys
gonna
can
cut. I'm gonna
choose
cut out
the
in a
next
minute.
guest.
I'm gonna cut out in a minute. If anyone has any questions before I go, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, hey man, I've got one or maybe two, if that's cool. Yeah,
Start with one.
Yeah, I was gonna have a fish story for you, but I'll save that for next time. But hey, Flat Earth Dave, like it's kind of cool. It's a different reality to have somebody that's kind of a face for Flat Earth, right? I don't know if that was something ever you thought would happen, but good on you for being able to toe the line for it. But hey, I got like two things. So like I'm kind of a supporter of NASA. Like I support NASA, man. And then I was just wondering, who
What
is
kind of
it
a
that really
person are
kind of
you, though?
kicked you off, into this flat Earth thing? Like the unsung heroes, right? The ones that like kind of like put this information out there and maybe triggered, the thinking in you, to actually pursue the idea of Earth being flat.
Do you think
But
the Earth is flat or a globe?
Personally, I don't think that it's either. But the reason why I say I
you
support
support NASA. Do you think NASA goes to space?
Yeah, actually, I support NASA because they've probably done more for humanity and actually
What have they done for
showing us.
humanity?
Yeah, hold on. If you'll let me, yeah, NASA's actually done more for humanity and actually showing us the reality that we live in because they've actually put the pictures out there to show you that it's not what they say it is. Like if you look at the blue marble, and I think it's maybe like the 2012 image of it, and then if you look at like the 2000, I think maybe it's 3, like it just basically shows you that the continents are two different sizes in both of those images.
Paintings.
So yeah, so basically NASA is doing, they're doing God's work, man. Like they're actually showing you exactly.
Oh my God.
So, and they've also done it well. They've also done really well in actually showing you how fake the moon landing
Yo,
is,
guys,
right?
relax.
Yeah, like,
Give it up, Clyde.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like feedback, but if you'll just take a second and just like see what I'm saying is that.
Yeah, I got you, bro. It's a good point. Good point, bro. Keep going.
NASA is actually, I know that everybody hates on NASA and hates on all these globe people, and that's one way to look at it. But they've revealed their hand, right? I mean, they're showing everybody exactly what it is. I mean, you can argue about it, and that's fine. We can argue all day long, but if you just take what they actually put out and look at it, they show you that it's not what they've taught you your entire life, right?
Right.
So
Without them, we
actually,
wouldn't
I
have half
support.
the comedy, right? Without NASA, we wouldn't have half the evidence we have. Just their own evidence is our evidence.
You work for
Yeah,
NASA,
exactly.
don't you?
Yeah,
No,
I mean, I
that
hate
was
the
a good
fact.
attempt at an ironic statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's an attempt. I'll give it that. It is an attempt because everybody talks about NASA this and NASA that, but I mean they've actually put the images out and shows that it's not what it is. So, I can support that. Maybe not the billions and billions of dollars that they get. I mean that's kind of ridiculous, but that was my thing. So I do support NASA and Flat Earth Dave. Hey man, like yeah, who was it that kind of got you kicked off, man? Like in the early days of all this, because I've been following this for a long time.
If you're asking who got me to finally look, it was Sophia Smallstorm, who did 9/11 Mysteries and Unraveling Sandy Hook in 2, 3, 4, and 5 dimensions. She's the one that made me look. And then I saw Sergeant's Clues. I think I saw Dubé's video. I think I saw some Taboo Conspiracy back then. And back then, YouTube would feed you real stuff instead of propaganda like they do today. As far as your comments and views on NASA, I don't think you could be any farther off the mark, but that's just my opinion.
Oh man, I'm just kind of like poking a little hole in everything. But if you see it, man, I mean, if you really look at it, like NASA is a an operation. You know what I'm saying? Like it's an operation that's put out there to feed information, and they've given everyone the concept of space and all these ideas of how we can go to different planets. Like they give us all of that stuff, but at the same time, when they're giving this information, like you can look at it another way, right? Like you can look at it and poke holes in what they're giving you. So I don't necessarily see it as a nefarious thing. I don't think that it's like that. I think it's just they're putting information out there.
Yeah,
And
where
if you
else we
fall
gonna
for it,
get? Where else
yeah,
we gonna get Pluto on Pluto?
Are you saying that they're like a white hat actor? Because I'm having a really hard time following you. At first, it seemed like what you were saying is like, hey, I support NASA ironically because they're revealing how big of a fucking fraud they are. And then you continued and came in with this, and it kind of seems like maybe you're saying, hey, it's a white hat psyop. I don't, man. I've just you gone so many directions.
In my opinion, it's your fault for trying to follow that horse shit.
yeah.
All right,
Well, I mean, when you have people on space stations flying around on strings, I mean, they're giving you everything that you need to see that it's fake, right? I mean, it's put in your face. I don't understand. Like, yeah, maybe you can
Okay,
say
I'm
they're
sorry.
white
I
hat.
withdraw my comment then.
Yeah, I don't know. You can maybe say they're a white hat organization or whatever. I mean, I don't look at it like that. I just look at it as they've disseminated and they've actually put out information that gives you everything that you need to make the decision yourself. If you're too fucking stupid to see it, then that's on you. But
Yeah,
I
no,
don't.
it's very ambiguous. I did state
Yeah, when you first came in, though, you said that who made you fall off? Like you did sound kind of like you're a NASA supporter. You maybe worked for him, and who made David a flat earther, like in a bad way. But I caught on. I caught on, brother.
I got a better idea. There's Triggered Toby. There's Mister. There's Plucky Podcast down there. Our Czech brethren from the Ether Cosmology side. I am is down there. He probably has cool stuff to say. Just saying.
Roll it out.
You go publicly shaming those lads.
It works. I'm not. Maybe not call it that. Maybe I don't know.
Light suggesting.
I'm just suggesting that personally, I'd rather hear from any of the people I named than some of the people currently on stage, and those on stage shall remain nameless. You know who you are.
Open mic guys. Currently 111. We go as long as you guys keep us on. So shout out to you. Post, repost, like, comment.
Hey, before
Shout
I
out
go,
to YouTube chat.
I just realized me and Proud are in
Go
the
ahead,
fucking
Dave.
line for the first time ever because I'm literally in a different time zone.
before I go, I just want to say if I hear Will Duffy say one more time, so and so has refused a free trip to Antarctica, like it's like the guy in the white windowless van saying, "Hey, free candy,
Oh yeah, no,
come."
he's trying to kill everybody.
It's so obvious what this guy's up to. So he's the only guy that I literally despise more than McToon.
Let me get all my position on a boat so I can sink it.
Yeah, I don't even know what they have planned. It's just this guy has what he has planned is not good, and I don't think
Propaganda, man. Propaganda.
That was my
Yeah,
first impulse.
I'm all down for observing what's in the sky in Antarctica, but the way he labeled it, the final experiment. It's not final. It's not an experiment, and he can't accept the fact that if the sun sets, that's the end of the globe. If the sun doesn't set, which I think it does, um, that just means we don't understand the sky. It's unfair, but that's the way it is because the globe has its set model. The flat Earth, we're trying to figure out what the sky is. We're trying to figure out what the stars are. But in the globe model, they have their 93 million mile away burning ball of gas in a space vacuum that has to set. And then here's the other thing. We all know the Earth is flat, right? They're not going to let us see a setting sun, whether it's cloudy, they cancel the trip, or whatever. They're not going to let us see it. So
Hey,
what are they up to? I don't know.
Dave,
Imagine we had billions of dollars. Imagine we have billions of dollars profited to us to explain flat Earth like NASA does. It's a whole different story. I just wish we had the same opportunity that NASA has. It's fucked.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Dave, are you subbed to No Fanfare?
Yeah, I like that guy.
Did you see the video he put out recently where the guy Zen McMurdo, and I went and dug into it, but anyway, a short version of this, because I know there's a lot of people want to talk. So he was in McMurdo and he said it's the height of summer, and he mentions that it's never really dark there. He said, but then he literally followed it up with this, but the sun does set. But then he ended the video right there. I went and researched it, and that was in context, and it was within the time. It was 2 weeks within the time there should have been 24-hour sun there. I looked at the date of his stream, and the guy is in McMurdo. It was 2016, and he did a few videos from Antarctica. He worked there, and he said that it never gets truly dark because it's the brightness of the atmosphere, the snow. He said, but the sun does set. He literally says that.
Yep.
And so just in
Yeah,
case
and all
people-
of the witnesses that say that there is a 24-hour sun work for that logistics company, work for that company. There's like on their website they have 2 reviews that talk about the 24-hour sun, and both of them are by employees that work there.
Yeah, their website's only 10 months old, man. Like, dude, I've looked around and looked all these years, and I've seen the cruise that goes down there to the little tip and all that. And I'm like, how come I never could find this? This is all propaganda. It's new. It's if they do let them go, get ready, dude. Shit's gonna hit the fan. But yeah, they're gonna cancel it, dude. My prediction is they're gonna cancel it to another pandemic.
I think it's going to be a bunch of headlines because in December they got the final experiment, and then a couple days later, William Shatner, the guy that they fake shot into space, along with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, they're going to Antarctica. And then Netflix is coming out with a series of flat Earth families that were given $40,000 to prove the Earth is flat. That's going to be a hit piece. And then SpaceX is going to fly over Antarctica in December. So now you got 4 headlines, and that's what the world runs on, headlines. Find any normie out there that thinks that the Tesla car in space is cool, and then ask them if they watched any of the footage, and the answer is no, they didn't. They just love the headlines. So I think that's their plan. I think it's going to backfire. I don't think there's any outcome that's not going to bring more attention to flat Earth. So
I worked up north in Yellowknife for a month.
Yeah.
And there's 24-hour sunlight for 4 months. Not 4 months, 4 weeks. And how is there? We had to cover our windows, everything, because it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. It's sunlight the whole fucking time. So if we have that much sunlight up north in Yellowknife, how the fuck is it light?
What is the latitude there?
I don't know the latitude. It's top of Canada. Top of Canada.
What's the latitude? Is it 70 degrees?
I don't know the degrees of that. I'm not that onto that shit. But if it's the top of Canada,
Yeah,
think of
there's
the
no
map.
symmetry to the Earth from the north to the south, and that would
So
be
it's
required if there's a
it's
ball.
right beside Alaska. It's attached to Alaska.
Yeah, I
So
get it.
there's 4 weeks pure sunlight. It doesn't go away at all.
I get it. Makes sense.
But how? No, so I believe you. So how is there sunlight at the South Pole that time when the North Pole up there is sunlight for 4 weeks?
No,
Let me ask you a question. Does the snow
hold
melt
on.
during that 4 weeks?
Pardon?
What?
No, I'm
what?
a flat
What?
Earth. I'm a
What?
flat Earth.
What are the
So
what 4 weeks was that? What month?
60.45 latitude, just
What
for
month
reference.
was that?
Hold on. So it was like fucking years ago. I don't know
What
the
month
month.
was
It
it
was
though? Summer, winter?
it was winter going into spring.
So what month was it?
August.
So that's not winter. That's
May,
summer.
June, May, June. Oh, you don't know the fucking hold on.
So it's probably June
June. It
or
was
July.
June. Yeah, it was June. Sorry.
Yeah.
That was dumb of me.
In
That was
June
really
and
dumb of me.
July, there's no sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, exactly. So like when I was up there, it was 3 to 4 weeks of just pure sunlight.
I get it.
So
But you said that there was sunlight there and in Antarctica at the same time, which is not the case. There's no sunlight. There's midnight 24 hours a day in Antarctica in June and July.
Yeah.
There's no lights. There's no sunlight.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's the opposite of what you
that
just
was
said.
really dumb. Yeah, no, I agree. That was really dumb of me. I been drinking. And that was really dumb of me.
In one of the old documentaries, they said that they had to prepare and they had to go ahead and leave, or else they would get trapped in for the long 9 sunless months of the Antarctic winter. They literally said that, quote unquote. It was a Navy documentary, and I also think I heard Bird saying that when he was in that shelter, and that got me thinking. It makes sense having 9 sunless months because if the Earth is the way I picture it, then the further you go out, you'd eventually hit a spot with no sunlight. So you hit spots with 3 months of darkness, then you go a little further out, 6 months, and then you go further than that, 9 months. But I was wondering why in the world did they say that, quote unquote, 9 sunless months? That was a trip.
I keep hearing, heads up guys, I came out the closet. I keep hearing mixed information about that. On one hand, I hear that the experiment, the final observation was paid for. And then on the other hand, I hear that you guys are still gonna have to pay for certain things. So like, Duffy's going around, Dave, saying that it's free or that there will be expenses. Your flight is just free.
Supposedly Duffy is paying for everything, like 100%, all expenses for the 2 people he's bringing or the 3 people he's bringing, right? And so we have honest Dave McKeegan that on the Globe side, and then we have maybe Jaron and Austin on our side, but he's paying for everything. But here's the thing. I don't think he's paying for crap. I think the guy's broke. I think he's part
But
of a bigger
yesterday,
plan.
Risket was talking about a contract where it says that he would be responsible for the
No,
expenses if anything were to happen.
right. If they canceled for anything other than like a death in the family, then then they would have to pay for the trip. And I agree with them. They're like they don't know. Something in life could happen. Like if there's a reason, there's a good reason why they couldn't go. But I think they'll iron that out because Duffy is desperate to have those 2 come because whatever he has planned, he wants the most 2 credible flat earthers there as possible because whatever he has planned, it'll work better with 2 reliable, trusted flat
Yeah, but
earthers.
Dave, this is the 4th time I've seen this, though, man. It's kind of propaganda to me. They chirped when Greater Sapien.
Earlier I was going to mention
sorry.
about how like the 24-hour like daylight thing in Antarctica.
I don't think you could hear
And I
everybody,
watched
Taylor.
this thing where basically somebody did a globe simulation, or I'm sorry, a dome simulation model, and they did a light spinning around it, and at all hours of the day, like something about the refraction of the light off of the dome cause it to be like daylight, but the sun's still set. You know what I mean?
Caustic mathematics. Yep.
So
Yep.
it was
Yeah.
interesting. It was, yeah.
You know, if you look at Shane's model, on, you know, which is on my app, or just go to Shane's model wherever he has that, and you change it to December 21st, right around there, and then put yourself as far south as his model will allow, it shows a circling sun in his model. It shows the
This is true.
circling sun
It does on the
in
AE
the
map
south.
generator too. On the AE map generator, if you put the central point anywhere near the equator, or it shows it too.
Well,
Or
the
if you put it
reason
in Antarctica, it'll show it. That's interesting.
the reason is because that's what timeanddate.com shows. Now the argument is that valid, right? Is that actual data, or do they just invert
Is
the
anybody
northern
talking
data
right
that's
now?
available past a certain point?
Yeah,
So-
Shane's talking. If you
Yeah,
drop
you
down, I'll
should
bring
come
you back
back
up.
in.
Yeah, drop down. Come back,
I'll
Taylor.
drop down.
Yeah, Taylor can't hear you, Shane.
So I was just talking about the
But
24-hour sunlight
Hang on 1 sec, vibrating lad. What were
north
you saying, Shane?
and Canada. What if they're trying to purposely set it up like, you know,
Hey,
the
Vibe.
second-
I don't think he can hear
Vibe,
either.
you can't hear Alan, who was interrupting you and wanted to hear from
Okay,
Shane.
sorry.
instead. So you should probably come back out and in. We'll get you the mic back so you can hear everybody.
Wait,
Good
hold
on
on
you,
a second.
member.
Listen, I want to wrap up, but what I'm saying is, I don't think there's a 24-hour sun, and I don't think whatever they're not going to let us see a sun setting. So I don't know what they have planned. I just know that Will Duffy's a deceiver, a liar, and I
You're
want
hot like
nothing
him,
to do
proud.
with him. So I'll be listening, snuggled in my bed with the earphone in.
Hey, nice meeting you, Dave, man.
Right on,
Brian
Dave.
Leakey
Thanks
again,
for coming
Flat Earth
by.
Test. Brian Leakey, look it up. You could use any of my shit if you like it. Very good. Very nice meeting you, man.
All right, man. Thanks. See ya.
By the way, I dropped down and I heard multiple people talking, and I couldn't hear anybody before that. I'm so sorry if I interrupted.
Oh, it's all good.
Happens a lot.
We know.
I figured you couldn't hear me, but I backed off, because you're trying to talk.
I'm so
I
sorry.
forgot.
I was gonna mention something else earlier while I had my hand up about NASA like low key exposing stuff. So I did some deep digging one night on their website, and I found the raw Cassini images, which they claim are of Saturn and stuff. And ironically, many of the moons of Saturn and Saturn itself was actually like a transparent look, and you could see the stars behind it. And in multiple filters, the stars were in the same location, so it wasn't just like a lensing effect or whatever. Like, it wasn't just an issue with the camera sensor. It was really strange, and I have them posted on my profile. You probably have to dig down far, but there's a link to them too.
Yeah, and then they got cold busted. They were using from the Kissimmee, and then almost 2 years, like a year and 9 months later, they used it for a nebula or aurora they put on Jupiter, or supposedly during the 4th of July. Like, it's funny, they do the pumpkin face nebula for Halloween, and they did the aurora for the for 4th of July, and they forgot and used the same exact picture. They used the Kissimmee picture, and they literally got busted. That's one of the few things they got cold, dead dog busted, lying about the mission in the photograph. The cloud stuff, their little swirly clouds that they show when they show their images, they matched exactly from like almost 2 years previous.
Nice. Yo, real quick before we move on, Shane, could you touch back on that data, time and date thing with the map and the sun real quick?
Yeah, what Dave was saying was that in the model, if you move it to like wicked far south and go to the solstice, it'll show you a sun in the opposite direction of where it is, but only because that's what the data would show from timeanddate.com, right? Timeanddate.com data we use for it, but past a certain latitude, I wouldn't swear by it. I don't think it's accurate. I think they invert northern data past a certain latitude, like say 70, 80 south, and they just say, hey, here's the inverted, what it is in the north, and that's what they say it's in the south. Because if you go all the way to 90, it's directly under the South Pole, right? That's never been taken. No one has that. That's in the model too. But it's just because you need data to fill out the model, and without using time and date, I don't actually know what else to do. So if anyone has a suggestion, let me know.
Well, that's perfect. Makes perfect sense because in the Nautical Almanac, like in the north, they got all the way going to Polaris, but in the south, there's no trackable, like navigable stars, or however you pronounce
So,
that,
like,
past 69 south. So there's 21 degrees with no trackable stars. You know, that's ridiculous. Something's up there.
but like, so there's, I think people have brought to the attention before that the data is not accurate because like the sunset times in the north and the south for the same time at the same latitude at different times look suspect. There's a terminated line issue with like the dusk and twilight, right? Remember how dusk and twilight take much longer in the south or in the same opposing summer? You find the same city in the north at the same latitude at the same season the next season, like 6 months later. There's not a reciprocal amount of hours in twilight and opposing dusk and dawn. It's a far more greater amount in the south, right? That's what the data shows. However, if you look at timeanddate.com, that's not what the data reflects. That data reflects perfect symmetry. Anyway, the timeanddate.com data is what runs the model, and that's why it'll show you the globe observation, right? Because to them, that's they say that the timeanddate.com data shows them the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? So
Yep, and the time and date. They do all the adjustment without telling us is the deceptive part that I think. But they do all the declination corrections for you in the south. They're already done, and they don't specify that. I literally had to find that out by researching hardcore into it, man. It's like they should let us know that, you know, that they're using declinations and corrections like you're specifying. They make it look like a perfect, like everything just works hunky dory perfectly. There are explanations that go into it that they're not forthright about that, in my opinion.
yeah, there's evidence of that, I think.
Yeah, the whole month of June in the Northwest Territories attached to Alaska is pure sunlight. 24 hours. So
Well, I mean,
how the fuck is there no sunlight in the Antarctica? If we wanted to just throw out some stupid term, be like, well, if there's 24-hour sunlight in the Northwest Territories in the north, then that means the Earth is flat. Like, we can throw out that term and be right. So maybe they're just trying to time this on their stupid little experiment that if there's 24 hours for a month up here, there possibly could be 24 hours for a month down south.
well, in their model, they have the north leaning toward the sun, and that's when it gets to 24-hour. And then 6 months later, they have the south tilted toward. And on a flat Earth, it's I believe it's, you know, the sun's to me it makes perfect sense. Sun close, hotter. Winter, sun farther away, colder. But so the sun's too far away to light up the south.
Yeah, because I literally worked up there. I literally worked up there for a month, and we had to fucking tape our windows shut and black them out because it's 2 a.m. and it's pure sunlight. And there's like, and this is before I was like a flat earther. This is way before this. This was like 15, no, not even 15, like 10, 12 years ago. I wouldn't even put that. I wish I had this knowledge back then to think about that. But like now I think of it and I'm just like, no, that makes no fucking sense. Like how, if I'm working way this north, and they claim to have 24-hour sunlight way down there, that makes no sense. Right? Like it's, and the only way they have a basis off that and they want to prove it is if it's like a reversed. Like if there's that much nighttime where I was, which I don't know because I didn't work during that time up there, and it's reversed and they have like a month down there where sun.
That's their claim. That's their claim. That's
You're
a globe.
getting
That's
it, buddy.
a necessity.
You're good. You're good. You figured it out.
But just to touch, and this is probably the last thing I say, but to touch on what I was saying is with time and date and SunCalc, like Mitchell from Australia did a live stream right when the sun came up on equinox and during the winter solstice in Australia, and he was right by Sydney, And he had a really good compass too, and so he wanted to see just to test things. You know, a lot of things we take for granted, and this was one of them. So he pointed, and it wound up being 11 degrees off. So the sun, in reality, well, just compared to the compass, you know, there is some legitimacy to magnetic declination. I'm not saying that it's all a fluke, but still in the south, it's more in question. And so it was 11 degrees further south than what the compass read, but time and date said 90 degrees. So everywhere on Earth, time and date will tell you on the equinox the sun rises 90 and sets 270 south, but there's very few places on Earth where that holds true with the compass, because you know most places are declinated one way or another.
That's
I
a
just
very
thought that was
good point,
interesting.
Brian. Thank you.
That's not how we establish south, though. So
How on earth did Peter stumble his way back up here? Was there a mistake somewhere?
Peter.
through the grace of the host.
I had like 9 hours of Peter today.
Oh, do we need to learn like what masochists are and how we don't want to be them?
Yeah,
But
something
it's
like
like 1v20, okay?
I
Just
thought he
because
came
that's
up
your
here to
fantasy.
tackle a different part of the beam.
It was definitely a tackle. He was looking for a tackle, Proud.
I had hope.
Wants to be tackled by a bunch of men on live, dude. Oh, do you want attention, Peter?
No, I'm here to help you guys generate some good content after this long commercial break.
General also has a question. Taylor came back. Brian's still up here. It's open mic, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Well, 28 days per month. 28 days for a lunar cycle. We're missing a 13th month to the zodiac. It should be the dragon. The 13th month that's missing is the dragon.
That extra month only gains them more money and more everything. That 13th month is factual, but it only gains.
If you take the extra days after 28 days of all 12 months, it equals another 28 days, which would fill in the missing 13th month, which is the dragon symbol in the zodiac.
Hey, Proud, Alan, I think these two guys can carry you guys for like another 4 hours.
Well, I got a
Just
question for
autopilot.
you, Peter. I got a question for you, man. Would you agree that if gravity increases, will buoyancy increase, and if gravity decreases, will buoyancy decrease? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now we take Jupiter, that's supposed to have all this gravity. It's supposed to be raining diamonds. So in other words, for something to even fall from the clouds, it has to be as dense as the densest thing on Earth, the densest substance, diamond. So other than that, you're going to float. In other words, when it condenses, it's got to be as hard as a diamond, as dense as a diamond to fall to the ground, or it floats. So if we tried to crash something on Jupiter, wouldn't we have to be denser than a diamond? We'd literally have to thrust to get to the surface if there was one, or we just bounce off. You ever thought of that?
Yeah, I have. So did we bounce off Jupiter? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you agree that it's raining diamonds on Jupiter, then you agree that anything less dense than a diamond will float up to the clouds. Would you agree with that, theoretically?
I don't know. I didn't think through it. Do you know the equation for buoyancy?
Yeah, well, I knew it. That's why I knew what your answer was going to be. Yeah, it's got little g in it, the acceleration. And so the point is, though, is that if it's to get the precipitation, it's got to condense. And so whatever it is, it condenses into diamonds. So anything less dense than diamonds will float up there in the clouds, right?
Well, I don't know about the diamonds. You seem to obsess about those, but acceleration on Jupiter is only 2.5 times stronger than on Earth.
What physical material can survive through the Van Allen radiation belt to even send to be able to go to anywhere?
What do you mean? Do you think the Van Allen belt like disassembles steel or something?
It's just we don't have anything physically that can survive going through it, let alone be able
It
to
calls it an
transmit anything
impermeable
back.
barrier, NASA.
Did you see the lunar lander? It was just made of like cardboard and a few some
Yeah,
tinfoil, and it
where's the
survived.
crater? Where's the crater for the lunar lander? You know why they say that we don't have the technology to go back to the moon? It's because Stanley Kubrick is dead.
Yeah, we ran.
Oh, I see.
There's the loss of the technology right there to go back to the moon.
I see. Do you think it's
Well, besides
possible,
that,
like
the
even
moon
if we've even
Can I ask you a
even if
question,
we've
David?
never gone, is it possible to go to the moon? Do you think, like, is there any
the
physical law of nature?
The moon and the sun are localized underneath.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
see,
Should be
gravity
easy to get to them.
is a theory. Gravity is still a theory. It's not provable. What's more provable is that magnetism is more provable than gravity by far.
How is it provable?
Well, ground, where we stand, is the ground. The firmament is the positive, and the sun and the moon are what orbit and create the charge that provides the energy to the magnetic ley lines. There are permanent magnetic ley lines on Earth, and there are movable magnetic ley lines on Earth. And magnetism is more provable to what causes things to fall or to rise than gravity, which is still a theory. I mean, Isaac Newton didn't even want his name tied to gravity. He did not want it at all.
That's not bad, Mushroom Guy.
This guy is like a walking and talking flat GPT. I can issue more prompts if you guys want, but stop me anytime.
You know it was off the top of his head and it was accurate.
Peter, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yesterday, you're quoting a lady that was talking about stuff, but Einstein stole her ideas, right?
Yeah.
So now you quote Einstein today and you believe his facts. So why would you believe somebody that steals somebody else's knowledge and use them as your knowledge and facts? Why would you trust that?
Good point. So I've learned from Witsit that pretty much everything that Einstein wrote was really written by his cousin who became his wife. So when I say Einstein, you should just, sometimes I forget myself, but really I should be saying Einstein's cousin.
That's
It's that simple. Like
also
the fact that she wrote.
That's not that simple. That's not simple.
Einstein.
I mean, it's accurate.
Think about it. Think about it. Like the theory of, let's say, special relativity or general, it doesn't matter who wrote it. You and I know it was the cousin, right? She wrote it. So, but sometimes, because I was socially conditioned to think it was Einstein, I let it slip.
That was Einstein getting thrown on the bus by Peter over here. Didn't give a shit. As long as we can keep relativity, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who wrote it, right? It's either correctly approximates reality or it doesn't. It could have been Toby who wrote it. Maybe that's why he's not here, because he's busy writing the next
Technically,
theory.
you should never quote Einstein. You should never ever.
Okay.
Why would you quote and believe somebody that's stealing something from somebody else?
Because he stole his cousin's writing.
He's already deceived that person. So why would you believe he's not deceiving you?
That's a fair point.
no,
but
what he's
I
saying-
have to admit that, everything I've read, it had his name on it. I know he stole it from his cousin wife. But when I read the article or the book, his name is on it. So sometimes I forget and I say, hey, in the Einstein book, because his name was on it, but you and I know he stole it from the cousin.
So what he's saying is he loves this specific brand of bullshit smell so much that it doesn't actually matter where it comes from. He just prefers it. The brand is so nice to him that he just doesn't care. That's what he's saying.
Get it right. You're quoting Caroline Stein.
I've got a talking point theory. What's more valuable than all the precious metal and gold and money in the world?
Love.
It's truth, because the people that know the truth will spend endless amounts of money and fortune to keep the truth hidden, and the people that seek the truth will spend equal amounts of money and fortune to uncover it and to find it. So truth is more valuable than money. Truth will set you free.
Is it more valuable than love?
Yeah, got to fool you to rule you.
Well, doesn't love navigate you to find the truth? The love for the search of truth?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but love is somewhat orthogonal to the datum of the shape of the earth.
I forgot that datum was a word that Peter didn't know that now he utters whenever he's intimidated or shocked or hurt or nervous.
Hyperbole.
For example, let me explain. Like, let's take Shane and Alan as an example. They are in love. They cross beam sometimes, but they're wrong about the shape of the earth. So what? Let's be happy for them.
I believe that love is the navigating force to find truth.
It can be.
The opposite of love is indifference.
Hey, I agree with that.
I don't let D3 go. Peter, I think you really do enjoy this conversation. Stop fighting it.
Always.
It's questionable.
What up, y'all? I got a question for everybody. Two questions. I was in a space earlier. We were talking about experimentation, and there's a couple suggestions that were pretty cool. I want to know if we can start something like a poll that we can get out to a lot of people and kind of crowdsource the idea for a particular experiment, and then crowdsource the funding for that particular experiment. What do you guys think?
Do you got one in mind?
Well, me, I like the long range measurement using plane surveys. That's what I would vote for. But other people have suggested other things that would be a lot more, cost effective, I guess, and some that are less cost effective. Like somebody said, north to south navigation, which, that's getting a plane and pilots and fucking going through jurisdictions and all of that. That's probably a headache. Somebody recommended like doing this balloon experiment, having balloons tied to little objects that float in the ocean there and sending them out and doing like an optical experiment that way over a long distance. Another idea we had was drones, like, the little drones that you can program together to like go out over the ocean and over land in like a cross pattern that's a giant X, and so you begin at like the shore. They go from the shore and they kind of rotate out over the ocean to an extended distance, 100 miles or so, just remaining the same height over the ocean, and tracking that with, I don't know what you track that with, but tracking that over the distance and then just seeing what the result is and if it drops as much as it should have dropped. Going from the original position. And there's I'm sure people have a ton of ideas, so I think we could crowdsource the right idea and then vote on it and then fund it.
That's an interesting idea, man.
Costly.
I'm sorry, people were talking at the same time.
I was
What's
just
up?
mentioning that those were just all such costly options. My God.
Yeah, I'm going to LIGO, man. I'm going to LIGO, but I'm 2 weeks behind schedule. I don't want to talk too much smack about it, but that's the best thing I could think of to do that's not going to cost much. And it's hard to crowdsource. I tried it once before with a couple mile fishing line, and I got a little bit, but I did see one experiment. The guy had to cancel it, but he did fence and stuff. He was going to conduct like a 2.5 mile some fence, and he raised like 20 grand, but something happened personal and he had to quit. I think he was refunding people's money who wanted it back, But man, it's the best crowd fund I've seen in Flat Earth. In just a week or so, he had like 20 grand accumulated.
Yeah.
Shame he couldn't do it.
Yeah, see, I think it's feasible. I think we can get the right idea. Just have a international vote on it, send it out to all the Earthers, and put like the top the ones that get the most votes. Put the top 3 into another thing and for crowdfunding, and then see which one gets the crowdfunding for it, or if all 3 do.
I mean, I recommended some really cheap and easy ones to do. Why all this 20 grand stuff is just crazy. Whatever happened to buying a couple of simple photometers and then shipping them to people around Earth?
Yeah,
And
no,
getting
this
the
is
link
perfectly fine.
Get Twilight recorded in terms of hard figure. There's so many of these things that are just so cheap to do. It's just a couple extra bucks. Someone has to lift a finger and get organized. I don't think we need 20 grand.
That's what I'm trying to lift a finger and organize the shit. Like,
Awesome,
let's
man.
do it.
I think the first step is picking what kind of experiment we conduct.
That's why I want to crowdsource the idea.
I agree with poll. Poll is just kind of hard because unless we get like crazy reach, the poll won't reach everybody who needs to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah, they got us segregated. They got us really, really segregated, this community, man. Gee, but Stone, that's a good point, Stone.
But I was thinking like a little while ago, we should have a meeting. Like we should really have a Flat Earth meeting. So maybe we could talk in the back chat about that, y'all, and discuss how we make that happen. But yeah, we definitely can use Twitter to organize for any experiment upcoming.
Yo, this is the biggest.
Hey, remember Matthew Rife offered up some funds for whatever.
The guy,
experiment we wanted to
Tristan Tate, Cobra Tate's brothers did the same thing. I reposted that like a week ago. He was like, "Yo, we can end this debate. I'll fund it."
If
I was like, what?
If anyone's going to organize a Flat Earth anything, it could be you through this community is the biggest conglomerate gathering in like a convergent place of all different Flat Earth communities that I've ever seen. So.
To me, this is a sensitive topic, guys. I got people in my mentions calling me a grifter now because we had Dave up here for 5 minutes talking. Like, we want to make sure it's done right. So even though there are people, I know the Globers are in the comment section like, grifters.
Yeah.
Like, even though we have people, offering to give money, we want to make sure like we have a legitimate set up plan before we start taking any type of donations or anything like that.
Right.
I'm giving you the experiment for free. I gave you the experiment or measurement. Sorry, I apologize. The measurement for free. All you need is like $500, maybe $1,000 to buy a theodolite, and you're golden. Just do that.
No, it's not. Nothing optical is going to work.
You can add that to the list.
Oh, it cannot be optical. I forgot.
It's optics because just Skunk Bay. That
All
should be
your
all
optics don't belong to us, is what we meant to say. So.
Yeah. So no one shall ever invoke any evidence that's based on optics. Got it.
Peter, we're not going to trust your fucking optics.
We've
What about Mickelson-Morley?
We've all been told.
What about Aries failure? They're optics.
We've all been
Aries
told
failure?
like, seeing is
Pure
believing,
optics.
but that's not the true fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is you got to believe it, and then you'll see it through the
No,
power.
I get it. I get it.
Don't see it.
No, you don't.
I know. But what I'm saying is, think about Aries failure or Mickelson-Morley, or even the beams, crossing beams, like Alan and Shane do, right? They're optics. They're electromagnetic waves. We can't use those.
Yeah, you said a theodolite, dude. You said a theodolite. That's why I said.
Go to the next hands up. Proud. Go to the next hands up.
Orwellian's hand was up, but I don't know if he's waiting or if he wanted to chime in about what they're talking about. Or what D2 mentioned.
When we were talking about this, people own the most expensive and least feasible option. The only reason that I suggested it is it would be the final coffin nail. And it is literally north to south or south to north. I don't care where you start. Circumnavigation with in-flight refueling and cameras. We have the technology to do it. Nobody would do it. But if that was done, right, it would definitively answer the question for both sides. So I'm not saying that that's an option. Stone and D3 are definitely onto something. There are much more viable, cheap options available. But I throw the Hail Mary out there because, it's doable based on the technology we have, and it's never been done. And that's a chin scratcher for me. So I'll land it there. I just wanted to own what D3 was referencing. And yeah, that was my Hail Mary. It could be done with the technology we have. We actually spoke to some pilots that have experience in bombing runs and being refueled mid-flight in the amount of time they spent in the air. So it's not that it couldn't be done. It definitely could be. It won't be. It'd be difficult to fund. But if it were, it'd be the deciding factor for both sides. So I'm not saying that would be a win for us or a win for the other side. I'm saying that it could solve the problem. I'll land there.
Copy. One more thing I wanted to ask was, maybe Shane, you might have an idea on this one. Are there any kind of tools that I could kind of work on for like you're doing a GPT tool that's pretty fire. Somebody else is working on one as well, which I need to toy with. I told him I was going to use it, but I haven't really used it yet. Are there any other kind of small tools? Like maybe we could put together a dashboard, like a dashboard website where people can go to use our tools all in one dashboard. You know what I mean? Yeah. So anyway, if anybody has an idea for like a little web app or something, maybe we could whip it up.
Is there
I
a
like your
flat
ambition,
Earth
bro.
curvature calculator? I don't think so.
Well, they have they have the flat Earth curve calculators, but is there like you have a specific type that you're thinking of that's different?
Shane's on a speaker right now.
It would be nice if it told you the reverse, if you put a location in and it told you how much curvature would be missing from that location.
Okay.
But interesting. Yeah, I agree. There should be a universal hub for us to go to play with our own tools.
Yeah, that'll be dope. And it would give me some cool things to just kind of toy with as I'm learning to program. So I'd like to kind of work on some stuff. That would be cool. All right, that's my my two things for today, guys.
What's your name? What's your name again, man? I was going to try and reach out to you. I like where you're coming from, man.
D369_X.
Cool, man.
Yeah,
I'm
you can
Brian
hit me up
Leakey.
in private
I'm Brian
message.
Leakey, Flat Earth Test, man. Look me up if I can't find you, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I just followed you now, so you could send me a DM or something.
Awesome.
Shadow with the Proud doing a great hosting job. Good for you.
Flat Earth head robot is probably upset. It's okay. Hopefully his cyborg hard drive comes back on with no memory of me hosting.
He's got to replace the RAM.
Yeah.
Blew up the Georgia Guidestones because our community is actually growing stronger than what we want it to.
I think I'll pass off to Taylor. I think she was next, right?
Yeah, and then Pysoctus can jump in.
Hey, Taylor, you still got your hand up there?
Taylor do be in the shower during Flat Earth Fridays. It is Stationary Saturday. We could come back to Taylor.
Yeah, what's going on with Dominic?
Hello, guys. Good morning.
Good 1 a.m.
I've been listening to about we have a similar idea in with my friends. We want to build I don't know. I would say like something like Shane's model, but like more in like 3D. I have like one great programmer from Ukraine. He's like really great. and he was participating on a hockey game, so he has like skill with 3D modeling. So if is anybody here who's like to has some skill that he would be like able to add up to our work, we would be like really grateful if there was anyone else who could like help us, because like it's not easy, and we would definitely need any help available, because I think it would be great if we had something like 3D that we would be able to show. That would be insane. I think it would be like a level up again.
Добрый день.
Ahoj Petře.
Ahoj.
Looks
Yeah,
like a couple of the
Clocky,
boys are
I
AFK
just
here.
followed you too. You can send me a message. Taylor out the shower yet? I think Taylor's in the jacuzzi today.
She might be on a phone call.
Lol, since I talk, I was already like tagged by Piper Australis. Hey, Plochy podcast, Shane plagiarized his model.
That is hilariously desperate.
like they think either he thinks like I am super new to this and I can't read, or I don't know why he's trying to do this. Like, it's insane.
He's checking to see how easy a target you are.
He's one of the ones that have a personal vendetta. Long ago, he made some type of diagram or model or something of the sort. And when he posted it online, it like got a bunch of reposts, and then the flat earthers came for him, sent him death threats, tried to get him fired from his job, things of that nature, allegedly. So he takes it personal, this conversation.
That's not true, Prav.
Are you sure?
Wrong conspiracy. Yeah, that all of that happened to him, but it was.
Okay, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. His first statement was, "That's not true." Okay. So like I was saying,
You
those who
got the
take it
wrong
personal,
conspiracy.
they have reasons why they take it personal. It's not a conspiracy. This is what he told your space, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
That's why he
I'm
takes
trying
this
to
personally.
clarify. I'm trying
But
to
you
clarify.
can't contradict yourself. You can't say it's true and
Okay,
then say
well,
it's
I
not.
haven't finished.
Neither did I.
All of this happened to him, but not because of flat Earth, but because of the Malaysian flight disappearance conspiracy. That's when he got death threats.
Like I said,
Okay?
the
Well,
original
like you said.
conversation that you interrupted,
Uh-huh.
he claimed that his initial jump into flat Earth was because we as flat earthers attacked him for something that he posted. He didn't say the flight denier people, airplane denier people attacked him. He specifically singled us out. So if he was lying, you should go tell your friend not to be a compulsive liar just for clicks. But
I spoke to him in detail
vendetta
about
against us.
his first venture into the realm of alternative theories, let's just call it that, was he got involved in Australia in explaining the disappearance of the Malaysian flight, whatever the number was. He created a map, he published a bunch of things, he went on TV even, and he got death threats and he got people doxing him. And after that, he went anonymous. And only after that, he discovered flat Earth. So, chill a little bit.
So then, Paisaktis, you're right. He's a compulsive liar because the story he told us was that flat earthers got him attacked for posting something he created. You guys can listen to whatever you want. Personally, Peter, I don't give a fuck. His behavior speaks for itself. So that's what happened to him. That's what happened to him. Obviously, we don't promote death threats. But now you're saying it wasn't even the flat earthers that gave him death threats. to back his behavior. So it's kind of confusing now. You know, I think you should just align with the flat earthers did it to him, because that would more so make sense of why he acts the way he acts. That was his answer. That was his whole reasoning for why he acts the way he acts, because we attacked him first. So I don't know.
Sure, I get it, but that's not what he told me, and I think you do give a little bit of a fuck, because you have a major hard-on for Piper, so there must be something there.
Piper is literally the last person we respond to. Like, you get more attention than Piper, you know that, right? Piper has
I
1
wish. I could only wish.
Swala definitely gets more attention than Piper. That's the brave twin.
Peter Piper.
Pick the pack of pickled peppers.
Like-
Anyway, Paisaktis, you're right.
Like, just like from my point of view, like you seems like how would I say, like a nice sea lion, Peter, but the Piper is like super rude, and like he's always tagging me in some post, like, and he's always attacking me. I don't know that dude. I didn't do shit to him. I have my own view on alternative way of cosmology, and he's attacking me like it's like if it's wrong. That's insane. We can talk about it, like with you. We can like maybe do some jokes about it, whatever. It's fine with me. But like the attitude that Piper has is insane. It's just rude, angry, totally out of context. Like, that's no way to speak anybody, even if he's promoting whatever he wants. Like, whatever.
I agree. Our first interaction with him was him threatening to report us. I don't know what his issue is. I said what my understanding was. Peter disagrees, so who knows? Maybe he's just a jerk, and this is his outlet. Maybe he was bullied in high school. If he wasn't attacked by flat earthers, you know, Paisaktis, I can't really understand why he would behave this way.
Maybe he owns a factory that makes globes, like somebody does, and then you got probably managers. You know, in every city, there's probably a place that distributes the globes that they sell. So that they would never admit that, but maybe
Yeah, they're
maybe the
probably
freaking globe,
raging.
maybe he sells literal globes, and he's threatened.
Maybe it's more simple than that. Maybe haters are just going to hate because that's all they know how to do.
I was just kidding, man. I don't think he sells globes.
Haters gonna hate.
That's a new conspiracy unlocked.
Maybe he works at the Globe Distribution Center. He just packages globes in boxes, and you know, business has been slow.
Yeah, he's gonna get laid off.
He got laid off.
It probably tears him up inside to have to put for decoration on the bottom of each globe.
Yeah, my globe doesn't have that.
Not for educational purposes. Yeah, there you go.
See.
Yeah, they forgot to put the sticker on the globe that I own, but that must have been an omission.
You can sue him.
I should for like damages.
Yeah, just make up some story, man. Because when it comes to life and death, they're usually honest. When it comes to your life in their hands, that's usually when you get complete honesty. So they protect themselves by saying for educational purposes only. Because if you were down south or something and come ashore to some rocks or something, I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Right. Or planning a great circle route, right, to fly, and then I ended up in a completely wrong place. I could sue them. Yeah.
Peter's got the only globe that's real, while all the other ones are fake. The Royal Society's after him.
I have the OG globe made by the Jesuits in the 1600s.
Maybe somebody intercepted a signal, man, that should have never went that far. If this globe is accurate, my signal with proprietary information would have never went that far if there's a globe, so I'm suing them.
You know who made my globe? It says on the sticker. It was Copernicus himself.
Mine says China.
Wait, Copernicus had it manufactured in China.
Yeah. Oh, Marticus.
I personally like the emergency plane landings from Dave's app that I bought myself.
Do you use the app a lot? Yeah, what's up, Proud?
What's your opinion on why Duffy lied about having any affiliation with the final experiment? Why do you think he did that?
I don't know the details on that. I'm not aware. What's the problem?
You don't know any of the details? I mean,
well, here's what I know. There's some guy who says he will pay a lot of money to take a few flat earthers and a few globbers to the south to watch the sun. That's all I know.
I think you got caught off
none
guard.
of the anti-flat earthers talked to about this. I find it real hard to believe that you don't know anything about it.
I don't know the drama. I know the principle. I think it's silly. I already showed, if you want, I'll give it to you for free, like how Witsit can explain the 24-hour sun if it's observed. So you guys are good. I don't think this is the final experiment. This is a waste of time.
Well, if you go by the guy who's from McMurdo, and he said that it's light, that there's no true darkness in the height of summer at McMurdo, but the sun does set. And it wasn't part of the flat earth, globe earth argument. And that was his literal word. So I've heard mixed information, man. I have heard mixed information. So to me, I'm excited that they're going to see what they're going to do to cancel it. It's got to be a good excuse. I think it's going to be something serious, like another outbreak or some BS.
Yeah, this is a silly experiment. That's not the one I would pick.
Observation. But it's convenient that you don't care about it.
No. You guys are creative enough to explain it away, so. It's not gonna do squat. Here, I just posted 2 explanations in the Jumbo that you are welcome to use. You have my permission to use these explanations after the 24-hour sun is observed. Alan, you can incorporate this into your body of literature that you cite for free.
Hey, I'll see you on Thursday, buddy.
I know, I hope so. It's going to be epic. Read up on the proper time and proper length, okay?
Like U.S. perspective, there's a whole world of
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's on deafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right?
I don't believe
the frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
Well, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's 2 things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're 2 different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have 1 data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took 1 measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at it to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements, you're looking up, and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match 1.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7/6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close, but it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7.6R is for horizontal
Hey,
measurements.
hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying, Beavis.
Yeah.
Like, and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
and the
his
thing
point.
is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great. Like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, the so-called standard.
So that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would allegedly due to standard atmospheric
Due to magic.
refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals at least of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, friend.
I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of
I
light.
need to ask you: is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model
Explain why you see too far.
an optical phenomena.
So math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey,
Before we
Jesse,
go on-
look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing a refraction rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
No. 76R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying?
Oh.
That's what globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation and I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
if you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem. Is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine.
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right.
I've been thinking.
Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially. Okay. Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and
what are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level or a torpedo level on there and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level.
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. And reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yep. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. You decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows who's ever shot a gun that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those, and the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like, even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selene eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there
Why do you think that?
Some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there. And then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
So was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. Day. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tight. And if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay. Your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Yeah, listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? between I can see farther because of refraction and oh, now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light. If that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah.
Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
I'm not sure what they...
sorry, none of them of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in three-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where
when
the color field, where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
Is what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
crap, dude. So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target. I take a picture through the telescope, then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do two readings with a theodolite, at least two, and take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transposed some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so close-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in 3-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in 3-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Belkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race Channel.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
Oxymoron. I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an ox and a moron.
I've been around.
We'll be around more often.
Well, I seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I gotcha.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on, so.
What about the turkey?
Short
not done yet.
No,
it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too buddy, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream, and I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a weird
hang out
corner or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, Kiwi.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction, as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of
Refracted
business.
models now. This is pretty funny.
No. Come on. Let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right? So you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry. And so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted. And therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, Kiwi?
It doesn't do it for me.
Little too intellectual, I know.
A little too intellectual.
It wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply that?
No buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. A mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
So Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave, light's not a wave, as it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you see the context, is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. Has a picture right down here on the bottom. You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
it's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser beam curving upward.
It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon. Is where we see them. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like there's miraging, there's like they posted Fata Morgana there, and even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the water line on the ship, that I would not be able to see the water line on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed. It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it. Because even in the paper on refraction, what is already physically obstructed will not reappear. In other words, like let's say the bottom of something is cut off because of physical obstruction, and then it begins to loom. So it does that Fata Morgana thing. Well, what's going to happen is it's still going to appear to be cut off by that physical obstruction. More of it is not going to appear. And what's more is that paper specifically is talking about things that are perpendicular to the surface of the water, which means the horizon doesn't loom and the horizon doesn't sink.
Yeah. So I want to add a caveat to that, if I can. So when you take a camera and you level the camera and you point it out at the horizon, what you'll generally see is roughly 50-50 distribution, as long as you maintain the level on the camera. So the top half of the image will generally be sky. The bottom half of the image will generally be ocean. And now you're going to have a very fine up and down in the center there. Now, when you angle the camera downwards, the majority of the bottom portion, right, will now creep up on your image. So you'll have like 75% water and 25% sky. That is because you've changed the angles that the light is entering the optic, right? So then they're being redirected onto a portion of the sensor, which causes it to render the majority of the image as water. Now, if it's true that refraction is causing a myriad of angles of entry possible to the camera, then why is it that with a level camera, you never see a 75% filled water in the image?
Because the refraction isn't strong enough, maybe?
Well, light, does it not go out in all directions from the target object, and is it not taking multitude of paths based on this assumption that light is curving every time it hits a different gradient?
Well, the only paths that get photographed are those which enter the lens. All the rest don't get photographed, right? But the bigger point is, if let's say we have a camera that's got 45 degrees of vertical field of view, we point it down 22.5, and that makes the picture 75% full of water, right?
No, the point I'm making, friend, is everything seems to appear to be up or down, looming, sinking, etc., in relation to the horizon. The horizon appears to us to be extended out into the distance further based on demarcation points, such as in the Black Swan being the oil rigs. So it's either what appears to us to be a greater or further distance. But generally, when we photograph from the same altitude, the horizon is pretty much in the middle, and everything else is up or down. Why isn't the horizon going up or down?
Well, it does. If the camera is actually level, the horizon does go up or down a little bit, depending on the conditions. Right?
Right. But in what range of tolerance?
Oh, I think I've seen it go up a couple arc minutes above eye level on some days, and then of course other days it's slightly below eye level.
Right. So, in the end of the day, what does that tell you?
Well, obviously it can't be both, and I'm pretty sure the water isn't 40 feet above me when I'm standing there looking at it, because it would rush in on me, right?
Right. So, what does all of that tell you?
Well,
nothing is ever consistently where it should be, theoretically.
Well, yeah, my experience is that when my line of sight is right close to the water, all bets are off. The horizon and things floating on the water a bit out can either appear above eye level or below eye level.
Right. So what you're looking at is all optical effects, right? That's all it can be in principle.
Well,
and
I know
you can't know the angles. You can't know the angles to the objects because you can't even be sure where the horizon is at any given moment.
Right, I know the variation has to be optical effects because I'm pretty sure the whole ocean isn't tipping up and tipping down. But that doesn't tell me what the actual physical angle would be if I didn't have the variations of the optical effect.
No, the point is that you can never know the exact physical angle to an object at distance based on optical equipment.
Right, nothing in this life is exact.
You can't validate the path of light. The angle of reception can't be validated all the way back to the target object. But yet the globe proponents require the assumption of that validation, right? And they say that it fits perfectly with the globe, yet there's myriad of observations that are beyond the limits that the globe claims are possible. So at the end of the day, both sides are left with things in the distance are optical effects. So why is it that the globe gets to claim geometric considerations over it and say, oh, if this is higher than this line or lower than that line, then the Earth can't possibly be flat, while simultaneously believing that light takes a myriad of paths through the atmosphere? It's like, okay, if the Earth is flat, then that means that light must be straight line rays that act in an ideal fashion. But if the Earth is a globe, light goes every which way to prove the Earth is a globe, no matter what observation you show me. That is unfalsifiable bullshit, brother.
Well,
so with that being said, I summarily dismiss all of your observations. Case closed. Next. You could continue with anybody else if you want, but I rested my case quite thoroughly and unequivocally.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
On your 105-mile observation, did you compensate for the tilt?
For which tilt?
Tilted the mountain away from you.
No, I just
So 1.5 degrees. Did you know that?
What's that?
It's supposed to be 1.5 degrees at that distance.
What is
the mountain is supposed to be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Oh, Mount Shasta, the target mountain.
Yeah. Can you see 1.5 degrees?
No, not at that distance.
It's a degree, dude. Doesn't matter what the distance is. It's a degree.
So I'm not sure I'm following. So we've got this kind of conical mountain,
and it should be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Right. How would I determine if it was or not?
Well, it's going to change your angular size measurements, and it's going to change the height of the mountain. See, what is the point of all this? Everything that I brought up. Remember what I said? You're cherry picking data. Your data's too clean. I've mentioned about, I don't know, 5, 6 uncertainties or variables, things you didn't know about that you didn't take into account, but somehow your data matches. How is that even possible? Think about it for a second.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I gave you the answer. It's called cherry picking.
Well, I certainly didn't cherry pick the 30 shots to the mountain that's 75 miles away, all from the same location to the same target.
Yeah, that. You took how many?
30 of them.
Over how long of a time period?
A couple. I think there's dates from like 3 different years, but they're not all consecutive or something. But different times of year and different times of day.
But where in those is Earth curve?
Well, that's just a single point measurement to gauge the consistency of my method, right? Because we all want to know if our method is consistent.
So this is. So let me get this right. You did a bunch of measurements from one location, and you've extrapolated that out to all the measurements you've ever done.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's not really how that works, but.
Well, how would I go about this? Let's say I were
regular surveyor do it. What do they actually do in surveying? So what is geodetic surveying about your level? It says it's only level at that point. The plumb is only at that point. At the point of the theodolite, not at some region of space out there somewhere. This is what geodetic surveying says, not what I say.
Right? But
so what do they do? They take a measurement and then they do a horizontal reduction.
Yep.
But neither you nor I want to trust geodetic surveyors, right? Because they say the Earth is a globe, right?
You're testing. No, dude. Are the elevations that you're getting, are they based upon a globe? When you Google the elevation of where you are and what you're looking at, is that a globe?
No.
They're just listed above mean sea level.
Right.
Yeah, but how did they find mean sea level, and how did they find the elevation of your location? The elevation above sea level.
Well, in my case, I'm not that far from sea level, so they could have just measured the average sea level for a while and come up with a mean sea level.
Yeah, and then measured the height of the mountain. Now,
and then the mountain also is not too far from salt water.
So they're going to measure the angle, right? They're going to take level. They're going to measure the angle. Now, the elevation they come up with, if they presuppose a flat Earth versus presuppose a globe, are they going to come up with different values?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that the mountain height and the observer height are not relative to what sea level would be at that location?
No, what I'm saying is that the elevation of, say, Mount Shasta, or whatever mountain you're looking at from sea level, the angle you measure, right? So say I level the instrument and I measure a 1 degree angle. Now, if I know it's 100 miles away. Now, if I think it's a globe of 3,959 mile radius, that amount that I see is going to mean one thing, but if I don't assume that, it's going to mean another thing, right? Because you think that the mountain is, if it's a globe, then the mountain is sinking. And then if I can see 1 degree of it, that means some of it is underneath the hump, right? So this is how geodetic surveying actually works. So these elevations and heights, they're based upon...
Hold on just a second.
They're based upon an ellipsoid. They're not just measurements. They're measurements that have been mathematically treated. I want to agree with. I want to deal with that too. What Drace just posted too. Hold on a second. My oven's beeping again. I'm cooking a bunch of shit. So hold on.
Yeah, what Indio's trying to say there is, okay, from Helmert, Mathematical Theories and Principles of Higher Geodesy, though the Earth can't be reached surface-wise everywhere, it has been made possible to get a general shape of the Earth based on a law of formation, in whose principles are the assumption of a rotating body and an inward gravitational force. Oh, so is it the case that they're just measuring the Earth and applying a metrics of hard measurements against each other? No, they're applying them through a law of formation in which the globe Earth, having a radius, being a rotating body around an axis, and having an inward gravitational force are assumed and applied in the first instance before they give the final result. So it's not the case that they're just quote unquote measuring the Earth.
I mean, that would be silly.
Since you were gone, Jesse, that was quotes from Helmert, Mathematical Principles and Theories of Higher Geodesy. 2-volume set, over 1,200 pages. Legit, the real deal, Shaquille. So when you ask how do they do geodesy, they just go measure the Earth is not the answer. The answer is how they do quote-unquote geodesy in total is they assume the Earth's a globe in the first instance. And they shove their measurements up an ass of a matrix of transformation to fit their data to a globe.
Yeah, and then you're taking a derivative of that and saying my derivative, their values that they generated match a globe. Yeah, well, no shit.
So let's just say I want to do my own research. I don't trust geodesists, and I don't, whatever.
Trust got to do with anything. Why do you keep bringing up trust? What the fuck does trust got to do with anything?
Well, in other words, let's say I don't want to
Trust
cite.
your family, trust your friends. Like, what the hell does trust have to do with anything else?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say I don't want to just depend on the words of the mainstream surveyors and the geodesists and whatever. Let's say I want to do my own research.
They tell you they're doing it. It's not their word. It's not our word. They say they're doing it. They're saying that they're reducing shit to a fucking Clark ellipsoid. Or in the case of the WGS-84 ellipsoid, that they're taking measurements, that they're doing a horizontal reduction to the so-called surface of this ellipsoid, assuming that a plumb line must goddamn curve in order to do it, right? We're not saying it, they're saying it. Of course they're going to get the result they want because the finished product is an ellipsoid, right? So I can take all the math in the world, and if I just projected the points on an ellipsoid, it's going to be an ellipsoid. No matter what. Right? So they have a premise. They have an assumption. A mathematical surface that they're projecting the points onto. They say it, not us. So the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. Now, reference ellipsoid. It's a reference. And then the geode is the imaginary sea level. As if the sea was going under the mountain you're on. So when you do a site reduction, you're reducing it to, like, the ellipsoid. And then you get the tilt and all that shit from the fucking geode. But the point is that you could just go, like, to the edge of the sea, right? And you could measure the top of the mountain. Right?
Right.
And then you could take an altimeter and go to the top of the mountain and do the altimeter reading. Right?
Yeah.
And don't do any calibration. Don't fucking say, oh, this altimeter says it's 3,000 miles. Just get the pressure.
Wouldn't I need?
So then you find a second mountain. Then you do the same methodology, assuming a flat Earth, get its height. Then you take your altimeter and go up there and look at the pressure and see if the pressure difference is different based upon your different measured elevations, right? And then you create a calibration using that scale, right? Then you take a third mountain. And you don't even measure that. You go up with the altimeter, say, well, according to my calculations, it says this should be a 3,000-foot mountain. Then you go back down and you measure the height of that mountain, see if it matches. It's pretty simple. And now, obviously, this is obviously it's time consuming. It's not simple in actually doing it. Obviously, it's time consuming, takes effort. I'm not in work. I'm not going to just dismiss that. It's like it's like brushing your teeth. It's not that simple. But I mean, this stuff can be done, and you're not assuming anything. And you know what you're going to get? You're going to get the Earth's flat because you had a starting assumption. And it's going to be verified with an altimeter.
But
do you understand what I'm saying?
Wouldn't the same results be had on a globe, though?
You could literally fucking choose any arbitrary surface. Pineapple, pretzel, pizza, frickin' you name it. You have a starting assumption. So when they have an altimeter, right? Okay. So you're on a mountain. So when they invented the altimeter, how did they calibrate that, you think? They probably took it to sea level, right?
Probably, yeah.
Got the pressure. Then they took it on top of something what they thought was a known elevation. And that elevation was measured using so-called geodesy, right? So they have the globe height. And they said, oh, this mountain's 5,000 feet high. When it reads this pressure, I must be at 5,000 feet. Right? And they go all over the world doing the exact same thing. It's called affirming the consequent. It's just circular logic. But if they assumed a flat Earth, they could use the same procedure. Take the pressure at sea level, say this is zero elevation, take it on top of a mountain, and say this mountain's 8,000 feet. But instead of saying it's 8,000 feet up 100 miles away from the ocean, that sea level, I'll say it's not curving in that it's flat from the ocean to here. And now instead of being 8,000 feet, it's 4,000 feet. Because typically, we don't have actual vertical measurements of mountains. There's no mountain that's like a sheer cliff that somebody took a tape measure and threw it off the edge of the cliff and measured the height of the mountain. And then no mountain goes right to the sea anyway. So it wouldn't even be at sea level. So you're going to have a rise in elevation regardless. The point is a lot of this is just, it's affirming the consequent. And what AI was saying is, is that all these things, these optical observations, and that's what they are, they're optical observations. All you're really measuring is an angle that the light is hitting the camera, or the device. That's it. And it's only valid at that point. And there are tons of variables. Like I said, especially for the globe. The globe just adds more variables. It's like if you wanted to apply Occam's razor is it's not a globe because you have to make a very convoluted freaking mental construct to even support that for 5 seconds.
Yeah, dude, you need a 2-volume set, 1,200 pages long.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about Helmert's mathematical fucking and higher theories of geodesy is something like 1,200 pages, 2 volumes, and it's all freaking formulas. And it starts off with saying, "Oh well, we can't measure everywhere," so we assume a theory of formation and a rotation of the Earth. So we've come up with this geode thing that we're going to just project our measurements onto. So I want to show you another thing, Jesse. I don't know if I brought this up to you before. Do you see this? Fuck, it's wicked small. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah.
You've seen that before, right? Do you think that this is an accurate representation of how it works? Refraction works in reality. Have I shown you this before?
No. Drace did last night.
Okay. So you see how the light ray is coming down from the mountain to the person's eye?
Uh-huh.
So, but it's the actual, like, okay, so you have the real mountain and then the illusionary mountain that's above it. Right? So the ray that's hitting this person's eye seems to be coming out horizontal from the mountain. You realize that his viewpoint would, when he looks, even though the mountain appears elevated, the image of the mountain is going to be the light that came in the direction of where he was horizontal. It's not going to look like he's underneath the mountain.
I'm not sure I'm following. It looks like he's seeing the mountain higher than it is.
Listen, this graphic is backwards. It should not appear like the mountain is elevated because the light comes to you. It should appear as the mountain should look as if you are looking at it from an elevated position.
Oh, the curve would be the other way.
No, I'm not talking about curve. I'm talking about this is refraction. This is not the curve's the other way. It would appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. Because the light that reaches your eye, I'm going to use a better graphic.
Thanks.
That shit sucks. That thing is just nothing against Drace. It's just too small. Here, I'm going to show you. Fuck, it's even smaller. Just give me a second. I have to set the fiddle with this.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Here, can you see that?
Let me look. Yes.
So, you see how it shows a ray that's curving, right? It goes from the top of sail, top of the mast. It's curving down to this person in this little motorboat.
Uh-huh.
Well, that ray, the normal path of that ray would be up here into the sky. You would have to be, it would look like you were elevated at that position.
Do you mean to an observer at the top of the mast?
The illusion would appear as if you are a higher position than where you are. Because the light ray that's hitting your eye is a ray that comes from an angle that's going towards a higher position. Now, say there was no refraction, right? So the red arrow, the red line and the red arrow, that would be the non-refracted path. So that's the ray that you would see if there was no refraction. And then this is the other one, the curved one that goes down to the guy in the motorboat. That's the refracted ray. But the optical illusion is as if you're looking at it from the higher viewpoint. Their graphic is just wrong. Because for it to be coming from this, to look like this, would have to be coming from the bottom. So that would be a concave ray that would make it look like that. You understand what I'm saying?
I think so.
See how it shows you elevated so it shows the dotted outline of the boat, right? But he's looking at it from underneath. The optical illusion is if the boat is picked up and he is underneath it. right?
And is that not what often happens at the shore?
That you're underneath it?
No, that it appears above you.
Its spatial position is irrelevant. Doesn't matter if it's up or down. That's not the point. The point is the rays of light that are reaching your eye. What angle did they leave the object from? Whatever angle they left the object from that's when it's going to appear your viewpoint is from. So say we had some crazy refraction where the rays of light bent to your eye came only from directly above the boat, and they did a U-turn and came back down, and you looked up in your sky and you saw the mirage of a boat. It would look like as if you're looking at it from the top.
But you'd be looking up at it from the top, right?
But you'd be looking straight up over your head, but you would see an image of the top you would see an image of looking at the boat from above it.
Right.
Okay. That's why this graphic is wrong. Because the ray, for it to take this path of light, the initial trajectory, the ray that follows this trajectory originally would have been, 30 feet above this boat. So if there was no refraction, and I was 30 feet above the boat, whatever image that is, that's the image I'm going to see it with refraction at the boat.
So we're agreeing that the path of light is curved. We just don't agree on the direction that it curves.
No, what I'm saying is that nobody actually observes this. Nobody actually observes so-called refraction, where things are so-called being picked up, but it's as if you're looking down on the object. Right? When you did your observation, right, of your sign, right?
Uh-huh.
And the sea appeared picked up. It did not appear like you got picked up, and now that you're looking at the sign to the waves lashing against the boat from a higher position, did it?
Well, there wasn't a lot of waves at all, really. But I mean,
what I'm saying is, it didn't seem. The image doesn't seem like you picked the camera up. Like if I took the refracted image and I waited for some crazy day without refraction, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a picture at the elevation that matches this. If I put the camera up 30 feet, it isn't going to be that. It isn't going to look like that.
I don't know. It might.
Listen, there is no I don't know. Because light, a source of light, reflected or a primary source, right? Where the source that generates the light itself. Light is sent off in all directions, right? Every direction, spherically in every direction.
Right.
So a particular ray, let's call it a ray for the purpose of this, even though they're not actually rays. Let's just call them rays. A particular ray will reach the eye. And that ray had an initial direction when it left the object.
Right.
And if it curves, right? Curves down, right? So say it's ejected from the object at a 45-degree angle up, but it curves down into some dude sitting in a motorboat. Well, if it continued on that 45-degree path, it would reach some point that's looking down at the object at a 45-degree angle. That's the ray you're going to see. The ray that left the object at a 45-degree angle above it. That's what it's going to look like. These graphics are I wouldn't call them deceptive. Maybe they just don't know. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Because if you look at, have you ever seen? I'll find another one with a fish. They always show the fish one. Hold on a second. Fraction fish. Where the fish appears displaced in the water, right?
Right.
Here's one. That's actually not a good one. It sucks. Look at this. See how the light ray is coming from the top of the fish? It's going up to the water. And it's bending.
Uh-huh.
And because of the way we see and the way our distance cues are, so we see the fish, the light is hitting our eye from a certain direction, but the light that's hitting us from a certain direction originated at the fish at the top, not from the front.
Right.
So if you actually ever seen this in real life, you don't see the fish's eyeballs. You still see this top of the fish, but he's moved over a foot.
Right. I've seen it.
Okay, yes, exactly. So you've seen it. You're not seeing the fish. You're not seeing the fish as if he's just like, just moved to the side. You still see the top of the fish, but the top of the fish is moved over. Right? As opposed to the fish, as opposed to if you were in the water, right, or there was no refraction, and you were just looking at a fish from an angle. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. So these graphics that show something just picked up, as if you're looking from underneath it, no one's ever observed anything like this ever.
Well, naturally, the amount of bending that you get over water is not measured in so many degrees as a fish would be, but rather, say, arc minutes, a fraction of a degree, right?
Yeah. I understand all that. But the thing is, what is it going to look like? Like, I know it's a little bit subjective. Should it look like this? Should it look like that? But we know that if the light is doing this arc, that means the origination of that light, your viewpoint will appear as if you're looking at it from an elevated position. It isn't going to appear as if it is picked up. Right? I can see more of this boat than I should. Right? I should see, well, if it's a globe, then I should see, 10 feet of it, but instead I see 100 feet. It's because that boat is getting picked up over the horizon. That is not it. That is definitely not it. It should be, the light that was going to a point that would normally be 100 feet over my head, that's the light that's reaching my eye. So whatever view you do, if anything's being refracted up, it should actually look like as if you're looking at it from a higher vantage point.
But if the refraction only gives you a vantage point of, say, 100 feet at several miles, that's still an extremely shallow angle.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you tell the difference between, I've done this test myself, 15 feet above sea level versus 100 feet above sea level?
You mean how much of the top of a ship you can see?
Just looking at the ocean. Just looking at the ocean, shit's out in the sea. Can you tell the difference between looking at it from 15 feet above sea level, what everything looks like out in the ocean in front of you, versus 100 feet above sea level and looking at the ocean? It's very easy to see the difference in the angles of everything out there. It's easy to detect. It's easy to detect like a difference in elevation of like 20 feet. But there's so much refraction being claimed and things being lifted up. If you stick it in the calculator, you're hundreds of feet higher than what you're supposed to be. That's how it should look, as if you were elevated hundreds of feet and you're looking over the horizon even more. Not that the objects in the distance are picked up.
So if I were, let's say...
Yeah, you just posted this, right? You just posted this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's 40 feet.
Why can't I see the top of the building? Why can't I see the top of the building surface? When you pick up an elevation, I should be able to see things that are like my eye line's parallel with the top of the building. If I look at it from a higher viewpoint, then it's not parallel. I should see some of the surface. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Things are not appearing in the bottom image. There's there's mad mirroring here. Why did you use this?
It's what I had. That's what was there. I took a picture of it.
Oh, dude, there's mad mirroring. You see that?
Oh, absolutely. They both do, actually.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see the other one. Anyway, the point of what I'm saying is the refraction claim, the refraction claim of, oh, we see things picked up from or under the horizon. That's not even how it should look. It's not even an accurate description of what the physics should be.
Well,
so have you ever seen like have you ever heard the term Flying Dutchman?
I have heard the term. I think it's about a mythical ship that sailors like to come back and tell about during their drunken parties.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it kind of evolved to. But there was the other one where, like, it's a common observation in the Arctic to see ships or icebergs floating above the water, just hovering. Right, hovering in the air.
Uh-huh.
Have you heard it? This is where what looming actually is. Ship floating above the water. Above the horizon. Not on the horizon, above the horizon. Ship floating up in the air. None of these observations are as if the person is looking down on the iceberg from this lifted up thing. But the only way for light to bend in the way you think, this curved down light bending, the only way this can happen is if the light ray starts at an angle from the source. And it isn't just me that says it. So Drace actually posted something a ways up. I don't know if he brought it up before. So this model, this model they made after the fact of what do you call it? A laser test they did. So in order he used standard refraction. He used David Bricker right here. So he used the standard using the 1972 standard atmosphere. He'd model refraction across a 150 kilometer light path. Right? So cool things, right?
What exactly did he do?
Well, they did a laser experiment, a 3-frequency laser experiment in Hawaii, and as part of his master's thesis, because he was part of the research team, right? This is after the experiment. He modeled how the light should behave using the 1972 standard atmosphere. So he modeled it with ray tracing, the so-called predicted curvature of the ray. And it turns out that it didn't match reality. But he didn't make the prediction first. So I just took a graphic I want to show you.
You know, I think you gave me something like about that a while back, and I read it, and it didn't seem to me that he was saying what I thought you were saying he said, but now I've forgotten what the details were. Could I reread that and then we could discuss it?
Well, no, I just want to show you this particular graphic. Okay. It's not even, or I can just read you the part. Hold on. In order for the ray to reach its predefined endpoint, the laser beam must be aimed slightly above the target to correct for atmospheric refraction. Right?
Do you believe that?
That's your model, dude.
Oh, I'm not championing a model. I'm trying to just understand.
That's
my
the refraction
observation.
model where light you didn't observe curving down rays, dude. You inferred that from your observation. You didn't observe it.
Well, I measured the angle of incidence.
Okay.
And they were arriving.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's an inference. It's an inference. It's not an observation. You didn't measure a curved ray.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't measure a curved ray. You inferred that based upon what other globers have told you about what rays of light bending down towards gradients.
Well, I measured it angle of arrival, its angle of incidence, and it was coming from a direction where I know the target is not. So logically, it couldn't have followed a straight path and arrived from a direction where the target is not, right?
Yeah, but you have no idea where it deviated from the straight path.
Oh, okay.
And you have also no idea, like, what it could have, like I said, it could be concave ray.
What's that?
It could have been a concave ray. It could have been. We're getting off the point.
Wouldn't that have caused the ship?
So in the point, like, I just don't want to get away from what I was talking about before we go way down that rabbit hole. Okay, so I'm going to just take a screenshot of this. Hold on, I want to show you. This is not my this is the claim, dude. This is the claim of atmospheric refraction bending light rays down. This shit has to be true. It's not optional. What I'm saying about like what it should look like, it's not optional. It has to be true. So this is a graph of the ray of the path. It has to reach 60 meters above where the laser starts and above where the endpoint is. Because it has to arc. Because it's always bending down. So if it's always bending down, you have to aim up. Otherwise, it'll just bend right down into the ground, right?
Right.
It'll never reach the target. Right? Think about it like this, right? I'm shooting a bullet. I can't aim right. If it's 1,000 meters, I can't aim right at the target. The bullet has drop, right? So I have to aim up a little bit so that the bullet takes a parabolic arc and drops into the target. Well, this light ray is doing the same thing. If it has this constant gradient drop, then you have to aim up for it to drop into the target. Right? So that means the only light rays that are ever going to hit a target, your theodolite, the camera, my eyes, are going to be the rays that are aimed up. And the rays that are aimed up is going to make the view look like as if I'm looking at it from an elevated position, as if I am above it. This is a necessity. It isn't like an optional thing. And this is an Achilles heel for all this lifted up over the horizon shit. Because nothing ever looks like you're looking at it from above it. Especially like the Black Swan. So take the Black Swan, for instance. Does it look like you're looking at those oil rigs from up above them? Or as if you're still below them? But they're supposed to all be being lifted up. Fucking, the ocean too. So the ocean, like, because we're talking about the horizon, so the ocean has to be lifted up as if you're looking from above it. Actually, it's not being lifted up, you're being lifted up. Your viewpoint. Because the rays that would reach that viewpoint are the ones that you're seeing. The rays that would reach the 100-meter viewpoint are being bent down to the 15-meter viewpoint, and that's what I see, as if I'm viewing from 100 meters high. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Then there is no argument. There's really nothing nobody can say about it. That's just the way it is. This is the model. You can't, it's just the way it is. And it's not me, being a dick. This is what the model says has to happen in order for this to be a legitimate hypothesis for why you can see things that are too far. It has to happen this way. It can't happen another way. I mean, it can, but then it isn't going to be like it bends down, curving all the time. It would have to be something else.
So let's put some numbers on this. The building I showed you in that picture that showed it from two different heights was 21.2 miles away. According to the standard refraction claim, the change in angle would be 0.023 degrees. So that would be the equivalent of being raised up enough to be looking at the building from less than 0.03 degrees. Do you really think a building 20 miles away would look any different from a 0.03 degree angle difference? Could you really see much of the top being only 0.023 degrees up?
Probably not, but that's a little deceptive.
How so?
Okay. So how much of the building is missing?
It depends on the observer height.
Oh, really?
Well, in my location, yeah, because it's kind of a cold area here, so we don't get as many hot days. So
this is taken 40 feet above sea level, and this is taken 100 feet above sea level.
right, you can see more of the building is visible on the out from the higher observer location.
Okay, and why do you think that is? Because you're seeing over the curve of the Earth.
Well, I mean, it sort of matches the globe prediction, but I'm not saying what causes it.
How does it match the globe prediction?
Well, if you go to the Earth curve calculator and put in those two heights and estimate how much of the building should be missing, it's 180 7-foot tall building standing on about a 50-ish foot high hill. So you can kind of figure out how much of the building should be obscured if the Earth was a globe, and it's reasonably close for whatever reason.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. The bottom image, that mirage line.
Uh-huh.
If that was gone, what do you think we'd see? Water?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think it might look like the top image?
I don't think so, because the further down I go, the more gets obscured, and they all have that certain mirage line, but it's kind of similar in each case.
Okay. Lower down you go, changes your angle to the building, right?
Right. And at 21 miles, that change is a very slight change.
So if there's a marine layer that's 2 meters, say, at however distance this arises, say there's a marine layer where this miraging is, this mirroring is happening. Marine layer of air, some turbulent air, whatever the hell, right? It's cutting it up, it's 2 meters. Isn't going down, now it's the same as like having a brick wall there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why
there's a brick wall there. If I'm at one elevation, I can see over the brick wall and I can see more of these buildings. But if I lower myself down lower than the top of the brick wall and then I keep lowering myself, I'm not going to see any of those buildings.
Right. No, I get that.
So this marine layer is just blocking everything.
Yeah, I'm not making any argument from the obscured bottom. You just asked what
I'm
that
saying,
building looked like from different heights.
You're comparing two things, right? You're comparing from one elevation, shit's all mirrored. Obviously, there's some condition of the air that's not letting the so-called true light get through, right? And what you're getting is light that is reflected or refracted or something. It's hard to know where it's being reflected. See, because this mirroring, it could be a reflection or it could be refraction. It's hard to say. I tend to think it's a reflection.
Yeah, my only point with that two pictures
reflection
was it illustrates how the top of the building appears from two different elevations that are 0.03 degrees apart. Those two heights are roughly 0.03 degrees apart. So if you take a picture of the top of that building and then you go up 0.03 degrees and you take another picture, that's what it looks like. And I don't think
the problem. Hold on. The problem with difference of comparison is because of the clarity of the images. Because I can see a difference. I can see the difference in elevation.
It's definitely more clear at the higher
elevation. Look, so you got the arrow at the bottom where it says View Towers, right? And it has the big, the white building. It's dead center of the image. Well, not almost dead center. Okay, look at that. Look at the line of the roof, right?
Uh-huh.
And then look at the other one, the line of the roof. Does it appear elevate? It appears to be an elevated position to me. It appears like you're higher relative to that building.
Oh, you mean because of
To
how
me, it just does to me. It appears like this does not look like, regardless of being cut off or not seeing the bottom, just the angle that you're looking at all these buildings appears to be from a more elevated position.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you could tell because I didn't particularly level the camera. I just pointed it and shot. So if I had pointed the camera down, the building would look higher, right?
No, what I'm saying is the angle that you're looking at the buildings, just the angle. One appears as if you're looking like straight across, and the other one appears as if you're looking at it from an elevated position.
Well,
To me, it does.
I still can't see the top surface on either one of them. But anyway,
Yeah, but the bottom one looks like you're looking at it from underneath.
why? How do you figure? They were both below eye level.
How are these buildings below eye level? Let me see that.
I mean, if you like take a auto level or a water tube level or whatever and set it up, that building appears below eye level. If you're, I did it at 58 feet. I haven't done it actually at 48 or 40 feet, but it was enough below eye level at 58 feet eye level that it probably, the top would probably be right at eye level for the 40-foot observer.
Well, I'm just doing something. I know weirdos always send me freaking friend requests.
Hey, I sent you one once. Of course, you accepted it.
No, yeah, I didn't. Just random people, dude, send me friend requests for no reason. We're on the server for like 30 seconds and they're sending me a friend request. Hold on, I'm going to post both images. So hold on.
The lower image is definitely more blurry on the top of the building because the line of sight is cutting closer through that marine layer.
This to me seems like maybe it's probably from the shape of the little thing that's on top.
The air handler or the penthouse, I'm not sure.
Yeah, whatever that is. It's probably the elevator and like the air conditioning and stuff. But it does seem like it's a slightly looking down on it. I mean, but the thing is, the way it, to me, you should calculate it is, okay, say you have an object and you could see 20 feet of it, but you're not supposed to see it, but you see 20 feet of it. And they say, oh, it's being refracted up over the horizon. Then you punch in the curve calculator what elevation you have to see that. You understand what I'm saying? What elevation should this be visible? Oh, I see this, this building, 20 miles away. Right? And I can see 50 feet of it, and 100 feet supposed to be hidden by the curve of the earth. But 50 feet of it's being lifted up or something. Punch in the curve calculator, the elevation you have to be to see that. You understand? It's not just the angle. And yeah, that might be a small deviation of angle. But just from doing my own observations, I know that there's a big difference between looking at stuff from 100 feet and 15 feet. 10 times higher. Nearly 10 times higher. I've done this observation, so I can go. So I live near Revere Beach. They have a parking garage that's 100 feet exactly above sea level, and then they have a what do they call it? Not a gazebo. I don't know what the name for it. It's like a covered covered terrace, and that's like 15 feet above sea level. So they have markers, tidal markers. So that's 15 feet. So I've done observations from that point in the top of the freaking parking garage. And believe me, they look way different. They don't look anything even remotely similar. And even though for something that's 30 miles away, say, the angle is significantly different, I've just never, it just doesn't look like that. And like, you can call that subjective or whatever. Especially for some of these long distance observations, like Peak Gaspard. That does not look like you're looking down at it from, some crazy higher elevation.
What equivalent of elevation would you be looking at it from?
I don't know. I haven't really gone back because I just thought about this a couple weeks ago. I've been busy. I haven't had time to go back and check numbers and shit, which I probably will at some point.
Okay, ping me up when you do, because I'm interested in what, the difference between what it should look like and what it does look like.
Yeah, well, I mean, what it should look like is as if it's not picked up, but as if you're picked up.
Right, but by how much?
Hold on a second.
Oh, it sounds delicious. Oh yeah, delicious.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
You grab that water. You get that water. Come back for the slaughter. Go get that water.
I'm back.
Bro, is there an infinite amount of propagation angles relative to the reception angles with the constraints of the angular resolution of an optic with an angular field of view? The answer is no. So that being said, why would one expect to be able to see with an optic that has limitations in 3 categories? The entirety of an object at all times, at all distances, at all angles. The answer is you wouldn't. So the Globe Earth promotes the idea, or Globe Earth proponents promote the idea that I can't see the bottom of something, therefore it must be obstructed by a physical hump of Earth curvature. And whenever you show me a counterexample that shows the object in question that should have been obstructed but is now not obstructed, well, then I'll just beg the question that I already know the Earth is a globe, and then I'll say that light's curving, and that's the answer. Why is it that the globe must always recede into a misplacement of physical locations by confusing them with optical locations? It seems a modus operandi for a matrix of excuses that make the globe unfalsifiable. For example, Indio said, take this data to a Earth curve calculator. Well, what's the Earth curve calculator do for you? It'll tell you the ideal based on ideal globe geometry of where you have to be to get a straight line shot to an object, and how much of it would be hidden based upon an obstruction as an off angle off an apex of an arc in between point A and point B, right? They'll tell you that, but then you have to apply, well, what about things that don't fit that, which is many. In fact, all observations. There's no observation that fits the globe Earth geometry perfectly. Zero. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. I'm going to repeat myself again, ad infinitum. Not one observation fits it perfectly. So for all of the ones that are dramatically different, you must go to your Earth curve calculator, put it in there. Now, but what does the Earth curve calculator do with your observation? Because you'd say, I could see this much of the thing. Here's the supposed curve of the Earth. How do I solve this problem? Well, the globe Earth calculators apply terrestrial refraction to solve the problem. Now, of course, anybody worth their intelligence will understand that that's an ex post hoc argument or an ex post hoc rationale, because there isn't actually any measurement of the ambient refractive conditions in the atmosphere at the time of the observation that's being applied. No, it's a mathematical construct that's being applied. So it's just how much refraction would be needed in order to justify this observation, and this calculator will tell me so. Therefore, that must be based on the fact that I already know the Earth's a globe, which is presuppositional reasoning, to give me my conclusion. So you go, you put in the numbers, and what does the Earth curve calculator do? Does it input paths of light? No. This is what it does. This is what it literally says it does. Sometimes the Earth appears flatter than it is, almost as if the Earth is a bigger globe. What the fuck? So what do they mean by that? Well, I'll explain it mathematically, and you could see this practically. I've done it live here on the air many times. Anybody else can go do it themselves. Just go to the Walter Bislin's calculator right now. Go in there, put in an observation, and look at what the math does in the little blocks. So you'll change the observation, and then it won't fit, and then you'll change the refraction slider, and you'll notice what happens. What happens is that the radius changes. The radius of the Earth in the model that's in the calculator changes. And the reason why this is done, it's inflated. The first standard is 7/6, so it inflates the radius by 1/6, right?
Yes.
What this does, okay, according to the circle segment formula, it lowers the sagitta, which is the midline to the apex arc of a chord line between point A and point B. So what it does is it physically, quote unquote, or mathematically, more like it, lowers the hump in between point A and point B to give you a straight line shot to the observation target. That's what it does. And they call it refraction, and people assume this is about light, but it's about just changing the geometry to match the observation in an ex post hoc fashion. Now, this refraction slider goes up to not 6 million radius miles, not 60 million radius miles, but it slides all the way up to a globe of the size of 60 billion mile radius, just in case you have an extraordinary observation that doesn't fit your globe model. You can shove refraction so far up its ass that it comes out your anus and then takes a swing by Neptune. Now, of course, I said that all with a lot of rhetorical flair, but it doesn't discount the validity of my point, which is that the globe just has a matrix of excuses for all of the optical phenomena that doesn't fit their claims, which are first orderly based on optical phenomena. By their own admission, which is an affirming the consequent fallacy, was if the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't see the bottom of things. I don't see the bottoms of things, therefore the Earth is a globe. Because they can't fathom an alternative explanation. So they think their explanation must be true. And therefore they assume it true, then presuppose it at the beginning of their line of reasoning when they make this Earth curve calculator. Yep. Well, that's that. So, where's any of the proof of any of this nonsense? What say you, Mr. Jesse?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to know, to be fair. You know, people could post affirming the consequent fallacies, the bottom of a boat missing. Why does this thing appear to be in a differential placement in my field of view from where I geometrically expect it, even though I have no way of knowing the path of the light in which it's informing the camera? They could do this ad infinitum. They can say, oh, all swans are white and any black swan is just painted with spray paint. It's highly irrelevant because the summary of their presentation of what they call evidence is all based on circular reasoning. It's only true if the proposition that it relies upon is true in the first instance. You can't prove the proposition true with circular reasoning and then borrow the conclusion from that circular reasoning to input into a different circular reasoning. But that's what a majority of the globe proofs are. They're just a long-form chain of circular reasoning that shifts the ball around under the cup so you don't notice that they're switching from argument to argument and just inputting a conclusion that hasn't been proven. So we all already know that optics do weird things, that we can't be certain about the physical locations of things based on optical phenomena alone.
And actually, I think if one were to measure the angle to the where the water line meets the platform in the oil platform pictures, it would actually be above eye level, which would mean that not only would the radius be very large, it would be concave.
Right, so you're a concave earther. Thanks for coming out. We knew you were a scumbag all along. I rest my case. You're hereby canceled. Your credit cards are revoked. Wait a minute. You're not a concave earther?
Nope. I'm just saying.
All right, cancel that order. Cancel that
Social
order.
credit reduced.
Exactly.
Just don't take my carbon footprint away. I like my bonfires.
Go to the gulag, sir.
No, I'm just saying if one takes the oil platform picture as an accurate representation of the shape of the Earth's surface, then it actually is evidence for concave, because where the water line meets the structure is actually above eye level.
Well,
that's an
assumption on your part to this point, correct?
Well, I've filmed and published on my YouTube my own black swan scenes from my area, and I've shown it.
Well,
There wasn't oil platforms,
Okay,
but
so
it
you're
was.
saying, yeah. So you're saying you have evidence that the horizon is above the midline of your viewpoint.
No, it's above eye level. Like if you extended a flat level plane out from your eyes straight out, it's above that under certain conditions. Which,
Right, but we already all conceded that what that just means is that the angles of the light entering the optic make the image appear that way. That's the problem. No matter what, that's the end result every time. Because that's how images are formed. They're not formed any other way. But the whole point of the black swan, right, is what? Is that the horizon is not a geometric location.
Ah.
Correct?
I don't know. You guys argue with the black swan. It's your argument.
Yeah. It's essentially proof that images are created with optical effects, not necessarily geometric placements. Because that's the claim of the globe for the longest time, that the horizon is the arc of an Earth curve hump that's blocking things. That it's the edge of a sphere that's in between point A and point B that effectuates itself as a hill, blocking something behind it. That's long been the claim of the globe proponents. That's been their claim into the past, where they say, oh, I can't see the bottom of a ship going out. That means the water's curved and the boat's going down compared to me, and the water curve is rising and getting in between us. And the edge of that is the horizon. That's been the globe claim for a long time. Utterly destroyed. Not that the black swan was the first destruction of that proposition, but it was an eloquent one. Quite precise and quite nasty. Which made a lot of globers flip their script and start saying that they always said the horizon was nothing but optical. Right? Even though we have it on recording, multiple times they showed up on various shows like Nathan Oakley or here or other places, saying that the horizon is the edge of a sphere. The horizon is Earth curve. And of course, they only say that because they assume that it must be so, because that's the only thing that can block something. Because they're assuming that it's blocking something. They're assuming that when they can't see the bottom of something, it must be blocked. Therefore, because it's blocked, it must be blocked by something. What's it being blocked by? Well, the only explanation I have is the curve of the Earth. I already assume it's a curved Earth, so therefore I'm going to affirm the consequent and do some bias reaffirmation and just assume that that's what's happening. And the black swan eviscerated that. For the same reason why presenting a black swan to a person that says all swans are white would eviscerate their position.
But you agree that there are situations where it is blocked, right?
What do you mean blocked?
In other words, there are situations where the bottom of something is obscured by water, right?
Oh, of course. Waves. Sure.
Well, but I mean, even cases where it's not waves, right?
Like what?
Oh, did you see that picture I posted earlier?
You got waves, you got tidal bore, you've got swells, you've got undulations.
He's equating a mirage to Earth curve right now.
Well, wait, whoa. A mirage, though? A mirage isn't really obstructing anything. It's just overtaking the amount of resolvable light from the other object. The other light, rest assured, in a mirage, the other light is penetrating the mirage to some degree. It's just not enough to resolve.
So I take
unless you're saying that a mirage is being caused by like an ambient increase in humidity or some kind of fog or something like that, then, well, yeah, fog and all that stuff, clouds, low-hanging, thick fog can definitely block something. And technically, fog is made up of water particulates, so you could say water can obstruct the bottoms of things that's not a wave, sure.
Did you see those pictures I just tagged you with?
Let me look. Asking a blind guy if he can see the pictures. Good grief. Hold on, let me get out my Braille interpreter. Dude. What? I thought you said I was going to see water obstructing something.
Okay, see the bottom picture?
Yeah, what about it?
See the building called the View Towers?
I see some writing that says View Towers. Yeah, what about it?
Okay, it's pointing at a white brick. Well, that building is in Victoria, Canada. You can go there and look. And it's standing on a hill that's 50 feet high above sea level. And that entire hill is obscured by the water, right?
No.
No, I mean the hill underneath the building. Do you see any land underneath the building above the water?
On the bottom image, no. I don't see the land being resolved in the final image.
No, I said obscured.
Yes, yeah. But you see, hold on, friend. This is the problem, okay? We're going to elucidate it right now for the audience. The water is not obscuring it from the evidence that I have from this image. All as I know is that I can't see the bottom of the building. In order for the water to be obscuring the building, I have to know that the water is physically in between point A and point B. I don't have that information from the image.
Well, but I mean, the point is, you know there's 50 foot high.
The point is that you can't see it. And you're going to make an inference that it's being obstructed by an object when you don't have enough evidence. That's my point. You're assuming physical locations based on optical information.
No, I'm just simply asking you on a flat Earth, why can't I see that 50-foot high hill that's underneath the building? Why does it look like water is there where that 50-foot high hill should be, right?
Okay, so your question is why optics, which have an angular field of view, don't have an infinite amount of resolving angles relative to the propagation angles. That's your actual question, whether you realize it or not.
Are you saying that the 50-foot high hill is just too small to be resolvable, and so it appears as nothing, and the water just appears there?
Well, as you approach 0 degrees in your field of view, right, and you have less and less available resolving angles compared to the propagation angles, the resolving angles subsume the propagation angles, right?
But
I mean, you do agree you can't see at infinity. You can't see at 0 degrees, and you can't see without the limitations of angles, right?
Right, you can't resolve below your limit of angular resolution. But I don't believe anything in this picture I don't believe the 50-foot high hill is smaller than the limit of angular resolution of my zoom lens here. Because obviously things much smaller than 50 feet are showing up. Like you can see like some towers and stuff that are maybe 20 feet across or 10 feet across.
Whoa, dude. That's only one factor. There's two factors, at least. It's not just their angular size compared to your angular resolution limit. It's where the angles of propagations are compared to that limit. So if something was straight in front of you, right, then that would be, as it approaches the horizon, obviously it's going to approach closer to 0 degrees. Right? Not to mention all of the ambient occlusion from the atmosphere being the densest there, right? So that's 3 factors.
But
so, for example, I'll give you a quick math. So, at a 6 foot tall guy standing just on the ground, and he's looking out. Okay, if you draw the triangles out of his angular resolution, right, 0.02 degrees. Coincidentally, the bottom leg of the triangle reaches a plane extending out from his feet horizontally at approximately the same distance that they claim the horizon begins to cut things off at that same differential.
I'm not sure what the relevance is here because my observer was 40 feet high and I had a zoom lens which has hundreds of times more, probably thousands of times more angular resolution than a human eye, an unaided human eye.
Hell no, dude. Hell to the frick no.
Thousands.
Where in the world, dude?
160 degrees in a circle, dude.
Fuck, man. We're not talking about 27 megapixel cameras, dude. The megapixels is the sensor, not the angular resolution. Resolution, pixel density is not the same as angular resolution.
I know, but if you have say a telescope, that increases your limit of angular resolution, right?
To a degree.
Okay. My theodolite says it has an angular resolution of the telescope optics of 3 arcseconds.
That's horseshit.
Oh, okay.
I tell you it's horseshit. It's easy to demonstrate it's horseshit. Because the crosshairs themselves, right? They're inside the lens.
Uh-huh.
They're going to subtend some angle, right? Out to infinity. They're blocking your view, right?
Right.
What's that angle?
I don't know.
What's that angle 100 miles away?
Yeah, I don't know.
That'd be pretty big.
But
that'd be pretty massive.
It would be massive. But you don't see that when you actually look through the optic. You don't perceive any of that shit.
The crosshairs actually have a little break in the middle so that you can actually look right. They don't actually occupy they come to an end right near the middle, so they don't actually form a complete cross. So you can look through the middle of the crosshairs. It's open there.
Dude, how come in your JPEGs here you don't have the observation distance?
What JPEGs where?
These two things where you falsely said that the water is obscuring the building when that's not the information presented in the photo. But anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can get those. I put the GPS coordinates of the observer, so anyone could get. It's not like I'm trying to hide anything for sure. I made this to show someone that the water appears in the place that a 40-foot high proposed laser test site would be, and I put the coordinates, but I didn't.
Well, do you remember off the top of your head?
It's
I'm not
roughly
go look up coordinates.
Yeah. No, it's roughly 22 miles.
22 miles, 50 feet, right?
I'm not sure what the 50 foot is. The foot of the building's about 50. Yeah.
So your claim that was 50 feet of the building was obscured by water, meaning that the water, if you're talking about the water that's part of the ocean water or lake water or whatever it is, if it's obscured by it, then in order for that to be true, then it means it has to be in the line of sight between point A and point B.
Well, actually, I said the 50-foot hill underneath the building was not visible. But
okay, fine. That's correct. But yeah.
So that's
same point applies.
So that's my question is, see where there's kind of a darker orange text that says proposed laser site near the right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you had a guy there with a laser, he's 40 feet above the water, And then you've got a guy on the other side, also 40 feet above the water, and yet you couldn't see him because you can't even see that location, right? So that's my question: is how is this water blocking a line of sight that is 40 feet above the water at both ends?
Not the water.
Why are you begging the question that it's blocking?
And obviously, it's the water. Okay, I asked you this specifically, the mirrored part. That mirrored part, which obviously is not water, what's that blocking? There's a vertical section, which is obviously a mirrored image of what's above it. So, where that line is, that dividing line, right? There's some space in the image, some vertical space, goes horizontally across the entire image. What's in that space? If that mirrored part was disappeared, what's in that space? It's not water. Right? It's not water. You think it's water? You think that where that mirrored image part, that's actually water?
I don't think so, but I mean, I don't know exactly. But I'm not sure what you're asking. The point is, the building.
I'll draw it, dude. I'll just draw it.
The building is on a 50-foot high hill. Are you contesting that?
No. Hold on. Just bear with me here. I'll show you something. Let me show you something. Fire Marshal Bill.
Man, I wish I wasn't freezing to death. I could use my device and actually do some calculations.
But it's like what it seems like to me. The issue is that all you're able to see is that it's not visible, and then you're claiming that that's because of an obstruction, right? And then your evidence for that is that it's not visible. Do you see how that's circular?
No, it's just that I know something's there, and instead of seeing what I know is there, I see water, which should be 40 feet down.
That's exactly what I said, right? You took the observation, and you noticed, hey, I can't see something. And your conclusion is that it must be physically obstructed by something. And then your evidence for that is that you cannot see it. But that's circular reasoning.
Well, I'm open to someone suggesting what's actually happening.
It would be like saying...
So you're open to someone suggesting that you shouldn't use circular reasoning? Yeah, we're suggesting that.
That would be good, yeah. Well, it would be like me saying, well, I can see things falling down, therefore I'm going to claim that there must be invisible creatures that pull them down. And then my evidence for that would be things falling down. That's completely retarded. And yet it's the exact same logic applied to the example that you're providing. Because you're providing a photo of something that is not visible, then you're claiming that there's a physical obstruction, and then you're pointing at, well, look, it's not visible. So how is that logical or a valid argument?
You lost me.
We know.
Because you don't understand what circular logic is, probably.
I can explain it to him. So, a sphere is made up of essentially an infinite amount of concentric rotated circles. So if you have enough circular reasonings, you end up with a sphere. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Makes sense to me. Hey, Jesse, did you see the image I just posted with the red line going across it?
Let me look.
I drew a red line where it looks like it's mirroring the mirrored image of the building. What's below that line? Is that water or air?
I would say that's probably air.
Okay, so where is the building cut off? Is the building cut off at the red line or at the water?
At the red line.
Okay.
Because what's below the red line is just a reflection of what's above.
It's not Earth curve blocking the bottom of the building, it's air.
Okay. So tell me about this air.
What do you mean tell you about the air? It's obviously air blocking it, not water. It's not a water horizon blocking the building. That means that this is an optical effect. This thing, it's not Earth curve. It's not a ball Earth edge. It's air. It's probably what's called total internal reflection.
Okay, so we've got the thing we're looking at and the observer both 40 feet above the water.
Yeah.
And yet that line of sight appears to have water. So is the light basically curving downward, skimming the water, and then or going downward on an upward arch like a big smile, skimming the water, and then coming
refraction
back?
isn't the only choice. There's reflection. This is a reflection. And what it's reflecting off of is not water.
Yes. So this is the time for art class. Okay. So when you go to art class, you learn about something called Fresnel, spelled Fresnel, but pronounced Fresnel because it's French and frou-frou. It's named after a dude. There's also a diffraction named after him. Now, when you have a room and the walls are red, and you draw objects within the room, and you want to be a good painter, you must add red to the objects. Why? The answer is because the red light is hitting the object and it's reflecting off the object. But the majority of the color you see is from the object. So I might have a white table or a brown table, I'll add some red. Now the thing is, when you're in a room, you're generally seeing things at certain angles. Now, when you get far enough away from the object's color, let's say the table is blue. You get far enough away from the blue table at a certain angle, the light from the table being blue, the angles that it propagates will be overtaken by the reflected angles of the Fresnel effect. And you will see the table as red instead of blue, even though it's a blue table. Now, it just so happens that these extreme angles, for some coincidence, occur when you're at a very low angle to an object at a great distance, because that's how you get the most acute angles possible, to where the propagation angles and the reception angles and the reflection angles are at such extremes that one overtakes the other. It's very coincidental that it seems to always happen like that. In other words, at certain angles, all surfaces, including water vapor or humid air or different whatever that's particulates in the air, are reflective. And that's what you see, reflections, rather than the color of the thing itself, or rather than color passing through it from something behind it. So no, it's not as simple as I can't see the bottom of something, and I can't possibly think of any other reason, therefore it must be obstructed. Oh, and by the way, I proved this because I can't see the bottom of it. As our friend so eloquently explained to you, that circular logic and proves nothing.
And in case you missed that example, I'm Dutch, so maybe my pronunciation, which is incredibly shitty, I posted in a live stream voice text basically both arguments very simply, and it's doing the exact same thing. You're making an observation, you're reaching a conclusion, and your evidence for that is the observation. That is circular logic by definition.
Hey, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, but it is 4:00 here, and I need to take off.
Okay, man. Hopefully your arms don't get tired.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. It's good talking to you, Jesse.
Indeed. Thank you, sir.
You're a good sport.
Thank you.
Now when you're going to leave, we're going to talk shit about you.
Sounds like a grand plan.
You can listen to the recording.
Who gets to go first?
Well, I want to caveat his logic string. So if he changed his logic string from the evidence is the observation, he might, try to beef it up a little bit and be like, I can't see the bottom of something. I'm going to assume that that's because it's physically obstructed, right? So he'll do something like this. I can't see the bottom of something. The only thing that can cause the bottom of something to be unseen is physical obstruction. Therefore, it's physically obstructed. Now, the problem is he has to prove all his premises that relied upon in the string. So it can only possibly be caused by physical obstruction. He has to prove that in order for his conclusion to carry. Removing that proof and just appealing back to the observation would be circular reasoning. Not proving that premise that I added would just be insufficient logic. So now let the shit talking fest commence.
Well, I had fun. I really enjoyed the conversation, guys. It was good to listen to. I told him most of those things from a different perspective and different words, but I think it was very well laid out here. So I got nothing to add.
So I just did a little measurement of his his pictures here. So if you measure from the top of the building that's in the center to that white thing, I'm assuming is like a water tower on the mountain. You measure in one image versus the other image. They're not the same number of pixels distance. I mean, it's not large difference. It's like 8 pixels. So that means in the top one, there's 8 extra pixels just. Why would there be 8 extra pixels from a higher viewpoint? I could probably go across this image all over the place and do the same thing. But if you look at the top one versus the bottom one looks compressed versus the other. The mountain, if you look at the mountain itself, the mountain just looks compressed. That's why I measured from the top of the building and not using the horizon. Because it shouldn't make any difference, right? Measuring from 2 visible things. Let me see here. 111. Yeah. It's like a 7 pixel difference, which is, less than 10%. It's like 8%, 7% difference in vertical.
It's working. I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I tried to explain it to him, so you tried to explain that tree thing or the boat thing, Trace? Oh,
sorry, what?
You tried to explain the Mirage thing to him?
Oh yeah, I tried to explain everything to him multiple ways. He would always come back with yeah, I don't understand, but what about this? And I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'll explain this.
Do you think he actually doesn't understand, or he's just pretending?
No, I think I'm pretty sure it's narcissism, covert narcissism, or some form of. I thought he was just a compensatory narcissist, and I said as much, and he was like, "Yeah, that's good." He took he accepted that, but I think he's more covert based on his actual behaviors. He likes to bury his feelings down and not like. That's why like he doesn't respond to most of the things we're saying. He retreats into himself and responds in his own head, and then just comes out with something completely different because he's not actually listening very well.
What it also sounded to me like he was doing, because he's kind of like letting these pauses happen before he answers. Like he's being very, very, very careful about the words he uses, or he's trying to be at least.
Yeah, he's keeping his mask up. It's a common thing you see with them. It's also, he comes here for his narcissistic supply and his narcissistic abuse. So, like, he gets a kick out of feeling like he's winning the debate. And that's why, like, he comes again with the same thing over and over again. It's his silver bullet, his angles. Ooh. He observes angles, and therefore the Earth is a globe. And so the evidence for that is he observes angles. He just does circular reasoning nonstop.
Angles between two curved lines, right? Because his level is curved and his line of sight is curved. Right, so
yeah, but we already got him to concede and reduce. What he's actually doing is just taking, at best, angles of reception
relative to Plum. In actuality, that's what it is. Relative to Plum, measured at that point, the light came in at this angle from this particular feature of the object in question.
Right, and in a world with curvilinear, omnidirectional, heat-seeking laser beam light, right? You can't then say, "Oh, therefore, object in the distance is at this physical location relative to me." Be ludicrous.
So here's a question: Why don't they just have the angles, like the graded angles, just like right in the optic of the theodolite? Why not just put them right in the optic? You know, like mil dot sights, right? You just put it right on the optic. Yeah. Like, okay, that object is 1,000 feet away. Okay, it's at this dot on my optic. Then I know this angular size is this. Or I know it's this at this angle above the horizon. Now, obviously, that isn't going to be like super high precision. But like,
right,
you could use it to augment like whatever you're doing.
Right, that's one of the critiques that I gave him. Is like when you have a device like that auto levels. Okay, the accuracy of the auto level is only relevant to it sitting stationary in level. So as soon as you try to track it to an optically designated target that you're choosing yourself via an optical interface that relies on a scope, right? Like let's say an eye scope. Now there may be some with a digital screen, and I mean that might be a little more accurate, but if yours has an eye scope, man, you better hope that your sight picture is perfect before you start to make any claims about what angle you're actually getting to the object you're looking at. Not to mention that we've already agreed that you're only getting angles to intercept angles, not the actual object. So it's not like you're shooting a straight ray laser or a straight, like an ideal ray, like a ray gun ray, to the mountain, and then it's pinging back in a direct linear fashion to tell you that no, the angle that your theodolite is at is directly pointing at the apex of the mountain. No, that's not what's happening. All you're doing is pointing at the angle of reception of the light that appears to you to be the apex of the mountain at your local observation point relative to your local plumb, which your device leveled itself off of originally and then got the off angles from that. That's all you're doing at the end of the day. Then you have to take that and shove it in a matrix of assumptions.
Yeah, I never got to the tilt either. Sucks. I mean, I did it. Like, I keep forgetting that. Like, because I'm still on even to myself. I guess 2017. Well, like people used to say, "Oh, Chicago skyline, why aren't any of the buildings tilted?" Because the tilt would be too small to be perceptible. But that's at that distance. Now we have like long observations. So at 100 miles, it's like 1.5 degrees. It should be tilted away from you. It's easy to see 1.5 degrees. That's not even. It's not even a challenge. Even someone would that was probably eyesight impaired could see 1.5 degrees.
Oh yeah, well that's their big claim about this whole 900 miles for 1 degree, right? Because you see the sun, like within 1 to 2 degrees off from where it should be. And that was their whole need for terrestrial refraction in the first place.
Yeah. Like, oh, damn. Well, the thing is that, like,
you're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.